Hallelujah. Nashidana Molea Botanu, Abiama Miskaba Yako, Atapados, Shemeka Pados, Baruch Shemeka, Lamae, when Shami Menesha, El Shabbat, Naso, El Shabbat, Bedulatan, Bemola, Many Grave Nation, Dola, Kisha Shekar Masara, Shadava, Shamari, where the Addis to Bayomas be Shabbat, Marina Flash. Baruch Shemeka, Baruch Gemeneka, Baruch Torateka, Baruch Tusateka. El Shaddai Malek, El Shaddai Malak, El Shaddai Imlok, Ramae, Baruch Shem Kabor Makuto, Ramae, Baruch Kabor Elohim, Yekobor Malek Elyon, Baruch Ramae. We're going to recite the Psalms 92. Ready? Hallelujah. It is a good thing to give thanks unto the Lord and to sing praises to thy name, O Most High, to show forth thy loving kindness in the morning and thy faithfulness every night. Upon the instrument of 10 strings and upon the psaltery, upon the harp with a solemn sound. For thou, Lord, hast made me glad with thy works. I will triumph in the works of thy hands. O Lord, how great are thy works, and thy thoughts are very deep. A foolish man knoweth not, neither does a fool understand this. When the wicked springeth to grass, and all the workers of iniquity do flourish, it is that they shall be destroyed forever. But thou, Lord, art most high forevermore. For know thy enemies, O Lord, for know thy enemies shall perish. All the workers of iniquity shall be scattered. For my horn shall thou exalt like the horn of a wild ox. I shall be anointed with fresh oil. Mine eye also shall see my desire on my enemies, and my ears shall hear my desire of the wicked that rise up against me. The righteous shall flourish like a palm tree. He shall flow like the cedar of Lebanon. Those that be planted in the house of the Lord shall flourish in the courts of our God. They shall still bring forth fruit with no age. They shall be fat and flourishing, to show that the Lord is upright. He is my rock, and there is no unrighteousness in him. First of all, I'd like to give all honor and praise to the God of Abraham, the God of Isaac, the God of Jacob, the great, mighty, revered God, the Most High God, who bestows loving kindness, just as all things, who remembers the pious deeds of the patriots, the Most High, slow of anger, great in kindness, forgiving iniquity and transgressions, but who will by no means clear the guilty, visiting iniquities of fathers upon the children to the third and fourth generation. The Most High's work is perfect, for all his ways of justice, a God of faithfulness, and without iniquity, just and right is he. You may be seated. Giving due respect and honor to a head in Israel, my father, Chief Eleazar, to the chiefmen, princes, brothers and sisters, I say unto you the temple of my forefathers, Shabbat Shalom.
Shabbat Shalom Lekah.
It's the Lord's Sabbath day, which is ordained to be observed every week. Why? God has acknowledged this day. And because God acknowledged it, we must train ourselves to acknowledge it. We have a problem attaining or comparing our ways with God. Yeah, we have a problem with that. You know why I said we have a problem with that? Because when a person is corrected or chastised or rebuked and shown with the book that your ways and what you said was wrong, you still deflect and you still go against. I said you still deflect and you still go against, which proves what? Self-interest. What you say, how you think, and your actions, and your right by the things that you do, according to how you feel. You can't serve God, man, because it's not only about doing, it's also about changing your ways. Yeah. God told the people to amend your ways. And he told the people that was better than the men today. They did law. They didn't eat blood and fat. They didn't walk around with bald heads. They didn't steal and covet and deceive and lie. But God turned towards the people and told the people to amend your ways. Which means to amend your ways, you have to make your mind up. You have to be, what my father used to say, a debtor to do the whole law. You have to convict yourself to those type of changes, man. Our forefathers did law, but their way still was filthy. I'm gonna cut that short. Call up the first speaker of the day, Chief Mikael Ben Lewy.
Kumu. Repeat after me.
Mm-hmm.
And God spake all these words, saying,
And God spake all his words, saying,
I am the Lord thy God,
I am the Lord thy God,
which I brought thee out of the land of Egypt,
which I brought thee out of the land of Egypt,
out of the house of bondage.
out of the house of bondage.
Thou shalt have no other gods before me.
Thou shalt have no other gods before me.
Thou shalt not make unto thee any graven image,
Thou shalt not make unto thee any graven image,
or any likeness of anything
or any likeness of anything
that is in heaven above,
that is in heaven above,
that is in the earth beneath,
or that is in the earth beneath,
that is in the water under the earth.
or that is in the waters under the earth.
Thou shalt not bow down thyself to them,
Thou shalt not bow down thyself to them,
nor serve them.
nor serve them.
For I, the Lord thy God, am a jealous God,
For I, the Lord thy God, am a jealous God,
visiting the iniquity of the fathers
visiting the iniquity of the fathers
upon the children,
upon the children,
unto the third and fourth generation of them that hate me,
unto the third and fourth generation of them that hate me,
and showing mercy unto thousands of them that love me,
and showing mercy to thousands of them that love me,
and keep my commandments.
and keep my commandments.
Thou shalt not take the name of the Lord thy God in vain.
Thou shalt not take the name of the Lord thy God in vain.
For the Lord will not hold him guiltless that taketh his name in vain.
For the Lord will not hold him guiltless that taketh his name in vain.
Remember the Shabbat day to keep it holy.
Remember the Shabbat day to keep it holy.
6 days shalt thou labor and do all thy work.
6 days shalt thou labor and do all thy work.
But the 7th day is the Shabbat of the Lord thy God.
But the 7th day is the Shabbat of the Lord thy God.
In it
In it
thou shalt not do any work.
thou shalt not do any work.
Thou,
Thou,
nor thy son,
nor thy son,
nor thy daughter,
nor thy daughter,
nor thy manservant,
nor thy
nor thy
manservant,
maidservant,
nor thy
nor
maidservant,
thy cattle,
nor thy
nor
cattle,
thy stranger that is within thy gates.
nor thy stranger that is within thy gates.
For in 6 days the Lord made heaven and earth,
For in 6 days the Lord made heaven and earth,
the sea,
the sea,
and all that in them is,
and all that in the midst,
and rested the 7th day.
and rested the 7th day.
Wherefore the Lord blessed the Shabbat day,
Wherefore the Lord blessed the Shabbat day,
and hallowed it.
and hallowed it.
Honor thy father and thy mother,
Honor thy father and thy mother,
that thy days may be long upon the land which the Lord thy God giveth thee.
that thy days may be long upon the land which the Lord thy God giveth thee.
Thou shalt not murder.
Thou shalt not murder.
Thou shalt not commit adultery.
Thou shalt not commit adultery.
Thou shalt not steal.
Thou shalt not steal.
Thou shalt not bear false witness against thy neighbor.
Thou shalt not bear false witness against thy neighbor.
Thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's house.
Thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's house.
Thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's wife,
Thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's wife,
nor his manservant,
nor his manservant,
nor his maidservant,
nor his maidservant,
nor his ox,
nor his ox,
nor his ass,
nor his
nor
ass,
anything that is thy neighbor's.
nor anything that is thy neighbor's.
You may be seated. And all the people saw the thunderings and the lightnings and the noise of the trumpet and the mountain smoking. And when the people saw it, they removed and stood afar off. They said unto Moses, Speak thou with us, and we will hear. But let not God speak with us, lest we die. And Moses said unto the people, Fear not, for God has come to prove you, and that his fear may be before your faces, that ye sin not. And the people stood afar off, and Moses drew near unto the thick darkness where God was. And the Lord said unto Moses, Thus thou shalt say unto the children of Israel, Ye have seen that I have talked with you from heaven. You shall not make with me gods of silver, neither shall ye make unto you gods of gold. An altar of earth thou shalt make unto me, and shalt sacrifice thereon thy burnt offerings and thy peace offerings, thy sheep and thine oxen, in all places where I record my name. I will come unto thee, and I will bless thee. And if thou wilt make me an altar of stone, thou shalt not build it of hewn stone. For if thou lift up thy tool upon it, thou hast polluted it. Neither shalt thou go up by steps into mine altar, that thy nakedness be not discovered thereon. Shalom Aleichem.
Shalom Aleichem.
Today is the Shabbat day,
Yes, it is.
the holy day,
Yes, it is.
the holiest day,
Yes, it is.
the day that has been put aside from the beginning of time to be observed. Okay? And we have orders, which are rules on this day, right? And one of them is what we're doing right now, is gathering, congregation, a holy gathering. People gather all these gatherings going on outside right now, but those are not holy gatherings. We have a holy gathering on this day. It's mandatory. Okay? It's part of the rules. Another part of the rules of the Shabbat is we don't kindle fire. We don't speak our own words. You don't do your own pleasures. You can't buy. You can't sell. You can't trade. You can't carry anything. Because to carry anything is what? Work. It's work. You can't clean nothing.
Jeremiah 17.
Okay? I can't fix anything. If something is broken, I can't fix it today.
That's right.
I can't get the crazy glues and go fix it and put it together. All of that, God considers work. We have to consider it work. We have to say it's the same thing. That's right. We can't move furniture around. I can't iron today. There are rules to this day. It must be observed. But we have a problem with rules. We follow it when we want to follow it. We follow rules, certain rules that I'm good with. But all the other rules is out the window. And that's where we got to stop. Because God said all his commandments. He said, not until we have respect unto all his commandments. Deuteronomy chapter 32. We have to have an affinity. And we don't have that. You know what an affinity is? A closeness. Okay? A natural, distinctive closeness to the Most High God. The only way we're going to get that is to keep your head in the book and do what the book is saying. We make this complicated. Israel, you make this complicated. When God say, thou shalt not, or thou shalt, we look in it and have debates on it. Some Israelites say it mean this. Some Israelites say it mean that. The only thing I can say is God is the one doing that. I said God is the one doing that. God picks and chooses who he wants near him. That's right. Deuteronomy chapter 32.
Deuteronomy chapter 32. Give ear, O ye heavens, and I will speak. And hear, O earth, the words of my mouth. My doctrine shall drop as the rain.
This is the Most High speaking. He said, give ear, O ye heavens, like heavens, listen. And earth, listen. Because God always called heaven and earth for witnesses. For witnesses. They was here before we were made. But they always going to be a witness for God. Okay? So he said, I give ear, O heavens, and I'm going to speak. And hear, O earth, the words of my mouth. My doctrine, God's doctrine is his laws. Okay? A set of rules, an ordinance to live by. Tongue sheet.
My doctrine shall drop as the rain. My speech shall distill as the dew.
Now God said his doctrine is going to drop as the rain.
That's the teaching.
Okay? That's the teaching.
Wisdom of God.
That's the wisdom.
Learnings.
That's the commandments.
That's right.
That's everything that comes from the Lord. It drops like rain. You can't dodge it. Can you dodge a raindrop? Can you dodge rain? Or you can't dodge this. No matter how much you run from it. Tongue sheet.
As the small rain upon the tender earth, and as the showers upon the grass. Because I will publish the name of the Lord, ascribe ye greatness unto our God.
And the name of God has been published. You have the Old Testament. It's a published work of God's writings, of what God requires of man, of God's rules. That's what this Old Testament is. It's publicated. Tongue sheet.
Because I will publish the name of the Lord, ascribe ye greatness unto our God. He is the rock. His work is perfect.
All greatness. all inspiring words, all these things, all wonder, all goes to the Most High God. He's the greatest. He is the highest. All right? Nothing is above the Most High. And when we start to understand that, then you will understand how insignificant you are to the Most High. You will understand how small you are to the Most High. And that your only requirement is to do what your Creator said.
That's right.
Tongue sheet.
He is the rock. His work is perfect.
He's the rock because back in those days, when you need something sharpened, there was a rock that you go and you sharpen that rock. Swords, shears, all cutting tools got sharpened off of a certain rock. So the Most High, he is our rock. You get sharp when you get close to the Most High. When you stay close to him, you become sharper. You don't become dull. It said his work is perfect. Yes, his work is perfect. There is no flaw in these commandments. Mm-hmm. There is no mistake in these commandments. Mm-hmm. There is no, I missed something. God didn't miss nothing when in his creation and in his commandments. Tamshi.
For all his ways are judgment.
All his ways are judgment. Every decision that God makes is a judgment.
That's right. That's right.
Anything that God comes and says, God said, well, look, do it like this, that's his judgment. Everything God said, that's his judgment. Those judgments are penalties, first of all, penalties and consequences for your negative actions against the commandments. Okay? Tamshi.
A God of truth and without iniquity, just and right is he.
A God of truth. He is the God of truth. Okay? You see how they call the adversary the prince of lies? Well, the Most High is the God of truth. The top of truth is God. Truth comes from God. God created truth.
That's right.
And without iniquity, just and right is he. That's what we have to get to. That's our problem. We can't be true because we still have iniquity in us.
That's right.
God hates iniquity. He says, yeah, he is a God that hates iniquity. God don't have sin in him. God don't have iniquity in him. That's why we are commanded to live these laws and these precepts and these commandments and these orders so that we can be without iniquity. The goal is to get iniquity out of me. The goal is to get iniquity out of you. The goal is to express righteousness. And that's what's going to keep the iniquity away from me because it's in me. It's not something that I go and I eat and it comes inside of me. I was born with this. We were born with this. So this is the fight now. Okay? Being true to God's commandments and yourself, not lying or being denial of yourself. That way, when I can see a flaw in myself, I can see the iniquity in myself and put a stop to it with God's law. That's the whole goal. But I won't allow myself to see my flaw. I won't allow myself to see where I messed up at. That's the problem. I have to see, hey, you know what? I messed up over here too. Yeah, but I messed up here. And I got to correct that. And I'm going to correct that. When you think like that, it will be corrected.
There you go.
Tamshi.
Iniquity means how well.
How well.
Injustice. It don't even mean iniquity. It means injustice or injustice. They have corrupted themselves.
Because they have iniquity, because they deal with injustice.
What does that mean?
You are not just. You are not correct. You are not fair. You are not equal. You are not right in this matter or in that matter. In what you said, in what you did. You are not correct. That wasn't correct. Why? How you know it wasn't correct? Because you wouldn't have liked it. You wouldn't have liked it if it was you that it was done to or said about or the gesture or whatever happened was towards you. You would not like it.
So why you do it to others?
So why you do it to others? That is iniquity. And that covers a whole broad scope.
That's right.
Why would I do something to you? And I don't know. But then when you do it to me, I don't like it. People know what people say? People say, look, see, you didn't like it. Now the shoe is on the other foot. The shoe is on the other foot. I thought you're supposed to have two shoes on. But apparently this person got one shoe. Now it's on the other foot. And he don't like it on that foot. But you caused that.
That's right.
Everything that happened to me, I caused it. That's right. Good or bad.
That's right.
God is a just God. He is not going to let things happen to you that you don't deserve.
Yes, sir. That's right.
And then he's a merciful God. Things that you deserve, he will pull it back from you. You see how you get down? So we have to start becoming people who recognize our iniquities. I can easily see your fault, your fault, your fault. But why I can't see mine?
That's right.
We're quick to point the finger. That's right. But I got a lot I got to clear up back here. My backyard. Time sheet.
They have corrupted themselves. Their blot is not the spot of his children.
This is not, all right, you know, when the father said, but look, that's not my son. The way he acting, or the way they're acting, they're not my kids. That's what that means. Okay. He said, their spot is not the spot of his children. You are not acting like your father's son. You are not acting like your mother's son. You are not acting like someone who's supposed to be serving God.
Okay, there you go. That's the main right there.
They have corrupted themselves. That's why they're acting like this. He said they are a perverse and crooked generation. Now that you have corrupted yourself, you are going to do perverse and crooked things. Perverse means I changed the order. I changed the order. That's all perverse means. And when I'm perverse, now I'm going to be crooked. Crooked is dealing, now the deceit come in. Now the lies come in. Now I said something and then later on I said I didn't say it comes in. That's where the crookedness come in at.
That's right.
Why? Because I corrupt myself. How I corrupt myself? By going against the commandments of God. I'll tell you one way of corrupting yourself. Images, pictures, temuna. God said he hates them. Am I correct?
That's right.
God said he hates pictures and temuna, images. He don't like it. When we have an image to ourselves, it corrupts your spirit. You don't have to bow down to it. Just have it in your possession, in your house. Put it up on the wall. Put it on your dresser, right? A picture of whoever it is. I don't care if the person's alive, dead. I don't care if it's you. But just to have it, God said, when you have these things, certain things are an abomination to him. That means it's detestable to God. Now, when you have things in your circumference or on your person or in your possession that is abominable to God, it corrupts your spirit. Do you understand that?
That's right.
It automatically corrupts your spirit. There's nothing you can do to stop that. The only way you can stop that is to leave that stuff alone. Leave the images alone. But once you got it around you, it's going to automatically corrupt you. You're not going to feel it. You're not going to, oh, wow, I'm feeling corrupted. You're not going to feel it. You're not going to know when it's happening. And you are going to do and say things that are against now, that is crooked and perverse without realizing it. Come, she.
Do ye thus requite the Lord, O foolish people and unwise? Is not he thy father that had brought thee? Had he not made thee and established thee? Remember,
he not made thee, he made you. You were created by God.
Facts. That's right.
Okay? Who else is your creator? Who else is your father? He said, it's not he thy father that had brought thee. I brought you into this world, right? That's what the parents say. God brought all of us. He brought the world in. He brought the universe, what we call everything in it. Don't you think you owe him?
That's right.
Okay. Don't you think you owe him?
Okay.
I mean, you admit that he is God and that he made all of this. That it don't stop there. It don't stop there. Tell you.
Do you just requite the Lord, O foolish people? Is not he thy father that had brought thee? Had he not made thee and established thee? Remember the days of old, consider the years of many generations. Ask thy father, and he will show thee.
He said, have he not made thee and established thee? Did he not? It said the Most High, when he created the world, his first thought was on Israel. God knew he was going to have people. He was going to create people. God knew everybody was not going to serve him. But he said, you know what? there's going to be a seed of this creation, a branch out of all this creation that I made that's going to call upon my name, that's going to serve me, that's going to recognize his name. And just because of that, he made the earth, he made this, boom, 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 boom. And then when Israel came, he established them. How he established them? How? By making deals.
That's right.
Okay? Everything was established with our forefathers by deals that God made with them. God told Abraham, look, man, if you follow my commandments and you do all my statutes and all my judgments, I will be your God.
That's right.
You know what that is? That the Most High God, the real God, the living God, the only God, is personally in your corner.
That's right. Heaven.
That's Abraham's life. That was Isaac's life. That was Jacob's life. Okay? Before we had a nation, there was no nation. There was no group of people serving God. One man named Abraham, and then he taught his family. So that God said, man, he commanded his family, his whole household, after him. Because that's what a man is supposed to do. If the man is Muslim, right, his woman is going to be what? Muslim. She can't say, well, no, I'm going to be an Israelite. Well, then you're going to have to go over there with the Israelites. It's been established that whatever the man is, that's what his family is going to be. He's going to, okay, good example. Today in this society, you meet people, they hear your name, they hear your Israelite name, and they say, hey, that's what kind of name is that? Oh, that's an Israelite name out the Old Testament. They say, oh, yeah, my name is such and such and such. I used to be an Israelite. What that mean? If they were here, they were doing what we're doing, and for some in time, somehow, they're not doing this no more. That is their decision. They had not been established. God didn't establish them. Because while you're here, you got to do the things that earn your spot here.
Right.
There's a spot here. And you got to keep your spot here. But God will kick you out and bring in another. That's how he does it. Tom Sheep.
Remember the days of old.
Remember the days of old. Remember the old days.
The ancient
The good
days.
old days. That's what today we call them the good old days. The ancient days. The days of former years. Back in the days. So remember back in the days, anytime somebody talk about the old time or back in the days, those were good times. Those were times when everybody was good with each other. Nobody hated each other. Nobody was pointing the finger at each other. Everything was good. There wasn't a problem. Okay? He said, remember those days and consider the years of all those generations, of many generations that was here before you. Think about the ones that were here before you, Tamshi.
Ask thy father.
Go and ask your father. Go and ask the ones before you. But we don't do that. They don't do that today. They said, what, man? I ain't listening to these old guys. Look, because they got it messed up. That's what stops you from learning. Because you want to criticize your teacher. You want to criticize your leader. You want to criticize the Levites. The Levites said the Levites going to bring the law. We criticize them. Look for the first thing, not to do what they're teaching us, what God said. Okay? You personally may not like me, but you better like what I'm saying. You better like what I'm saying.
It's not your word.
You don't have to like me.
It's not your word.
It's not about me.
It's not your word.
Okay? It's not my words. I support these words. Tom Sheep.
And he will show thee thy elders, and he will tell thee.
He said, ask your father, he will show thee. He said, if the father's not around, ask your elders. There's always going to be somebody who was around before you, who was in the era where things were good before you. And they are able to tell you how it was. And now you are able, you're supposed to listen to the older, to the elder, to your father. And when he tell you of the former days, you're supposed to get it back like that. Hey man, we ain't never did this, man. Ain't nobody never went shaving, man. That's the former days when everybody had hair on their head. When everybody had hair on their face. No lineups. The women weren't messing with their eyebrows. You know you're not supposed to mess with your eyebrows.
Okay.
Because when you mess with your eyebrows, you are worshiping the gods of Egypt. You got to leave your face alone. The hair on your face, man and woman, leave it alone. The woman, the eyebrows. Women love messing with the eyebrows. Okay? Leave that alone. That's right. They cut them off and paint them on. They bald their head and put a wig on. This is to show their life. God, what you were born with, you don't want, but you want to live a fake life. You cut and change your body and put fake things on your body and then going on. It just evolved. When you mess with your eyebrows, you're serving a cat and a dog. All right? I'm going to just let you know that right now. Of Egypt. Because all these animals and creeping things and beasts, each and every one of them was a deity, was worshipped in Egypt. Y'all understand that? And there was a spider god. There was a god for this, the fly, Baal Zebub. Okay? Zebub means fly. So that's why God said, away with pictures, idols, statues, all these things, because they glorify man, woman, and child, sun, moon, and stars in the host of heaven. That's what the pictures and the idols and the statues and the big, all these statues and all that stuff, it glorifies what God created for you. We bowing down to things that serve us, that God made to serve us, or God made for us to have dominion over. But we get and uppraise demons. We uppraise each other. We up man, woman, child, everything. Man's worship everything except the Most High God. That's the problem. So sometimes you need to ask the old school, ask the old head, ask the elder, ask your father. But in order to do that, that means you're interested. That means you're interested. That means you want to know how it was back then, because you know it ain't like that now. Okay? That means you're curious. Okay? And you need to be curious and interested in this. Because if you're not interested in this, God ain't going to be interested in you. Moses' interest was to see why that bush was burning and not being consumed. You know what that means? It was burning, but there was no smoke. You didn't smell nothing. There's no smoke. But it's on fire and it's crackling like it's on fire. But the bush ain't going nowhere. It's still there. I got to go and see this great sights. Ain't no magician can do stuff like this. I got to see what, and that's what got me. Well, okay, now that you're so curious, I want to show you. And God spoke to Moses out of that burning bush. Out of it. He heard God's voice right then and there. Then later on, the people heard God's voice when the mountain was on fire. That's why he said, I spoke to you. You heard my voice. And I spoke to you out of the fire. But you can't say, God is fire. And God is not fire. But the people say that because they got fire gods. And that's why they burn their children. Okay? But he told the people, I spoke to you out of the fire. You knew I was in the fire, but you couldn't see me. He said, you only heard a voice. Therefore, he said, you only heard a voice, you didn't see a similitude. That's right. A similitude is a shape, a form, an image or details. That's right. Okay? That's right. You only heard a voice. And that's why he say he don't want us messing with images. That's right. He said, you don't know what I look like. I didn't show you what I look like. I spoke to you out the fire. Only ye heard a voice. You know that I exist because you heard my voice. You knew I was in there. Nothing can survive in fire and talk to you. Only God does that. It's his fire. Sure. See, later on, the angel was able to jump in the fire and go up into heaven.
Mm-hmm.
That's pattern after God. So God is not fire. God is not power.
No.
And God is not energy. God made those things. All right?
That's right.
Because it wasn't around in the beginning. Was fire around in the beginning? It was just water, darkness, and God.
That's it.
There was no fire there.
That's it.
There was no electricity.
That's it.
Or these certain, all of those are powers
That's
also. There wasn't an earthquake because there wasn't no earth there.
That's it.
So powers come from God. Energy come from God. What we call powers and energy, all that come from God. Time sheet.
When the Most High divided to the nations their inheritance.
When God divided the nations their inheritance, not the nation of Israel, the nations. When he gave the world their inheritance, all right? What happened?
When he separated the sons of Adam, he set the bounds of the people according to the number of their children of Israel.
God set the bounds of the people according to the number of Israelites that was going to be there. Do y'all understand that, man? They were so close to God that everything in the world, right, affected them, and they affected everything in the world. Do you understand that? Man, everything was set according to their boundaries in Israel. Well, look, Moab's going to be here. God already had it set up. Okay? Your boundary can't be too long because it's going to go into Israel's. So everybody's stuff was set up in their own, and then you got Israel. Time sheet.
When the Most High did divide to the nations their inheritance, when he separated the sons of Adam, he set the bounds of the people according to the number of the children of Israel. For the Lord's portion is his people.
That's the Lord's
Jacob
portion.
is the lot of his inheritance.
People. Jacob is the lot. Your portion. Your reward in life. That's what portion means. When you hear man, it's his portion. See, the portion is on a small scale. When you get food, what you have in your food, that's your portion. Portion of what was in the pan, right? This portion is what you got out of life, your reward in life. Being right or being wicked. You get a portion for one of these two things, okay? He said the Lord's portion is his people. He said, so look, God said, look, my portion is you guys. When we doing God's commandments, we're the most precious thing in God's sight. Y'all know that? Y'all know that? He said, y'all my peculiar, the apple of my eye. We're the most valuable. We become the most valuable thing in the realm.
That's it.
We become his portion. We become his sword. We become his rod. We become his mouthpiece. We represent, but in order for us to be these things, we got to be like him. It said Jacob is the lot of his inheritance. He claimed Jacob. He claimed the children of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. He did not claim no other people on this planet ever.
That's right.
Now, that should boost you to serve God.
Yeah.
It shouldn't stop there. Well, we were the people that God chose. Okay, so how do the people who God chose live?
That's right.
What made you special that God chose you?
That's
We
right.
need to see this.
That's right.
This needs to be lived out and acted out. You have to play this out.
That's right.
I pick you to choose. I choose you. That means I chose you for a job. I chose you for something, right or wrong. I chose you for an occupation. I chose you for a certain slot or a certain category, and it has to be fulfilled. Tongue sheet, verse 10.
He found them in the desert land.
He found them in the desert land.
And in the waste howling wilderness.
No. In the wilderness. This is what God said. This is where I found you in that wilderness. He said, I got you out of Egypt. But when I tell you, he said, but now I really studied you in that wilderness. For 40 years, God observed us in the wilderness. Y'all know that, right? He examined us. He examined us in the wilderness and observed us and put us through trial, right?
Mm-hmm.
Put us through trial by observation. In other words, if you listen to what Shama be saying about observation, experience, that's how God tested us. He put us through something and sat back and watched, observed what we were going to do and say.
Mm-hmm.
And we failed every time.
And you failed.
We failed the test.
Most
we
of the
failed
time.
the test, man. He said 10 times. Y'all, he
Situation.
said 10 times y'all did what to me?
That's right.
He said y'all provoked me.
That's right.
10 times.
You tempted God.
You're tempting me. You're
10
talking
times.
junk. You're murmuring.
That's
All right? You're shooting me down. And at the same time, when they was doing that, they were being violent towards Aaron and Moses.
That's right.
And threatening their lives.
That's right.
And say, you know what? Let's kill Aaron and Moses and make us a new captain. Go back to Egypt.
Mm-hmm.
That was the mindset. God had to pull up. When God came down in the cloud, they had everybody scattered. He said the children of Israel ran, they scattered. They scattered. But he found them in the desert land. He found them in the wilderness. And in the waste, howling wilderness. You know what that means? Nothing grows there. And all the animals that live there are cold-blooded animals. Scorpions. The birds that are there, not pigeons. The birds that are there to eat dead bodies. They're waiting for you to drop because there's no water. There's nothing to eat out there. Nothing grow wild. If you're walking through there, you might not make it. And God led them through this area. People would say, well, man, that's God's people. Why would he treat them like that? He said, to prove you. That's why. To test you. To see how strong you are.
Mm-hmm.
To see how much you can take.
Mm-hmm.
See if you can endure and still serve God.
That's right.
Can you take what the troubles of the planet has,
Mm-hmm.
the tribulations,
Mm-hmm.
what sin brings naturally?
What
Sin naturally brings things,
consequences,
and still hold on to God's commandments,
That's
and
right.
still keep your heart correct,
That's
and
right.
still don't feel the way inside.
That's right.
That's why he does this to us. He said only the best is tried. Gold is tried where? In the furnace of what? Adversity. The hottest fire. Gold. You can't test gold with the fire that come out your stove. You gotta work on. You gotta get a real hot fire, 1,000 degrees and up.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, because this gold, that's the only way you're gonna see. You gotta put, because gold is tough. Gold is hard, and now you gotta put it in there and see now what the properties, what's in it, and see. And when you pull it back out, will it be gold again? Will it stay gold?
Mm-hmm.
That's what God did to Israel. That's what God do to one who said they're gonna serve him. I got to try you. I gotta test you out. I gotta see if I could trust you. We do that with each other.
Mm-hmm.
Right or wrong?
Only the strong survive.
Only the strong survive. So I gotta test this to see how strong you are. When you go to you need, oh, I want to get a dog. I want to get a puppy, a little puppy. And they go, you got the litter, you got the mama and I and dad, you got the litter. What you do? Are you gonna pick out the dumbest one? Or you gonna pick out the one that the puppy that looks more alert? Which one you gonna pick? The one that's alert. And when you snap your fingers, still you can't even see, but he's like this. You say, yeah, I want that one. When you snap your fingers, the other one, they don't do nothing. They don't pay you no mind. You don't want that animal. God don't want that human being.
Mm-hmm.
Because when I called, he didn't pay me no mind.
That's right.
When I snapped my fingers, he didn't pay no mind. He didn't look up and say, hey, is there a God here that made this? Nothing made him acknowledge me. So he's not even worthy. He don't have it in him. His mother and his father didn't have it in them for me to even give him a chance. So he's out there. And that's what made Israel distinctive. Because Abraham did a job by being God's servant.
Now, you know what that reminds me of? Like when you talk in a group and the law come up. Some will stay.
Some will stay. Some will go, that's correct. That's correct. During the week, at the break today, tonight, when the brothers be in the room,
there you go.
this comes up. Because this is supposed to be talked about. This is what we're supposed to be talking. This is our main conversation right here. Okay? And sometimes I notice people break out. When we was talking about other things, it was juicy. Yeah, man. Ha, yeah. Yeah, he had a lot of input. But then we started talking about the blood and fat. It got quiet in the room. After a while, only one brother was in there talking. The crew he came with was gone. And this, man, I've seen this happen. Oh man, this happened.
Yeah.
I've seen it with my Abba's generation. Seen it with my generation, and I see the generation that's happening. And that's where we fall short. You stop your ears. Look. Right now, everybody's in their conversation, right? Regular, it's not Shabbat, it's a regular thing. And somebody opens up the book, and I'm reading to you with something that's in the book, right? Automatically, everybody's supposed to take their, no. Don't take your conversation outside. You're supposed to wait, hold on, and listen to that. Because this supersedes all conversations. So you give ear. That's why I say give ear. You have to give ear now, because when I hear my father's voice or my mother's voice, I'm attentive to it, to where as soon as I hear their voice, I turn the volume down. I pause the game. I stop doing what I'm doing to give acknowledgement to their presence. But we have to do the same thing with God. That's right. And I'm going to go right back to the animals again. When you pick a puppy or a cat, you're going to pick the strongest one, the one most attentive to you, right or wrong. Right. That's how God is. God looked and seen the most attentive one to my voice is going to be Abraham. Nobody else on the planet. And this was back then. You think everybody's better? The world is better now than then? No. And it wasn't worthy then in front of God. So imagine a world, so leave the world alone. They have their destiny. We have ours. You have yours. I have mine. Facts. You cannot change another person's destiny. Okay? Facts. Who they're supposed to serve as God, you can't change that. He said God will lead them forth with the workers of iniquity. Lead who? Who he don't pick, who he don't want around, who is not worthy, who has not been accepted, who failed the test, who disassembled. Those are the ones that God, he makes them go. The workers of iniquity is the outside. I call them the outsiders. The heathen, they're outsiders. You're going to link up with one of them. You're going to get married to one, befriend one. Somehow, God's going to have you with them. Because they are the workers of iniquity. They work for sin. Where am I? Verse 11.
Verse 11.
No. 10. Go to 10. Yeah, good. 10.
He found him in the desert land. And in the waste howling desert. He led him about. He instructed him. He kept him as the apple of his eye.
He kept him as the apple of his eye. I'm apple of his eye, but you don't do none of God's law. You don't do none. Every law you got a problem with. You're not an apple of his eye. You're not special, but you think you're special because you are going to be worked with the workers of iniquity. God will leave you off with them. The only way to become the favorite, he's the favorite son, he's the favorite daughter. To become the favorite student, to become the favorite of anything, you have to do what? Obey. That's how you become the favorite. Obey. God said obedience is better than sacrifice. Because look, if you guys obey, you ain't got to sacrifice nothing. There will be no sin offering. I don't have to worry about penalties because there's no violation being done.
That's right.
So we got to move the same way. Now I can become one of God's favorites.
Mm-hmm.
When I become his favorite, I'm in his eye. He's looking at me because he like me. Yeah, right. When you do what God say, he gonna like you. He gonna love you. But you got to show that you love him by keeping his commandments. That's how you show you love God.
Right.
And in time, you will feel love for God. You don't get that now.
Hello. As an eagle stirred up her nest,
fluttered
it over her young, spread it abroad her wings, taketh them, buried them on her wings.
The eagle is the one who brings up her young. She teaches them how to fly. She holds them on her wings. And she take one, she put them on her wings, and I've seen it. I've seen it with my own eyes in the woods. And the bird start flapping, and can't get it. She come up under him, camera, bring him back up. And they do this over. After a while, you see the bird he start dropping and he pick up. And he drop and he pick up, and he got it. And she leave him alone, and she go back to the nest. And she get there, and she pick another one up. This is what God did with Israel.
That's right.
And it's metaphorically speaking of how a bird, an eagle, brings up her young. That's poetry. That's where poetry comes from, y'all. Y'all know poetry comes from God, right?
That's right.
Y'all don't even know poetry comes from God. God is the author of everything. Okay?
That's right.
Man expresses God. In other words, God is the author of poetry, so that's why you got poets.
That's right.
You understand now?
That's right.
Time sheet.
So the Lord alone did lead him.
He did lead him.
And there was no strange God with him.
He said, God alone led him. There was nobody in the middle. There was no intercessor. There was no mediator. Only God and him. That's it. He said there was no strange God with him. But when God pulled up, he didn't have a strange God. He said, well, no. He didn't pull up and say, well, he was by himself. He didn't pull up and say, hey, man, when you pray to me, pray to this guy first. Or go to this guy first. And then he'll bring it to me. Yeah. Look, the angel told Samson's mother and father, he said, man, whatever praises y'all got, go to the Most High God. Don't burn nothing to me. Nothing changes. Everything stays the same. No matter how happy you get, you can't go doing extra stuff.
Right.
Leave that alone. That's our problem. You want to do more than what God requires.
Wow.
Because you got a lot of people that do less, but you got people who are doing more than what God requires. God ain't said you had to do that. Look, I understand your fervor, God. Your fervor, my man, but God did not require that. And now by you doing this, you're going to mess up over here. You're going to mess up over there with his commandments. You're going to mess up over here. You're going to mess up over here. Because you're doing your own thing now. You're adding on.
God and the judgment. What God said.
Just keep it to what God said.
That's it.
The judgments.
That's it.
You can't add on a penalty. You can't make a new penalty. Some of the penalties we can't do. Because you can't do them here. Because we're not in our land. God already evicted us and sentenced us to live and die in the land of our enemies.
That's it.
Because of the works of our forefathers' hands against God and our continual work against God now. Aksha. We're continuing the bad things. We're not building the legacy back up.
That's right.
We're not keeping the legacy.
That's right.
You know what the legacy is, right? What God gave our forefathers, that law. That law. Because everything came from being doing that law. Once you start doing that law, it makes you a different person in the earth and in front of God. You become a different person. You become a better person. That's how you become. This is how you become a better person. And this is the meaning of life. To serve God and keep his commandments.
That's it.
That is the meaning of life.
The whole duty of
No. You got people asking this question, what's the meaning of life? Why are we here? Keep the commandments and live.
That's it.
That's what God said. He said there is great reward.
Mm-hmm.
He said there's a great reward. Is he? We're not talking about riches.
That's right.
Because the wickedest man alive right now is rich. The wickedest man alive right now got money.
Huh?
The most righteous man alive right now on this planet is poor. Okay? God told Solomon, "Not like that. You didn't ask for riches, man. You're not letting substance be your control."
Sure.
Because that's the whole world.
Sure.
First thing they want to do is he said, "You got 3 wishes. What's your first wish?" We don't wish. There's nobody going around. You know what? All that stuff about genies, all of those are demons.
Yeah.
Right.
All of those things are demons.
That's right.
All of a sudden, you come out and come appear to me and want to give me 3 wishes out of the clear blue. And the first thing people ask for is what? Money.
Hey.
I want to be rich.
Yeah.
I'm gonna show you how invaluable, how money is not as valuable as you think.
Yeah.
Just imagine if you yourself had all the money in the world, nobody else has money no more. Only you. Will you be able to buy something? No. Just think about it. All the money in the world is under your possession. Guess what? It's no good to you now.
Right.
There's no value. You have all the money. There's no trade going on. There's no buying and selling because you have all the money. So it's not about money. That is not what makes the world go around. Okay? God makes the world go around. God is the one that got all this rain and everything going on. God is the one that wakes you up. God is the one that forms kids in the belly. God is the one that does these things.
Right.
Look. The animals, they're born the same way. They're born the same way. He told the ocean, he said, bring forth fowl. You know what fowl is? Birds. He told God commanded the ocean to bring it forth. God empowered the ocean to do it just by commanding it. Do you understand that? He didn't give it no power and say, now you do it. He said, bring forth fowl.
Just do it.
That has abundance, bring abundance of life.
Yeah.
And they start coming up out of the water.
Yeah.
They start coming up out the water.
At the word of God.
At the word of God. That was it.
That's it.
There was no bones, a bag of bones here. We made them all.
Just the word of God.
Okay? You can't tell me about atoms and molecules because where the feathers and the bones and all these things come from. Because it came from out the water. And they didn't stay there. They came out and started flying. We already had the creeping things there. So God can empower anything just on his word. That's why I say power is not God. God is not power. It comes from God. God created it.
Right.
You got to understand your God. Okay? As much as you can. Because you can't, we will not be able to fully understand.
Fully understand God.
Let's make this clear.
Yeah.
If God tell you everything right now, you know what's going to happen?
Okay.
Don't blow your mind.
You put too much information in the computer, what happened? It shut down. Glitch. Shut down. Too much. That's what's going to happen to you. You're going to drop dead. Your brain going to pull up too much.
Can't even process.
Look, the prophets used to be like this. In God's presence. He said, I was in awe. He said, I was stupefied. You know what that means? Stupefied means I was so much in awe, I couldn't say nothing. There was no words to describe what I'm witnessing here. Awe-inspiring. That's God. The prophets, they couldn't say nothing. Isaiah said, my tongue clipped with the roof of my mouth. For days, I couldn't talk. Certain days, I can't come tell you. It's for me. A lot of things God told these men, God said, tell them, go and tell them. Go and let them know. But a lot of things he told them, he didn't tell them, go let them know. That was for you. Because you're the only one that's being distinctive with my commandments. You mess around and go tell them they're going to kill you.
Yeah.
It came to that point where one prophet said, thus said the Lord God, grab him, kill him.
Yeah.
So I don't pay mind to people. You don't pay mind to people today when you declare the word of God, when you declare God's laws, and people say things and don't listen and say something about you because you uplifting it.
Yeah.
Don't pay that no mind.
That's right.
God is working on that
That's
person.
right. That's right. I understand that.
Tells you. You understand that, right?
Yeah.
So the Lord alone did lead him, and there was no strange God with him.
You cannot say that I came with somebody else.
Mm-hmm.
Go through the history, it was all God.
Mm-hmm.
He never told you, okay, Hinka, it was all God.
Mm-hmm.
He came by himself.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? He led you, and then there was no strange God with him. So he said, man, what's up with you? I didn't teach you no other God. I taught you about the Most High from when you was born. Why are you in the church?
Mm-hmm.
How you get there? That's something a father and a mother want to know. Look. Fathers and mothers that grew their children up in the church, leave the church and become Israelite. They say, hey, what's your name? I named you John. Not Samuel, not Shimshon. What kind of language? Why are you dressing like that? He said, I raised you to be a church-going citizen.
Mm-hmm.
See, that's how God said, look, I raised you, and I came from the time I introduced myself to you.
Mm-hmm.
There was no strange God with you.
Nope.
So why you keep going to strange gods? What? There was no excuse. That's why he said that. There was no strange God with him. Why? Because you guys love strange gods. You got me and you couple me up with the strange God, or you push me to the side and go to the strange God. What's going on? There was no strange God with my father. When my father introduced the Most High God to me. So what am I doing anywhere else? Doing anything else?
That's right.
Serving anybody else? There is no other God for me but the Most High. That's it. I didn't get taught this.
That's right.
You came, that's why I said last night, right? What your teachers taught you, you don't go away from, you don't stray from.
That's
It's
right.
detrimental. They didn't teach the stuff you talking now or you thinking now, your teacher didn't teach you that. Most of these guys walking around with bald heads, their teacher didn't teach them that. I know this for a fact. Because there was a generation in Israel that did not shave.
Mm-hmm.
This generation that started shaving came after 2000. In the 90s, I didn't see it. If you shaved or you cut your hair in the 90s, the 80s, the 70s, the 60s, the 50s, right? You was ostracized. Some spots you got circled, you got fined, or you couldn't come back until it grow. Now it's promoted. It's promoted.
The leaders got
So I say now, go ask the elders and ask them if that was going on back then.
That's right.
Ask them if that's what was being taught back then.
That's right.
Go and ask of the ones that were here before you. Was that going on? Did we look like this? Did we carry it like this with God's law? No. No, we didn't. Tongue sheet.
He made him ride on the high places of the earth.
Talking about Jacob. Talking about Israel.
That's right.
Talking about Jacob's children.
That's
Talking
right.
about the 12 tribes. He made them ride on the high places of the earth.
That he might eat the increase of the fields. And he made him to suck honey out of the rock and oil out of the flinty rock.
Right. He gave him water out of the rock, right?
Right.
So look, where God brought you was the best land on the planet, the best fertile land. Anywhere you go, see, for me to bring you to this good spot, I got to bring you through this narrow, hard spot in the wasteland to see if you deserve this. But sometimes you give a person something and you say, you know what? I'm sorry I gave it to you. I can't take it back. I'm not going to, we don't do that.
I'm sorry.
We don't do that.
That's
But you
right.
say, man, I'm sorry I did that because you didn't deserve it. You don't deserve it.
Yeah.
You don't show that you
Right.
deserve it, man.
Yeah.
I should have made it hard for you to make you scratch yourself up to see if you deserve this. But we give people the benefit of the doubt. And then later on, we say, man, look, man, I did this for you, I did that. You turn on me. Because that's what we did with God. God said, okay, look, I'm going to bring you into this land. I'm going to do this for you. I'm going to do this for you. All you have to do is be my people. Just serve me and do my commandments. They said, solid, deal. Yes, shake on it, whatever. They got in the land. Look. Not a generation later, it said they started to worship the gods of the people which were round about them. And God kept saying, the people that I bring you around, I don't want you to marry them. I don't want you to accept their life. That's right. God said, I don't want you to accept their life, which were the Canaanites. God didn't tell the children of Israel, kill everybody. He just said, get rid of those Canaanites. Those Canaanites were worse people than the Moabites. Those Canaanites were worse people than the Egyptians. Those Canaanites were the worst people on the planet at that time. Because God condemned them all to die, wiped them out. He didn't do that with the Moabites or the Edomites or the Syrians or the Babylonians. But he did this with these people, the Canaanites. So their iniquity has been fulfilled for them to get wiped out and judged. And their sword, the sword of God at that time was Israel. In the prophecy later on, down the line, right? The Most High said, Assyria is my rod of anger. And the reason why Assyria, heathens, became God's rod of anger is because the first one that was going to get hit with that anger, that rod of anger, was Israel.
That's right.
Because we was God's sword. We was God's rod. When God decided to judge a nation, he would use us. But now, he's judging us. So he's going to use another nation that's better than us. He said, look, if I went to this other nation, they would have hearkened. He never mentioned the nation, though.
No.
You know why? Because we would have hated that nation. We would have hated that nation. As a parent, God thinks this is what parents would say, you know what? I'm not going to reveal the child. But then they're going to hate this child. They're going to hate the child, so I'm not going to say no name. Because they're going to get tight and come at him. It's in the book.
Yeah.
And I learned that. Having children. I said, I got this for him. I said, but then I can't do that. That's going to make the rest of them feel away. So I can't do that. I'm going to put this down because it's going to come in. Sibling rivalry, all these things. You can't, and they were righteous. Jacob's sons was righteous. So you can't say it's not going to happen.
It's right.
It will happen.
It's going to happen.
It's right.
These are the examples we living by. So I said, you know what? Okay, I'm going to learn from my forefather. I'm going to hold this down. I'm going to wait till I get 3 more, my other sons. And then now everybody got it. And everybody's happy. I'm happy. My favorite one's happy. Everybody's happy. Just and fair. That's our goal with each other. That should be the final consequence with each other. No, we got to come to a point where, look, first of all, whatever I said out my mouth, I gotta agree and perform that. I gotta stick to that. So I gotta watch what come out my mouth. Because I know I have to stick to it. I know it's detrimental. My life hangs on the line if I don't stick to what come out my mouth. So I don't put I don't put myself out there like I used to. I'm careful. You can't do everything that your mouth push out. You can't keep up. that mouth goes on.
Yeah.
And it goes on and on. Sometimes you forget what you said. Okay? That unruly member, which is the tongue, it slips. Oh, man, I wasn't supposed to say that. I meant to say it. I wasn't meant to say it. You all do that with the tongue.
That's right.
And we say a lot. We have conversations. I'm inside, I go outside, have a conversation, I have 400 different conversations. All these conversations, I have to watch what conversation I'm having, what I'm talking about, who I'm talking to. Because sometimes you'll be in a conversation and this person is uplifting something odious to God. Odious mean hateful. Something odious to God, right? He got everybody on this side. You're going to have to make an exception. Say, well, nah, man, I disagree with that. Y'all crazy. Walk away from
Right.
Walk away from Look, God look and say, yeah, you think just like them. You act just like them. You got to be the one to say, hey, man, easy. Whoa.
Yeah.
Wait a minute, man, you're wrong.
That's right.
No, man, I can't be. You have to be the one to do that. You're going to be in those positions.
That's right.
God want to see what you going to do now. Who you going to do? Who you going to side with? You going to side with what I said or who you think is right? But that's what we do. We push this to the side, and I go by my own counsel. We can't go by I can't go by my own counsel. All the counsel that I give myself got to come from what I read and experience here, and from what my father and my mother told me. Though their counsels are top-notch counsels.
That's right.
Because they don't have to be around you, but their counsel to still be on you.
That's right.
All you have to do, it's going to be in your head. You're going to hear their voice. And that right there is just, whatever you're about to do, or you was feeling the way, you ain't got no way feeling. And you hear their voice. Yo, man, listen to it. You got some good in you. You got enough good in you where some things is working for you. You get warnings. Okay? You get warnings, subtle warnings. Listen to those warnings. We have to stop being stubborn, man. I am too stubborn for my own good. I just passed stubborn for God. I'm stubborn to my own hurt.
Very stubborn.
Where I'm at?
Verse 14.
Verse 14. Deuteronomy 32, verse 14.
Butter of kine.
Butter of kine.
Milk of sheep.
So butter, I just heard one of my brothers say, he said butter comes from milk. He said milk of sheep. He said milk comes from sheep. You used to get sheep, not just of milk, not just from the cows, from sheep, from lamb, and from goats. Right today, the best milk right now is goat milk. Yeah, the best milk right now to get is goat milk, because those companies don't add things in it to what the regular milk companies add. Because most people don't drink goat milk, so it's a small company. So they don't have to put in a lot of stuff that we ain't supposed to be eating for them to make a large amount.
That's right.
Every company has their own way of putting in their ingredients and getting their ingredients, right? See, this would have sugar in it, right? But this company gets their sugar from a different source. This has sugar in it also, but it's not the same sugar. So when you're checking out ingredients, you have to go to the company. Every company does things different. Butter, milk, I don't care what it is, bread companies. Once it's a different brand, you have to call them, get letters, get verification of their sources of the ingredients.
Right.
All of them don't have the same sources.
Right.
You understand?
That's right.
Certain companies get certain ingredients this way or from another company. But in order for us to know, you got to do your research. Okay? Because not everybody gets the same thing from the same source no more. So butter of kine, milk of sheep, fat of lambs, rams of the breed of Bashan, goats with the fat of kidneys of wheat, and thou didst drink the pure blood of the grape. You know what that means? I had the best of the best. I had the best. rams of the breed of Bashan. Who even eats rams today? Anybody know what a ram tastes like?
Nah.
This is the best of the best. Goats. All these things live in mountains. These animals live in a mountainous area. Okay? It said when Abraham looked, a ram was caught in the thicket. And that's what he used to sacrifice instead of his son. Their fat smells good to God. Real good. He said, the fat kidneys of wheat. He said, that did his drink the pure blood of the grape. You know what? We even made our own wine.
Mm-hmm.
We didn't have to buy our wine from nobody.
Mhm.
We didn't have to buy our food from people. You understand me? Some shit.
But yes, you want wax fat and kick.
Yeshurun is another name for Israel. God gave Israel that name. Okay? God is the one that he said, your name ain't no more Abram. Your name is Abraham. He said, your wife Sarai, her name is Sarah. God did the name changing. He gave the nicknames. He called, and there are times when he called Israel Yeshurun.
Mm-hmm.
So anytime you see Yeshurun, he's talking about Israel. He said, Yeshurun, wax, fat, and kick. You know what that means? You know what wax, fat, and kick mean? We call that conceited. He got big headed. He said, oh, you got laws now, you got money now, and you don't know nobody no more. You came up in the world. And who you was down with before you came up, you ain't around them no more. You don't deal with that no more. You know what I'm saying? I don't deal with God no more. I got what I need now. They waxed fat and they kicked. You know that it's a saying, meaning he waxed fat. Waxed fat means to gather. They got rich and then he laid back and kicked his feet up. He didn't put no more work in for God. You know, you go, you see the boss, he laying back in his desk, and he got his feet on his desk. That's how we did God.
Right.
After God gave us the land, gave us protection, and sanctified us, and established us, he said, Yeshurun, God said, but Yeshurun waxed fat and kicked. He said, you got me. You got big-headed and thought it was about him. He said, thou art waxing fat. Thou art grown thick. Thou art covered with fatness. He said, dude, you got so prideful. See, this is what it is. Your pride. A lot of money. A lot of people patting you on the back. All the girls after you. All the guys want to be like you. It tends to make a person ego big. And the ego ain't nothing but your pride. Okay? That's why I say you are waxing fat. You got prideful. He said, and you are so prideful, you got skin thick now. It's real thick to where I can't get to you no more because your head is too high above the clouds now. He said, then he forsook God. See? But Yeshurun waxed fat and kicked. Thou art waxing fat. Thou art grown thick. Thou art covered with fatness.
Mm-hmm. Then he forsook God, which made him.
Then he forsook God that made him. Once you get what you want, you forget God. And that's what we do with each other. If I win $5 million, you're going to see who I really love. And you're going to see who I really hate. And you're going to see who I care for a little bit here and there. Just let me win some money. See, it's what God do certain things. He let people win certain things. Let people, and you'll see who that person truly loves, truly holds dear. When he becomes liberal with his money, or she becomes liberal with her money, she will show how much you are valued to them. I will show you how much you are valued to me. You understand that? All you gotta do is just let a person hit that lotto. Real big. Let's see if he's gonna keep doing the same commandments. Let's see if he's gonna stop or he's gonna add on to keep going further with these commandments. Most guys that I've seen in this life that were Israelites, and were rich, they didn't keep God's commandments. They didn't keep God's commandments the way they were when they first got there, before they got rich. Okay? There's another reason why the adversary told God, he said, hey, concerning Job, check this out. You gave him everything. Of course he's going to praise you. He's rich. He's waxing fat. So of course he's going to stay with you. He said, but I bet you if you take everything else. See, because the adversary is going upon the mindset of regular men that don't serve God. A man that serves God, you could take everything from him, that don't matter. That's going to make him get closer to God. That's going to make him get closer to God. Yeah, that's what Job did. He got closer. The more drama came upon him in his life, and the more God put the squeeze on him, killed his kids. Not just one child. All his kids died at one time. Can you handle that? And while you're getting this news, somebody else, before he finished, another person come. Oh, man, all the banks where your money, where your millions are at, all your money, somehow terrorists came and bombed up those banks. You don't have no more money. There's no more money. You can't go to no bank and get money now. This is what he's being told. And then before he finishes, another guy comes in. Can you handle that and still serve God? He didn't even say, God, why are you doing this to me, man? He didn't say that. You know what he told his wife? He said, shall we not have? He said, look, shall we get all good and nothing better? Shall we all be good? Everything in our lives gonna go smooth for you? Even though you serve God, that does not mean everything gonna go smooth for you. A lot of it is a test. A lot of it, hey, look. Trial and tribulation happen to us all. He said it falls on the righteous as well as the wicked. Elisha died of an evil disease. In other words, even our forefathers that served God all the way, they got diseased and died. A lot of them got killed. You understand what I'm saying? A lot of them didn't have what we would call a happy life or a happy ending. But that didn't get to them. They didn't let that stop them. Mm-hmm. That made them say, hey, the reason why this is happening, let me see, now, this is where you came up on the mindset now. Instead of asking God, why this happened, God? You know why it happened. Because of my forefathers' sins and my sins. Mm-hmm. That's when you got the right mindset. That's right. You never ask God why. No. You accept what happened. You say, you know what? This happened because of my sins. This happened because, look, my forefathers, and what they did, it still stands. What Adam did still stands. Okay? That's why his sons were giving up sacrifices, because they were told what their father did. Okay? We brought sin in the world. So sin gonna mess with us. It's always gonna mess with us. Okay? That's the battle. Okay? We caused that. Our father, Adam, caused that on us. And we continue it. So don't ask why this happened. Never ask that. You can't be like the prophets. Right. The prophets asked all the questions for you. You don't have to ask nothing. You know why. Read. They said, man, we know Anna and her sons. They said, we know why this is happening. We know why this calamity and this punishment has come upon us because of the unjust dealings of our forefathers with God. That's why this is happening to us. Not because you some big mighty guy or your rights and we're wrong. This is where you're allowed to do this to us because God is allowing us to get punished for our iniquities. And I'm accepting it. Right. He said, but where you going? Antiochus, where you going? When you die, where you going? Me and you ain't going to. We ain't going to the same spot. That's what he told him. It's in the Apocrypha. And her 7 sons. He said, we ain't going to the same spot. He said, where you going, you will be condemned forever. He said, and God is going to give me back these bones and these muscles, sinews, his muscles, and this tongue that you're going to cut out, my eyes. God going to give me all of this back. He said, because this is just for a time. He said, because we went against God. So we gotta be corrected when we gotta be punished. So I understand. But you think it's you. You think all of this is your power doing it. He said, nah, brother. So we know the answers. That's why when we get hit because we know better. It's presumptuous what you did because you know better. So when we get corrected, our correction is different. We know why this is happening to us. Because you know why? Because it's not supposed to happen to us.
That's right.
Joshua said, what? We got chased. He probably got that a little bit. God said, now get up. So I'm going to tell you why that happened. I'm going to tell you why something happened that's not supposed to happen. Because of what? There's iniquity in the camp. This was in the matter of Achan. This is why it's iniquity in the camp. He said, because you guys not supposed to go to war and lose one person. Back then, because God is with you. And you are righteous. There was times when they went to war and everybody comes back. There was times everybody went to war, everybody didn't come back. And they picked up their bodies. And when they picked up their bodies, idols fell out.
Trinkets.
Idols.
Yeah.
Pictures. Trinkets.
Household God.
Things that God say he hate fell out of their pockets, out of their stuff. And Judas Maccabee said, I said, alas, this is the reason why these guys died.
That's right.
If they wasn't messing with this stuff, he said the idols of the Yemenites. And I looked up that word, it's the Yemenites. Yemen.
That's right.
The same Yemen that's out in Arabia today.
That's right.
Okay? They were following the idols of Yemenites, of Arabian gods. All those Arabs, they serve deities too. Yeah. So the idols of the Yemenites fell out. Like Judas Maccabee said, this is the reason why these guys died. Because we weren't supposed to die. We fight in the name of God. Nobody dies when you fight in the name of God. David didn't die when he went up against Goliath. He fought in the name of God. But that was definitely in the name of God. But this guy was popping a lot of junk. He was popping so much junk. David said, yo, what's up? What happened? Why nobody doing nothing about this? And he was going around like, yo, man, y'all letting them talk to us like that. He was crazy. He was shooting God's name down. And he called them out and said, yo, if y'all serve the true and living God, why don't one of y'all come out and fight me? In your God, fight and honor your God. He said, but look, iniquity, man. The corruption of iniquity will take your strength away to fight for God's name. Because from the king on down was scared. It said his knees smote together. Smoke means smite, means to strike, to hit aggressively. Means his knees were shaking. Saul was scared, and all the people were scared. David's brothers were scared. All the men were scared. This guy came out and called them out every day, and nothing happened. Nobody stepped in and said, you know what, I'm tired of this. Grab the spear and go out there. Nobody did that. It took a stripling. An adolescent, what we call an adolescent. Not even a teenager yet. He's a preteen. Okay? Puberty just set in. And he heard it and he didn't like what he heard. And he started asking questions. Yo, who's this guy? Why nobody even know it? Word got back. Because he started saying, look, if it was me, if y'all let me, I would cut that dude's head off. I would do this to him. I would do that to him. And the word got back to Saul and said, yo, man, there's a guy out there. He said, who is he? He said, bring him here. He brought David. David came, presented himself before the king. And he told him, he said, yo, man, what you going to do to God? He looked at him, he said, how you going to do this? How will you defeat that giant? That's a giant. He said, look, your servant. He said, your servant was watching his father's flock in the field. He said a bear came and grabbed up thy servant's father's sheep. Bears are big enough; they could grab goats and sheep at a certain size in their mouth. You'd be surprised how big these animals are. Full-grown bears and lions. You can literally open up their mouth and put your head in there. That's why I said a man look into the mouth of a lion and still bring home everything. He risks his life in the streets. He risks his life and there, and bring home everything he gets to his woman. That's one of the sayings.
That's right.
And it's true, but I'm showing you how big these animals are. David said, I chased him. He said, thy servant chased that bear. You can't outrun a bear. All right? If you're running from a bear and he on all fours, he's going to catch you. It's just like a dog. You can't outrun a dog. It's a big, giant dog. David chased the bear down. The bear grabbed it and ran. The bear was scared. The bear grabbed it and ran because he saw David coming. And then David chased him and grabbed him. He said, I smoked him. He said, I grabbed him by his beard. Even the animals have beards. He said, even the bears. He said, and the men looked like lions. That means they had hair on their head and hair. They had a mane. A mane consists of sideburns, beard.
That's right.
And it connects to your hair. We should see the connection over here by your ears. Nobody should be cutting anything there.
That's right.
Because if you do that, you serve the Arabian gods. That is a sign that you serve ALLAH. That's right. All gods in one.
That's right.
That's 360 gods in one.
That's right.
Time sheet.
They provoked him to jealousy with strange gods. But abominations provoked him to
They
anger.
provoked him to jealousy. He said they are waxing fat. They grown thick. They covered with fatness. Then he forsook God, which made him. We always turn. I wouldn't be where I would be if it wasn't for you, brother. But I turn on you. Like you wasn't there. Yo, we some messed up people, man.
We don't think
I won't even give you the credit you deserve. I would take that credit for myself.
We don't think we are.
You know that, right? That shows how messed up my pride is. You will come up with the idea and bring it to me. But then I'll go to everybody and announce it and take credit for it.
Like you did.
You gotta watch yourself.
Like you did it.
Watch yourself, man. When you show these little things, you show people the type of person you are. And you make people do this. You make people back up off you.
That's right.
You can't take credit for somebody else's stuff, man.
That's right.
Say, hey, you know what? Chief Shama came up with the idea, though. I'm not going to break credit. I'm the one bringing it to you, but it was Chief Shama's idea. That's being true. That's being just. That's being fair, equal, and honest. God look and say, okay, I like that. That shows that your ways are changing and you don't have that much pride left in you.
That's right.
Whenever you take the credit for somebody else, you got too much pride and wickedness in you.
That's right.
Time sheet.
They sacrifice unto devils, not to God.
He said, okay. I'm still in 15, right? He said, then he forsook God which made him and lightly esteemed the rock of his salvation. I thought very lightly of God. I didn't think of God too much. You know how you lightly esteem God? When you put anything before him. When you put anything before his commandments. When you hesitate. When you linger. When you stall. Abraham didn't hesitate, linger, or stall. God said circumcision. When he left from speaking, when he got those, it's as if he was reading. Every time Abraham spoke with God, it's the same as us when we read. Look at it as when I'm reading, it's God speaking to me, man. It's God speaking to me. You got to keep that in your head. So whenever God told him anything, he immediately went home and put it into action.
Right.
Abraham did not linger. He didn't stall. He didn't say, okay, I'm gonna wait. He went, whatever condition the house is in, however it's going down, whatever we going through, changes got to be made now. God just told me, circumcision, all you men come here and line up. And then he did them, he did himself, he did Ishmael. Ishmael got circumcised when he was 13 years old.
13 years old.
So the whole world decides to have communion at 13. The whole world says you're a man at 13. The Jews got bar mitzvah. These got another thing. Everybody has something when a person turns 13, and a girl now too. Now it's bat mitzvah. They got bat mitzvah too. We don't deal with that, y'all know. That's Judaism.
That's right.
Bar mitzvah, bat mitzvah, that stuff is Judaism.
That's right.
Okay? Even with the Feast of Unleavened Bread, taking my bread, and if it sits longer than 5 or 8 minutes, you got to throw it away. No, you don't. We went through this last week. What makes the dough leaven is when you knead the dough. Kneading the dough. The kneading process is what gives the bread leavening.
Right.
They did not have leavening in the packets.
They didn't have yeast.
They didn't. Wasn't the way of the world. Then they didn't have a thing called yeast.
They didn't have
yeast did
soda.
not exist.
That's
Y'all
right.
understand that? It didn't exist. There was no baking agents.
That's right.
You look at a pack of cookies, you're gonna see emulsifiers. This, that, all that is baking agents.
That's right.
To leaven and sweeten and keep the dough light as possible so you can enjoy.
That's right.
They didn't have it like that. Knead. The longer you knead, the lighter the bread get. That's it. That's it. Beat that. I seen people knead and punch it. Pop, 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 pop.
Yeah.
The man that makes the pizza, he punches it. He punches that dough and he flips it in the air. Whoosh, 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 stretch, 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 stretch. All that's leaven. That's why when you bite into the slice, that dough is thin and it's nice and light. Now make a pizza, right? Take the dough, don't knead it. Just put the bread and the water together, flatten it out, and make a pizza on that. You're gonna cut your teeth. You're gonna cut your gums. It's gonna be you'll be able to take that slice and use it like a sword. It's gonna get hard. You ain't gonna eat that slice.
That's right.
Once it starts to get cold, you ain't gonna eat it no more. Okay, that's the effect of eating that come on me. Bread of affliction.
Pizza on me.
Okay, I use that as an example because that dough, even the crust. I see my brother Chief Mala made a crust. Oh man, it was so soft and tender.
That's right.
Right?
And then crust.
And it was a crust. But let him have not used leavened dough. Let him just put it together, make a pizza. I'm not biting into that crust. The crust will be going in the garbage. Or the crust got to get put some water in it. It's going to be hard. That's right. Go in there. You'll see it for yourself if you put it to work. And all people who are bakers know these things. You ask someone who is a certified baker, how can I get this bread leavened without putting anything in it? They're going to say, oh yeah, all you got to do is just beat it. That's another word for kneading. They're going to tell you beat it. The longer you beat it, the softer the bread can. Right. Any baker will tell you that. Well, man. Verse 16.
Verse 16.
Yeah.
They provoked him to jealousy.
They
which
provoked
praised
him.
God.
They kept going. Somebody keep poking you and keep trying you and keep coming at you. They say things. You know it's for you. They keep going. They keep provoking you. Keep provoking you. Keep coming at you. Keep coming at you. That's what we did with God when we did not perform His commandments. And on top of that, we didn't do it. We had a lot of mouth, and then we gathered to kill Moses and Aaron. So we provoked him to jealousy with strange gods.
That's right.
Yeah, I get jealous easy. Wait a minute. How you pay attention to all these guys? When I speak, you gonna pay attention. I'm your husband. You're supposed to pay attention to my voice. No other man's voice is supposed to matter to you, whether good or bad.
That's right.
Okay? It's supposed to matter to me.
That's right.
You, me, we're one. Nobody can get that at you like that but me. I'm the only one that should be able to push your buttons like that. Nobody should get to you like that because you're me. And if your desire is, you say, thy desire shall be what? To thy husband. It doesn't mean I desire him and that's it. I desire him and I desire what he desires.
That's right.
That's what the desire, that's how far it goes. I just don't desire him, and then when he come with a decision, I go against it. I don't desire my husband.
That's right.
I desire my husband, right? When I desire what he desires.
That's right.
That's what it means when he said,
right.
thou shalt desire thy husband. He said, then now he turned to her, he said,
Not
look,
when you
man.
want to.
He said, not when you want to.
Not when you want to.
Your desire shall be his desire. I have to make my desire his desire because my husband's making his desire God's desire.
Facts.
And if I respect God, then I'm going to respect his desire.
Facts.
Even if I don't agree with it.
Facts.
And then now you, woman, allow that man to run it. Stop acting up. Allow your man to run it.
That's right.
Now, you got men running their houses and they don't serve God, but they still run their house.
Yeah, of course.
They still run their house.
It's a natural truth.
They still run their house. That's all men. This man is greater than that man that run his house because he runs his house according to God's commandment. That's an extra loop right there. But all men run their house. They're supposed to.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, before God even said it, he said, yo, should I tell Abraham? He said, because look, seeing he commanded his household after him, so that's a plus with God. Meaning that, yo, you run your house,
Sure.
I could come and holler at you about something.
Right.
This man, he don't serve God, but he run his house. God might come to him. God could come to him. God can say, well, look, Lord, I know one thing. If that guy, if I introduce myself to him, he's going to run his house. So that's another thing, man. In order for the man to run the house, we all have to listen to that man. Children and wife. We got to stop bucking. Okay? He's already going through getting himself correct before God. We don't need extra weight.
There you go.
We don't need that. The family is supposed to help take the weight off. That's what he said, help me. So your desire is supposed to be what your husband desires. And I used to always say,
Knock on.
if I'm rooting for the New York Knicks, you better be rooting for them too. That's all I gotta say. Yeah, but that's my favorite team. Well, now you're with me. You need to gear your favorite team to be my favorite team.
That's right.
Oh, well, that's not being a tyrant because God commanded this. I made my team God's team.
Right.
Whatever team God has, I made that my team. I have my own. Now you got to break yourself, woman. I broke myself for God. Now you got to break yourself for me
That's right.
and God.
That's right.
But I don't like Trump.
Well, you better start liking
You
him.
better start liking them.
Because your husband like him. That's how deep it is.
Yes, it is.
Oh, yeah, but well, you see, you allow yourself to get distracted by what you're pointing at. He. No, him, your husband. That's why.
Your husband.
Your husband.
Not every man.
Forget what he's liking or not liking, that you approve or not approve. You can't do nothing about that. Desire what your husband desire. That's
right.
what God said.
Yeah.
Because that's what we have to do. I'm a man, and I still got to cut what I think and how I feel and humble myself down
That's right.
and agree with what God said. So how come I'm the only one doing this? This relationship ain't going to last too long. It's not going to last long. Okay? So I have to rule instead of God because I know God. So that's a given. I'm going to do that automatically. And in order for me to rule in the stead of God, you got to agree with me, woman. You got to agree with me.
No, Sam.
You're going to get and put in situations. God is going to put you in situations to break your pride. Accept it. Accept the situation. It's to make you accept. It's not as big as you think. It's not as bad as you think it is. It's a test. Because you still haven't broken certain things about yourself.
Right.
You think you straight. No. Who you are now, God has not accepted. Who I am right now, God still ain't accepted. Do y'all understand that?
Right.
I hope you're not walking around here thinking you got it.
Say it again, huh?
You're not. You don't have it. Okay? I hope you're not walking around thinking you're 100% serving God.
Facts.
We are not.
Come on now. Facts.
I realize it.
Facts.
And things are changing.
Right.
Come on now.
That's right.
You realize it.
Facts.
Call Israel don't realize it, Chief Shalom. They don't realize it, man. Everybody in Israel think this is where we at. This is it.
No, Johnny.
Man, you going to the bottom.
Let's say it again, brother.
You are decelerating.
Right.
The things that the generations before you upheld in God's law, nobody's upholding
That's
today.
right. That's right.
Nobody teaches it. Nobody goes into the dietary law. And then when we do, everybody got a different opinion. So we guys know 100% Israel is straight.
Yeah. No.
Israel is not straight with God.
That's right.
Israel not straight with each other. We're not straight with each other because we're not straight with God. But once I start getting right with these commandments, I gotta be correct with you.
That's right.
And you ain't changed. You didn't change, but you're gonna see I change.
That's right.
Say, brother, nah, man, look. But I'm not gonna allow you to make me a victim.
Uh-oh.
So, in order for me not to allow this, there will be separation. The familiarity is gonna dwindle. Because I'm changing, you not changing. I'm not gonna be here being no victim. Because I serve God. Serving God does not allow me to be a victim of prey to wicked people. You on your own. Now I'm not going to be around. Right? And I show my separation with God. God loves that too. He said they provoked him to jealousy with strange gods, with abominations. They provoked him to anger. You see how they provoked him, how they did it? These strange gods, worshiping these strange gods, right, are abominations. And these abominations provoke God to get angry. So everything that God says is an abomination. A woman in pants is an abomination. So what happened now? Wow, Israelites still promoting and allowing. Where the men at? Where the men at?
Ain't no more.
There's not supposed to be not one woman in Israel wearing pants openly.
Ain't no more.
Who's her leader? Who's her teacher? Who's her husband? What camp she go to? This got to be. There's certain things. What he says, say, look, man, if we let your wife get away with what she did, this was Ahasuerus, Persian king.
That's right.
He had a wife called Vashti, Queen Vashti. She was beautiful. She was beautiful. She was the best. She was the meanest one.
She was a baddie.
She was the baddest.
She was a baddie.
She was a baddie. She was a baddie.
Yeah.
And he wanted to show his woman off. Yeah. You got a baddie you want to show her. Yeah, I got it. It's mine. Yeah. It's what men do. This is why the behavior got to be a certain way, because we represent each other. She want to show him off too.
Right.
We showing each other off.
That's right.
Let's make him jealous, baby. Let's go.
Right.
I love that. I'm into you and you into me and we both into God. Let's go. Yo, we gonna grow old and die together.
That's right.
That's a relationship that's gonna last.
That's right.
That's gonna last. Man, they said they provoke him to anger with all these things. Say, look how you did his brother there. I don't like that. Wow, he's having adultery with it. Wow, they're swinging. They're not even sneaking. His brother's allowing him to lay with his wife, and they're switching.
Oh, man.
What's going on here? These things ought not to be done. That's what was going on. Later on in the history, God said it. He said, look, you commit adultery with the neighbor's wife, like it ain't nothing. He said, they love to have it so.
Mm-hmm.
So they're good with it like that. We're not supposed to be out. We gotta get out of that, man. Touch you. Verse 17.
They sacrifice unto devils, not to God.
What's the word in Hebrew for the word devils? He said they sacrifice unto devils, not God.
Shedim.
Shedim.
Devils.
Devils. So we made, our forefathers made deals with devils. Because the devil like to be like God too. Yeah, God make deals. So he want to come and make a deal too. So now we don't bind it ourselves. He said they sacrifice unto devils and not God. You know how they sacrifice unto devils? Once there is no high priest, once you don't have a high priest that's consecrated, okay, to be a high priest, and we don't have a place where God chose to put his name there, like now. And anytime somebody calls themselves sacrificing, it's an automatic sacrifice and worship to devils.
Okay.
That's right.
According to what we're reading right now.
Oh,
They sacrifice unto devils, not to God.
Mm-hmm.
Why? How? How?
To gods whom they knew not.
To gods whom they knew not.
To new gods.
To new gods.
That came newly up.
New stuff. Whom your fathers
Feared not.
Your fathers didn't even bow down to these gods. And now you guys are bowing down to new gods. Neo-Babylonian, new Babylon gods. New gods that came out of Babylon. You got old gods and new gods. You got sky gods, fire gods, water gods. All of them are no gods. And the people of the world, their custom and tradition, they live by the rules of these old and new gods that man made up. So when you're sacrificing, don't be a part of no sacrifice tonight.
Uh-oh. Say it again, brother.
You are not required to sacrifice anything tonight.
Say it again.
Okay? Because we know the piece of unleavened bread is coming in.
Don't sacrifice the
Okay.
demons.
There is no angel hovering over New York City or Denver or anywhere in America or anywhere in the planet right now. Not even in Egypt.
okay.
It's not even happening again. That was a one-shot thing. That was a one-shot deal. That was something that happened. There's not going to be Israel and Egypt being enslaved again, ever again. God freed us, so that's it. He ain't going to free us to put us back. So that was a one-time thing. And that one-time thing, God told them it's done. It was for them. Yeah, but the Feast of Unleavened Bread rolls right in. You keep the Feast of Unleavened Bread, you get that leavening out your house. Don't worry about no sacrifices. Because what lamb and what goat you get and what blood you going to put. You can't do that.
You can't sacrifice over here, man.
You can't do that. You can't sacrifice nowhere. There is nowhere for any sacrifice to be done on this planet.
What people doing is,
Where is the place that God chose to place his name? It's not here no more. It's not here no more. Some shit.
sacrifices to demons.
Of the rock that begot thee, thou art unmindful, and hast forgotten God that
He
formed
said,
thee.
you are very unmindful of God. You're very unmindful. You don't even cross your mind. You don't even consider God. You just go about your life, your business, your way. You're very unmindful. And that means you don't consider God. I am unmindful. Meaning I'm unmindful of you, meaning I don't consider you. I don't pay no mind to your commandments. So I am unmindful of God. And that's what happened. Of the rock that begot you, of the creator that created you and got you where you at, you don't consider him. And you forgot that God formed you. You forgot where you come from. Don't we tell each other that, man? You forgot where you came from, man. You act like you wasn't born in the hood. You act like you was bougie all your life. You act like you had money all your life. You act like, yeah, That's what God said. You forgot the one that made you. What? Me? Oh, now you big shot, huh? Okay. I'll see you on the way down. That's what a friend told another friend. This is a true story. Friends, he said, "Well, you got your little money now. You don't know nobody." He said, "I'll see you on the way down."
I'm gonna be on my way up while you going down.
because he's going up. That guy's going to be on his way down.
I'm
gonna see you
going down.
Hey, how you doing? Okay. I'm gonna see you on your way down. And it happened.
Mm-hmm.
And these guys was like this, man. When you see one, you always see the other.
Right.
But one of them got, and he just
Like mud jet.
he started talking about the other one. Oh, man, this started getting bad. He said, "Man, it's all right. It ain't no problem. I thought we was cool." He said, "But I'm gonna see you on your way down. That means I'm coming up. You going down." It said the people have a saying. It said the same people that you experience on your way up, you got to deal with them on the way down. You don't be unmindful of the good that people do for you. You don't burn your bridges and don't burn nobody else's bridges. You burnt all your bridges. Don't come burning mine. Leave my bridge alone. Go and swim. Or go use a submarine or something. Leave my bridge. I can't let you use my bridge. I will let you use it, but you will burn mine too. You know that people could do that, right? Mm-hmm. Meaning, it will mess your resources up. Mm-hmm. People who would look out for you and do good for you will stop because of this guy.
Right.
You know that's happened so many times. I've experienced that. It happens. Time sheet.
And when the Lord saw it, he abhorred
When
it.
God see it, he hated it.
Because of the provoking of his sons and of his daughters. And he said, I will hide my face from them. I will see what their end shall be. But they are a froward generation, children in whom is no faith.
This is where we at now. God said, I will hide my face. Say, you know what? I'm going over here.
Going back in my spot.
You on your own. I'm going to go on my spot. They're not going. I'm going to hide my face. You see when they look, they're not going to find. These are the people in the world saying, I'm seeking God and still not being able to find God. God hid his face.
That's right.
God don't want you to find him.
That's right.
God wants you can find me. You can find me. I don't want you finding me. I don't want you. I don't want them. I don't want that continent finding me.
Stay where you at.
Stay where you at. Keep searching. He said, I will see what their end shall be. God know everybody end. And he said, I'm going to see what their end know. I know your end. You go ahead and keep playing big-headed with me. I know your end, boy. I know your end, woman. He said, for they are a very forward generation. Now,
children in whom is no faith.
No faith. Wow. No faith in God. No faith in man. No faith in themselves. No faith, no nothing. No, you can't trust these people. A very forward generation. Meaning they're always doing something against. Forward meaning opposite, against. Okay? To be denial of. Always got this forward spirit. I can never be, I'm saying, calm myself down and accept the way it is. I don't like the way it is because it ain't my show. And that's my pride.
That's right.
We got to shut that down.
That's right.
But other than that, I'm going to be forward. This is what makes me forward. This is what makes me do presumptuous things. Okay? Right. What I have in me. I'm a forward person. I'm against that. I'm against this. I'm the one. What are you talking about? So guess what? I'm going to be against a lot of things. That is correct by God. He said, children in whom is no faith. They're not faithful. They're not trustworthy. They can't depend on them. If you put too much on them, they're going to turn. So you got to be real easy. You got to deal with them real life. Nah, God ain't going to do that. I created you. I'm God.
That's right.
I deal easy with who I feel like dealing easy with, and that's his mercy.
Right.
Tell you.
Yeah, it moved me to jealousy with that which is not God.
Good. See, which is not God.
Right.
They have moved me to jealousy with things that are not God. things that are not godly and the things that are not God.
That's right.
We move God to jealousy. He gets jealous. What happens when a man gets jealous? Somebody died. Somebody died. When a man gets jealous, death threats go down. Somebody get hurt real bad. Okay? When a woman gets jealous, she do things too.
Out of jealousy.
Out of jealousy.
That's right.
We act out of jealousy. We have that trait in us from God. So it's best not to make a person jealous.
That's right.
It's best not to make God jealous.
That's right.
Touch you.
They have provoked me to anger with their vanities, and I will move them to jealousy with those that are not a people.
I will move them to jealousy with those that are not a people.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to make you jealous with people who are not a people, heathens. Yeah, I'm going to put you in the mix with them. When you get jealous now, you're going to get jealous of the things they get jealous of. Okay? Which are not a people. He said, and I will provoke them to anger with a foolish nation.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to put you under a foolish nation who was jealous of you because you serve God. Now I'm putting you under them. And they're going to do it to you. Because when a person is jealous of you, they hate you.
Yeah.
Okay? You're the reason why my woman laughing all the time. I'm jealous of that. Okay? And in my head, I'm wiping out you and her. Because that's how God works.
That's right.
That's his jealousy.
That's right.
That's why I say a man's jealousy, his rage, he cannot be calmed. He cannot be quenched.
Right.
He said, even a gift, he don't want no gift. You was with my wife. There's nothing you could pay me off with.
Rage.
The rage of a jealous man. Somebody gonna die.
Yeah.
See, a woman, when they get jealous, we see it every day. They fight. Yeah, they fight. They fight the other girl. They want to fight the other girl. They ain't killing the other girl. We will kill. God, man, and God kills over their jealous.
That's right.
That's because that's a manly trait. An owner's trait. A possessor's trait.
Right.
One who owns something, I'm going to get jealous over something that I own. I can't get jealous over something I don't own.
That's right.
Tom sheet.
I will provoke them to anger with a foolish nation. For fires kindled in my anger, and shall burn them to the lowest hell, and shall consume the chiefs upon them. I will spend my hours upon them. They shall be burnt with hunger and devoured with burning heat.
He said, it shall consume the earth with her increase and set on fire the foundations of the mountains. This is why we have fires in the mountains of California.
Right?
Oh, you're making it up. Even if somebody's setting it, God making them set it. By accident or on spite. With all them wildfires that be going on. We just read, he sets on fire the foundations of the mountains. Why? Because he's angered. He's angered. His anger is kindled. Why is his anger kindled? Because we made him jealous.
That's right.
So when God get jealous, he get upset. When God get upset and get mad, things tend to break, overflow, and get sparked on fire. Yeah, things tend to break. Earthquakes, overflow, tsunamis, spark, wildfires, tornadoes, whirlwinds, violent thunderstorms. All these things come from God when he is upset and he's angry. What gets him angry is your actions against him as being God. You give it to somebody else, it's going to make him jealous.
I will also send the teeth of beasts upon them.
No. The little kids, when the little kids here, you pick one up and give one kid, one of the little babies attention, the other two come in, hey man, what you doing? I want in too. I want you to pick me up too. We see that with the kids, the little ones we got in here. Yeah. No, you can't give him the spotlight too much. All right. Now I've been trying to get your attention, but now you're jealous. So now you're gonna give me that attention because I'm giving it somewhere else. My regard to everything is going somewhere else. So everybody gets jealous, from God down to kids. Time sheet.
The sword without and terror within shall destroy both the young man and the virgins. The suckling also.
He said the sword outside. Without means once you leave out your house, the sword is waiting for you. It could be a straight bullet. It run over. It could be anything. Mistaken identity. Beef. Whatever it is, it's outside waiting for you. Mm-hmm. He said, and terror within. You're in the house, and terror go down in the house. He said, these things shall destroy both the young man and the virgin, the suckling also with the man of gray hairs. You know what? Everybody's going to get it. It ain't exempt. The young going to get what the old get, and the old getting what the young get. The young are getting old people diseases. Hey, man, man, he too young to get that. That's what people say, right?
Yeah.
You too young to get that. She too young to have that. Oh, man, you too old to have that, nigga. You still get... God mixed it all up now. Yeah. Since we want to mix iniquity up, God said, okay, I'm going to mix it up on them. I'm going to take your mix and mix it up and throw it back at you. That's why I said you got to take anything that comes to you in life now. Even if you serve God and his commandments, more so, you're going to feel it more. You're going to get put through the iron ringer. You're going to get through it. And everybody's iron ringer is different. What you get put through, my test and your test, if both of what we get in the test, it's not going to be the same. That's right. See, back then we were on the same page, so we all got the same test. In the matter of the manner, God told everybody a certain amount, right or wrong. That's right. That's right. That was for everybody. See, everybody was on the same page. That's right. Today, my sacrifice and your sacrifice is two different things. But to God, it counts. Because you can only sacrifice what you had. Me and you had two different things. So I'm sacrificing what I can. You're able to sacrifice more. But God don't look at that and say, hey, well, he sacrificed more, so he's more righteous than him. You don't do that. You look at the individual and say, look how he humbled himself. Look what he sacrificed. Look what he gave up. You don't compare. We compare. That's right. I'm higher, you're lower. You're more, you're this, we're right. God don't do that. Yeah. When you give up what you have, you give up the calf of your lips, and you sacrifice things that you like. And you tell God, I'm not going to do this no more. And look, it's not against the law, but I liked it. But I'm going to stop it to show you. I need your attention. I got to get your attention. So I'm going to give up certain things that I like to get your attention. Yeah. That's how it goes, man. That's right. That's when you get his attention. So, whoa. Okay. You ain't make up no regular vow everybody else making. You vowed to stop doing that. And I never told you had to stop. But you said you gonna stop to show me, oh man, his eyes is on you. That's the ultimate. Stop doing what you like. That's not against God's law. Give that up. You ain't got nothing else to give up now. After that, you don't give up what you can, but you still got to keep giving up. So you give up what you like now. And God know you like it. Whatever it is. That's right. God know you like it. That's right. So I said, you know what? I don't have nothing. I ain't got riches. I don't have nothing. I'm already praying with the cats in my lips. This is not enough. I got to give up something that I like that's not against God's law. That's right. So I get his attention so I can get boosted. I need to get boosted. That's what I told myself. I got to give up stuff that I like. Yeah. I already gave up stuff that God don't like. I'm trying my best to stay away from that. Now I got to give up stuff that I like. That's what we got to do. And you boosted me, Chief. Yeah, that's the ultimate booster, man. That's the ultimate booster, man. Get to that point. Because I can't be this person when I die. Yeah. I'm not going to be this person. And these are the things that I have to do to be the person God wants me to be. Okay? Time sheet.
I said, I will scatter them into corners.
Who will scatter them?
I said, I will scatter them into corners.
The corners of the earth. The earth got corners, so I don't know about it being round. That's what we see. That's how we're being shown. The earth got foundations. It sits on something. But when they show us the earth, we don't see nothing. We just see the planet, right or wrong. But the planet sits on something because they talk about the foundations of the earth. The glory of God reaches all up in there. Okay, Tom Sheep.
I will make the remembrance of them to cease from among men.
I would make these guys, that's why when they say Israelite, it's an Israelite. You got to say black Jew. You got to mention Moses, the Ten Commandments. Nobody's being an Israelite today. The closest is a black Jew. And that's far away from being an Israelite. A black Jew is a watered down white Jew. Because they still deal with Judaism. Y'all know what Judaism is? It's the religion of the Jewish people. Okay?
Yeah, mixture.
Okay, so it's a mixture.
Yeah.
Hebrewism, Catholicism,
Zoroaster.
and Zoroastrianism. Zoros. A man named Zoros in Persia, lived in the mountains. He came up with this idea of Zoroastrianism. Indians, you see the Indians, the Dalai Lama and all that stuff? That comes from Zoroastrianism. Okay? All these things were put together. Hebrewism, Zoroastrianism, which is the way of ancient Persians, and Catholicism, which is the Catholic Church, the top order of the church.
Right.
This was all put together, and this is where they come up with Judaism. Judaism and the Torah are two different things.
That's right.
Judaism takes things from the Torah and tweaks it, turn it around, flip it upside down, and now you got Judaism. Okay? A lot of Israelites are caught up in Judaism.
Right.
Know why? Because you're not sticking to the Torah.
That's right.
The first 5.
That's right.
Okay? You really, and now, if you stick it to it, that means you're living the first 5. If you live in the first 5, you will be grounded.
That's
you will be established. Nothing else you read or hear will make you change your mind.
That's right.
That's what we mean by staying grounded. Because you're going to hear things. You're going to hear things. You're going to see things. But it's not going to make you waver.
That's right.
To your belief that you are established in God. It's not going to make you waver. You're not going to say, well, man, maybe. No, it's no maybe. You're going to hear it and be like, man, that's garbage. It don't go like that. You're not going to pay that mind. All those books, all these books beside the Torah, be careful. Be careful. You don't need those books.
That's right.
We like to go outside of the Torah, outside of the Old Testament. Okay?
That's right.
And try to link stuff up in there. You got to leave that alone. Leave that alone. Certain people shouldn't even be reading the Apocrypha. Only teachers. That's a teacher's manual. You will get lost. You won't understand. First of all, you got to understand the mindset of God first.
That's right.
Second, you got to know the history.
That's right.
You got to know when these chapters and books was written, what era of the planet we were in when these things were going on. All of this didn't happen at one time.
That's right.
Different eras. Certain things didn't exist in this era. It came about in Samuel time, or it came about later after David time. Y'all understand? So that's why we say certain things stay in the first 5. Baba said he stayed in the first 5 for years, right or wrong. And right? And his teacher, when his teacher died, that was still standing. He said, after my teacher died, he said, I still stayed in the first 5. For years after that. He said, I stuck to what my teacher taught me. He said, I didn't tell myself I was ready until God told me I was ready. That's what my father said. And he stuck by sticking to what his teacher taught him. He was able to teach the law correctly. He was able to see it correctly. But what God meant and what God means when he read it. He was able to see that. Time sheet.
Were it not that I feared the wrath of the enemies, lest their adversaries should have themselves strangely, unless they should say, our hands is high, and the Lord had not done all this. For they are a nation void of counsel. Neither is there any understanding in them.
He said, look, man, like I told y'all earlier, what they told him, he said, look, we're not going through this because of who you are and your greatness. We're going through this, and God allowing this because of our we messed up. This is our punishment, and this is our correction by allowing you to do this to us. It's okay? But look, you're going to get it too, and you're going to get it worse, because at least I serve God, and I accept the correction. But your correction going to come different. So lest their adversaries should behave themselves strangely, lest they should say, our hand is high, and the Lord had not done this. You don't want them to say that. Time sheet.
Oh, that they were wise, that they understood this, and they would consider their latter end.
He said, if they, you know what make you wise? When you consider your latter end. That's when you start to become wise. Because now you got the thoughts, you got wisdom coming to you, talking to you about your end. When that happens, automatically, you're going to start getting ready and preparing yourself for your end. That's wisdom. He said, oh, that they were wise. Okay? That they understood this. That they understood this thing called Israel, the Lord, this whole thing with the commandments. That they understand what's going on. Most people today are sitting in these seats and they don't understand what's going on. They're just sitting here. Time sheet.
How should one chase 1,000 and two put 10,000 to flight?
How can one person chase 1,000 persons? Where you get what? How there's only one situation where that can happen. Time sheet.
Except their rock has sold them, and the Lord has shut them up.
He said that's the only way. He said, and two put 10,000 to flight, except that their rock has sold them, and the Lord has shut them up. That's the only way. God is with us, so I'm able to chase 1,000 men because God is with me. 1,000 men gonna look and say, look. They're gonna see something I don't see. Yup. God gonna show them something, and it's gonna make them scared to come and touch me, even though it's just me by myself. When I go like this, everybody gonna jump. That's what God. That's God doing that. You ever seen a thing where somebody's popping junk? And people are looking behind me. Somebody bigger than me is behind me, but I don't know he's behind me. My bodyguard is behind me, and he's like this. But I don't know. I think these guys are scared of me. And then when I turn around and look, it's the bodyguard. That's God. That's God with your enemies. Your enemies, they outnumber you, but still they scared of you. They still fear you. That's God that do that. Your enemies got all the weapons, all the utensils, all the power, but they still scared of you. That's God that does that. So how should one chase 1,000, two put 10,000 to flight, except their rock has sold them out, and the Lord has shut them up? Touch you.
For their rock is not as our rock, even our enemies themselves being judged.
He said, our rock, he said, but their rock is not as our rock. What they call on and who they call on as God is not who we call on. Their God is not our God. Their God does not live. God, our God, is the living God, the only living God. He said, even our enemies themselves being judges. Yeah, tongue sheep.
For their vine is of the vine of Sodom and of the field of Gomorrah.
Their background is of Sodom and Gomorrah. That's what that means. their background, all these nations' background, or of the mindset of Sodom and Gomorrah. Comes you.
Their grapes are grapes of gall,
Uh-huh.
their clusters are bitter.
Uh-huh.
Their wine is poison of dragons and the
Uh-huh.
cruel venom of asps. Is not this laid up in the store with me and sealed up among my treasures? To me belong vengeance and recompense. Their foot shall slide in due
God
time.
said to me belong, he said to me belong vengeance and recompense. Recompense means to pay back. He said, don't worry about them. That's why he said, don't hate the Egyptian. I know what he did to you, but don't hate him. I paid him back.
Mm-hmm.
You're not in a position to do that, because for you to pay them back, you got to get filthy like them. And I don't want you to get that way. He said, but don't hate the Egyptians. You can't follow them. He said, because they were still your neighbors.
That's right.
He said, you can't abhor them. You lived in their land, in their house. You was their servant. There was a time you was under them. There was a time when you was hungry, that's who you went to. But when it comes to payback, I got that. That's what God said. He said, to me belongeth vengeance and recompense. Their foot shall slide in due time. You know what happened when your foot slide? When you sin. That's what happens. When your foot slide and you wind up dashing your toe against a stone. That's how it happens. That's presumptuous. See, your foot, God will make their foot slide, and in time you're gonna start doing presumptuous things. That's how he get rid of you. And that's what he did to them. That's what he did to the world. Thompson. He said, the things that shall come upon them, make haste.
For the day of their calamity is at hand, and the things shall come upon them, make haste. For the Lord shall judge his people and repent himself for his servants.
He said, the Lord shall judge his people. Nobody else going to judge us. God going to judge us. Just like he judged Egypt.
That's right.
Just like he judged Canaan. Yeah, he judged Canaan to destruction, but we didn't destroy them. God used us to get rid of them. What we did, we became friends with the enemy.
Yeah. Come on, son.
We were sleeping with the enemy. And when you sleep with the enemy, you wind up doing things that the enemies do. Now you pick the side. And that's what happened. God said, I don't want you dealing with these people. I don't even want you marrying your sons into them. He said, get rid of them. He said, I already sentenced them and judged them. He said, so now God said, look, I'm going to judge my people. You know when he judged Israel? When we got taken out of the land. Anytime Israel got snatched up out the land, and that was 3 times that happened. 3 major times. Okay? The first time was with the children of Israel in the northern kingdom. Hoshea was the last king. God allowed the Assyrians to come and take the whole 10 tribes out. The only tribe that was left was Judah. And some of Benjamin and the Levites. The whole nation got taken into Europe by the Assyrian Empire. They never came back. That was the first time that God judged the people. The second time was the Babylonian captivity. We went into Babylon and Persia for 70 years. God brought them back though. And then the third time is in 70 AD. Okay, when the Romans sent General Titus to ransack Jerusalem. Okay, when he ransacked Jerusalem, everything that he took out the temple, General Titus took this stuff to a city that we call the Vatican City today. And that's where all the things, all the utensils, all of God's utensils that was in the temple, that's where it's at now. And it's been there ever since. So we got judged too. Israel got judged when you get to destruction and when you get kicked out, not to come back. That means God judged them. God judged Egypt. Egypt never been the same. Never been the same. Never. They had a couple of pharaohs after that, but they weren't prominent at their peak. They weren't at their. It was at their peak when we were under their subjection. Right. Touch you.
Where are their gods, their rock in whom they trusted, which did eat the fat of their sacrifices? And
All right,
drank
Israel, where are those gods that y'all bowed down to? Where are the gods that you turned on the Most High for? Tell she.
which did eat of the fat of their sacrifices and
Uh-huh.
drank the wine of their drink offering. Let them rise up and help you, and be your
God
protection.
said, look, man, don't come crying to me now. Right now, look, it's too late to cry to me. Go and cry out to your gods that you was crying out to. All the stuff that you brought them, that you were supposed to bring to me, but giving me my glory and praise, you gave to another. So why don't you go to that God that you praised and sacrificed to, and go and cry to them and get help from them? Why are you coming to me now? Why are you coming to me now? You don't push me to the side. Okay? And look, we do the same thing with each other. Yeah. Where? I feel away now because of your behavior with me. Don't come calling me now. Don't ask for my help now. And you treated me this way. That's what God's saying.
God said.
You treated me this way, and now you want to come ask for my help?
Mm-hmm. Yep. And his brothers.
Come on.
Treated him like
You treated me like an outcast. Now you see I'm that guy.
Come deliver us.
And now you want me to come deliver you. But that's us. That's how we are. You know that, right?
Mm-hmm.
We'll turn on you when we don't need you.
Said,
But when we need you, we love you.
He said, didn't you call my mom's a
strange woman, a whore?
Yeah.
You called my mom's a whore.
You
said I'm not worthy to be in this covenant with you and get what my father left. But I don't get none of that. Yo, you know what that feel?
So words
that all of you guys get what I'll be left. I'll be left this for all of us. I got nothing. You got. Now y'all want to come help me? Get out of here, man.
So words will do what? Separate. Just by you being offensive with your words.
What you're telling me is I don't get none? Okay, go on.
That's what you say, man.
That's my father too. That's my mother too. You can't exclude me because of how you feel about me.
Facts.
That's hatred, man.
Hate.
We hate each other, man.
That's right.
Tough shit.
That's right.
Tough shit.
See now that even I am he, and there is no God.
Whoa. Hold up. It's giving me goosebumps. This is the Most High talking. He said, see now, right now, that I, he said, even I am he. I'm that one. You see how people be saying, I am him?
No, don't say that.
Don't say that.
Don't say that.
God is him.
Right.
God is the one. He said, I am that I am. Don't say what heathens be saying. Right. Everything that the heathens say is not correct.
Right.
Because I hear them saying it in their songs. I'm hearing women saying, I am him. You're a woman, how are you a him? But you know, they switch the pronouns out. I'm her. No, man. Only God is that one. He said, see now that even I am he. That's right. And there is no God with me. He said, there was nobody with me. Me alone. That's right. You can't couple me with nobody. Right. So why are you going after all these things and coupling it up with me? That's right. The good Christians say, yes, the Most High God. Yes, we do acknowledge the Most High God. They go, but Jakey, I don't want to hear about this cross and Jakey. I don't want to hear about that. You see, but once somebody agrees and say, yeah, but watch out for it because they don't agree. Right. They agree on 80%. The other 20%, they're not agreeing. Yeah, but Jakey, no. Jakey does not exist. Right. What they've been teaching you is a bunch of junk. I'm sorry to bust your world and blow your bubble. Right. I'm sorry. Look, most Israelites going to run from you guys because y'all don't believe in the cross. Israelites don't believe in the cross. Israelites have nothing to do with that. According to these commandments, we don't have nothing to do with that. But like I told y'all over a year ago, most Israelites on the planet is with Christianity. It's mixed. Okay? Israelites are mixed with Christianity. They're mixed with, what you call this again? Masons, Masonics, the Masonic order. Some are mixed with Judaism. The Israelites are mixed with everything. And they do more of the outside than what's in the Torah. You're only going by the name, Israel. But the doings is that of a Jewish person. The doings is that of a Christian person. The doings is that of a 5%er. The doings is that of a Muslim. Of everybody that's not Israel. Those are your doings. Because we follow too much. Do y'all understand that? Y'all are following. That's why when we read the law, certain things blow your mind and you can't, I can't fathom that. Because you are engulfed in the heathenism. And Israelite is engulfed. They have you got heathenism and you got Israelite heathenism. Yeah. Because the heathen got a new year, Israelites got a new year. Yeah. Heathens got birthdays, Israelites got birthdays. Might as well celebrate Christmas too. Celebrate 4th of July. Celebrate all the rest of them because they're all the same. All those holidays are linked. But once you follow one of them, you might as well follow all. We all agree that the astronomical astrology and all that stuff is not good, right? We all say that that's wicked, right? And y'all know that's where birthdays come from? The origin of birthdays, that's where it come from. You can't have your birthday unless it's under the sign. The birthday comes from the signs. The astronomical signs. Astrology, stargazing, Chaldea, Babylon, stargazers, telescopes, ancient worship of the stars, sun, and the moon. It's where these days come from. It's where the symbols come from. It's where your clothing comes from. It's where everything that you do comes from.
That's right.
And you can debate it, you can disassemble, you can feel a way about it all you want. But the proof is right there. We like to follow people. We're monkeys. Monkey see, monkey do. You're not no gorilla. You ain't no gorilla. You're not beating your chest. You're not King Kong. You're not standing up on your own. You're a monkey. You see everybody. Well, monkeys are the dumbest of the simian family. The simian means the ape family. You got baboons, you got all different types of apes. The monkey is the dumbest one. He plays with his species. Yeah, you're not gonna see a silverback gorilla doing that. Yeah, you go like this, he start doing he. You do that to the gorilla, he gonna look at you like you want to take your head off. That's why the prince, which is our leader, the one that started this Israelite thing,
Nasi
Yaakov. Okay, he called when he was mad at the men, he called them monkeys. And another thing, he didn't like using the word Nigga or ER.
Yeah.
So we have to stop using that word. It's derogatory. We are above that. I'm not no nigga. Are you?
A white person call you that, they get mad.
You get mad.
Yeah.
But we call each other that. We got to get out that zone. And we use that so much. At least not today. At least not today. This practice made perfect. Okay? So he never called them niggers. He called them monkeys. That was the word he used to use. He said, you monkeys. He said, monkey see, monkey do. Time sheet.
For the Lord shall judge his people and repent himself of his servants. Verse 36.
36,
For the Lord shall judge his people and repent himself of his servants. When he seeth that their Lord shall judge his people. When he seeth that their power is gone, and there is none shut up or left.
He said, for the Lord shall judge his people and repent himself for his servants.
When he seeth
that their power is gone,
there is none
shut up or left. This is what make God have mercy on us. Even when he's judging us, and he repents himself for his servants. After a while, he said, all right, man, that's enough. Right or wrong? That's enough. One man cried out and said, it's too much for me. And he eased it up. King. We gotta be like that with each other. Now, you know what? Oh, I'm being a blowhard right now. Blowing too much hair, hot air on the brother neck.
Let me suck it in.
Let me cool it off. Let me cool his shoulder off a little. Do you want somebody heating your shoulder up constantly all the time? Nobody wants that. I'm just saying, don't stop. Let's stop doing what you don't like to yourself. That's all, man. That's what God got in his commandments of Leviticus 19. It's in there.
That's right.
That's a command.
That's right.
But that's the first command we go against.
That's right.
Because I made myself God.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, God is God, but that's as far as it goes.
Mm-hmm.
When it comes to that mindset I'm supposed to have, I don't have that. Yeah, but he did that. Okay, so you didn't have to do it. I said, you know what? Both of y'all is foul. You put two foul, wicked people in the room. And all you're going to see is this. That's all you're going to see. Nobody, I told somebody this yesterday. I said, man, you're not going to take accountability for nothing. You don't see that you were wrong in this matter?
Okay.
You don't see where you could have put water on it?
Okay.
You could have put water on. All right, he was wrong. But you could have put water on it.
Okay.
Did you have to put fire on it?
Okay.
Because when you put fire on it, you burn him and then you burn yourself.
Mm-hmm.
We don't listen to this because we get distracted by how I feel. Tell me.
And he shall say, well, their gods,
Uh-huh.
their rock in whom they trusted, which did eat the fat of their sacrifices and drank the wine of their drink offerings. Let them rise up and help you
and be
and
your
be your
protection.
protection.
Uh-huh.
See, now
See, that was
I,
our protection. God was our protection. Not no trinket. Okay?
That's right.
Not no a piece of paper with some writings on it
Mm-hmm.
that you put on the wall and it's sacred. This is sacred. No, it wasn't nothing like that.
Mm-hmm.
It wasn't nothing like that. Okay? I don't have, what they call that? Rabbit's foots. Shoe. Rabbit's foots and horseshoes. Corn above the threshold. People had corn. Yeah. People put things over their door. This is why God told us what to put on our doorposts. This ain't got nothing to do with love. This is acknowledgement of who God is.
Mm-hmm.
And that the house that this is on, and the room you enter in and coming out of, is under the banner of God. And it's a reminder of where you at. Because when you came into the land back then, there were two of these. This one was on a mountain. The other one was on a mountain. That was the two doorposts for the land. That was the door for the land. So it's a small version now. We do this. But you had people who put other things on their doorposts. We don't put nothing else for what God prescribed.
That's right.
When you put anything else there, you serve another God.
That's right.
And you asking for that to be your protection.
Mm-hmm.
Our protection was the Most High, not an artifact, not a symbol, not a meditation or a prayer. Thomas,
and he shall say,
verse 39. See now
that I, even I am he, and there is no God with me. I kill and I make alive. I wound and I heal. Neither is there any that can deliver out of my hand.
Nobody can save you from God. Nobody, no one, no situation, nothing in existence or non-existence can come between whatever God wants.
Right.
Okay? That's why there is neither is there any that can deliver out of my hand. He said nobody could deliver unless I allow it. Unless I put it in his head to do it.
That's right.
He said, I am I, and there is no God with me. You see, he keep telling us that.
Mm-hmm.
He said, there was no strange God with me. It's just the third time he said it.
Mm-hmm.
He said, well, y'all acting like I introduced y'all to somebody else. Y'all acting like I came with a crew.
Mm-hmm.
I came by myself because I was always only one. It can only be one God.
Yeah.
But the word G-O-D, it only fits for one. There can't be gods.
That's right.
Okay?
Right.
So he said, look, I kill and I make alive. I'm the one that runs that decision. I have the ultimate decision on who lives and who dies.
Right.
He said, I wound and I heal.
That's right.
I break you up and I will heal what I broke.
That's right.
Mm-hmm.
I will heal you to the point where it will look like you was never broke. I will break you to a point where you're supposed to be dead, but I will maintain you to be alive. That's God.
Right.
His will is done. It just happens.
Yeah.
He runs this real reality.
Right.
This reality is his.
For sure.
He makes it all. But the word existence comes from God.
Yes.
To exist comes from God.
Yes.
Y'all don't even know y'all about maker.
Mm.
Y'all don't know how enigmatic and powerful he is.
Yes.
He's more powerful than powerful. And all he got to do is just will something, and he goes down. Everything starts moving according to his will. You move, the ground move, air moves. Air will move, and there won't be nothing here.
Right.
God can command the air move. This would be a pocket where there's no air in here,
Yeah.
a void, and it happens. The molecules, everything start moving. So don't tell me about atoms. Atoms and all that goes under the command of God.
Right.
Nucleuses, protons, neutrons, all these things exist, yes, but they go under the commandment of God. Time sheet.
If I wet my glittering sword, and my hand take hold of judgment,
See, this is God talking.
I will render.
He got a sword. He got a sword that glitters.
Okay.
He got a sword that glitters. And it's not sunlight that's hitting it. You don't tell him what's making that sword glitter. It's God himself. He makes that sword glitter. It's a different sword. The sword with something else in it. It'll cut you and won't have to touch you. Okay? He said, I will wet my glittering sword, and my hand take hold on judgment. He said, if I take this sword I got in my hand and come down and start cutting, Tom sheet.
I will render vengeance to mine enemies, and will reward them that hate.
He said, everybody gonna get it. Everybody gonna get their just due. He said, because if I do that, there ain't gonna be no mercy. And that's why he don't do that. That's why he don't do that. And he can easily come down here and say, you know what? I'm gonna exact a judgment on everybody right now. As it is, as his fate. There will be no mercy. Everything dies. He said, I will render vengeance to mine enemies. Everybody's gonna be his enemy. He said, and will reward them that hate me. Reward. You get a reward for the wicked, there's a reward for the righteous. Reward doesn't mean it's always a good thing. See, we hear reward and say, hey, well, it's a reward for them. That reward you to, ice cream. It's not ice cream. It's not good.
That's called a recompense.
It's recompense for all the stuff you gave up. Now, but you're getting it back one time. You ain't getting it piece by piece. You're getting it back one time. And that's why I said, think about your head, man. He said, I'm going to cut it. And that's what's going to happen if God comes down with his sword and starts cutting. Okay? He said, I will make mine arrows drunk with blood. You got arrows. He said, I will make them drunk with blood. You know what that means? I'll be hitting people up, man. If I hit you with my arrow, I have made my arrow drunk with your blood. That's lethal, man. He said, I will make mine arrows drunk with blood, and my sword shall devour flesh, and that with the blood of the slain and of the captives from the beginning of revenges upon the enemy. Meaning you are going to pay for everything your line, your father's, you're going to be paying for everything from the beginning. He will exact each and every sin, each and every iniquity, each and every violation, if he wet his glittering sword. Just to show you that that's why we need to be in a guilty conscience. Right. This is why we need to stay guilty with God. I'm always wrong. That sin I did, I'm going to act like I just did it. Yeah. Even though it's gone, and I don't know if God forgave me.
Right.
Because God forgive you and say, man, all right, I forgive you. But God forgive you. You good. No, you're good. But you're not getting that. And David got it, and he still kept a guilty conscience.
That's right. Yeah.
David was told that his sin was erased. Has anybody in here been told by a man of God, message from God, thus said the Lord? He said, but your sin got erased. That what you just did, God said it is erased. Has anybody been told that, man? No. Wow. God said, your sin, you know what that man did. We know what he did. Right. He did two things:
Okay.
murder and adultery. God said, "But you know what, though? I erased it." That's why, yo, you could look at a person and say, "Man, I know what your ain't gonna be like," but you really don't.
It's true.
That's why it's upon you to think of your end, so you can be a better person before God.
Right.
Because personally, God knows everybody's ignorant.
Right.
It's right.
It's a fact.
But His mercy is so great, He gives people passes. But you don't know if you're going to get one.
Right.
So you need to be
Right.
Stop misbehaving.
Don't look for the pass.
Right.
And say, hey, maybe I can. Don't look, I'm banking on His mercy. Try not to do that.
Mhm.
That's not the mindset we're supposed to have. All right?
Mm-hmm.
Tongue sheet.
I will make my arrows drunk with blood, and my sword shall devour flesh, and that with the blood of the slain and of the captives from the beginning of revenge. Revenge is upon the enemy.
Mhm.
Rejoice, O you nation, with his people. For he will avenge the blood of his servants, and will render vengeance to his adversaries, and will be merciful unto his land and to his people. Moses came and spake all the words of this song.
Now, from verse 1 all the way to verse 44. That was a song.
Mhm.
Okay? God told Moses this song. Now listen to what happened now. Verse 44.
And Moses came and spake all the words of this song in the ears of the people, he and Hoshea the son of Nun. And Moses made an end of speaking all these words to all Israel. And he said unto him, set your hearts unto all the words which I testify among you.
Set your hearts to this song, to the words of this song. The same way you set your heart to the drill music. The same way you set your heart to the slow jams. The same way you say we listen to the songs and they having us emotional.
Yeah.
The songs be having us emotional, man. Maybe dude be feeling like he in love and he ain't even got a woman.
Okay.
He ain't in love. But the love song, you singing that love song, you feel like you in love. God says, set your mind on that song
Mhm.
so you can get your feelings
Coco
involved.
Jones. I said Coco Jones.
Yeah, some people, man, say, man, don't play that song. That song made me cry.
Word.
This song, Deuteronomy 32, it says, set your hearts into all the words which I testify among you this day, which ye shall command your children to observe to do all the words of this law.
Right.
So that means we got to know this song.
Yeah.
Same way we know all the other songs that we love to sing.
Mm-hmm.
See, and that's the problem. We're set otherwise. We're not set for God. A lot of things we still have that has to be reset for God. Because we've been set all our lives not knowing that this is not the right thing. This is why our minds is like this. This is why my mind is like this. And I look back and said, man, well, you know what? We say things like, I wish I knew
I know now.
then what I know now.
That's right.
But God made sure you still knew. You still know.
Yeah. Yeah.
He made sure you still know. So you can reflect now and say, well, you know, Baruch Hashem, I know now.
That's right.
So I'm going to make up for that time I
That's
didn't know.
right.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I got to make up for the time I didn't know.
That's right.
Right.
Or I wasn't aware. That's what I said. When the ignorance law, it's okay. He's not in violation. But when you find out that you violated, but you didn't know, you didn't do it presumptuously. But now you find out that was a violation. Now you find out all my life until I met God, I've been eating unclean. I've been doing this. I've been doing that. I've been doing this. And even in here, you're here, but you didn't know about one law. You find out, oh, wow, that's a mistake.
Knowledge. Yeah.
When you didn't know
That's right.
Right.
about this law being a violation,
Mhm.
that's ERR. That's a mistake.
Mhm.
We are presumptuous people.
Yeah.
Most of those laws, you know.
That's right.
You do what you want to do.
That's right.
And that's presumptuous.
That's right.
Exactly.
Okay? So that's a big difference.
That's right.
Okay? Big difference.
That's right.
God gonna deal with you different.
That's right.
All right? He said, set your hearts into all the words which I testify among you this day, which ye shall command your children. which ye shall command your children. But the children don't like commandments. Last week, said nobody likes being told thou shalt and thou shalt not no more. Nobody likes being told what to do no more. The generation is more perverse and crooked than ever. That's why. The children, there was a generation where the children in Israel obeyed their parents. The children today in Israel do not obey their parents.
At all.
I hear things.
That's right.
I hear things. And Eli said, I hear say. That's what Eli told his sons. I keep my ear. I may not be around Israel, but I keep my ears. And I hear things. And I hear that this generation does not honor their mother and their father.
That's right.
You rise up against, you puff and you push your chest out. Well, you know what you're doing?
That's right. Talk about it.
You got kids? They're gonna turn on you. They're gonna turn on you. God they're gonna turn on you. Look, God ain't gonna let nothing happen to them.
Right.
The same way God said, since you want to go and be another's wife, you don't want to be my wife. You want to be that? You want to be over here? And guess what? Your woman is gonna commit adultery on you.
Gonna be in every man's face.
Your daughter-in-law gonna commit adultery on you. So I'm gonna make your wife and your son's wife turn on y'all because y'all turn on me.
It was written.
That's what God said.
It was written.
That's what God said. So a lot of times, and that's why you got to put her to death. No. You supposed to die first. You committed. She committed adultery. That's sin worthy of. But you ain't commit nothing worthy of death against these commandments. Oh, think about it. Think about it. A lot of these commandments, the judgment is death. Mm-hmm. We've all committed one or two or more. So we all owe. You will never be complete with God until you leave here in your faithfulness. You leave here in your faithfulness to God. When you leave, when you get on the other side, you're complete. But you're not going to be complete. You're not going to be complete.
Talk about it, bro.
Trust you.
But it's not a vain thing for you, because it's your life.
This is not a vain thing. This is the way of life. It is not. It shouldn't be troublesome to you. That's why I said, say not. The word of God is a burden.
Okay.
He said, don't say that.
Okay.
The prophet said, don't ever say that. Don't feel that way. Don't feel like you're serving God is too stressful for me. Don't you ever. You out of here. No. When you start thinking like that, you're already out of here.
That's right.
We gotta do this every week, every Saturday. You're
Uh-huh.
out of here. Don't worry, you ain't got to do it every Saturday.
When
you start feeling that way, don't say that this is a good. I've known a lot of people. I've known men and women, okay, elders that said they got tired.
A lot of them feel it's a burden,
And it
bro.
was a burden, and this is a strain on me. This is messing my life up.
Yeah.
This is in the way.
Yeah.
So guess what? God gonna remove you.
Uh-oh.
So God won't be in your way.
Uh-oh.
No. I don't want to be in your way, brother. You going right ahead.
Right.
He said, I'll wait for you at the end.
Yeah.
Time sheet. Well, it's not a vain thing for you because it is your life. In other words, you don't like what you're hearing, but this is for you. This is the thing that I tell children now when they got an attitude. You know, when you see parents together and I see they got an attitude, I say, yo, man, stop being mad at what your mother just told you, man.
That's right.
Stop it. I said, no. I said, no. I don't want to hear that, man.
That's right.
That's it, man.
That's right.
Why are you? I said, how old are you?
Okay.
I said, listen.
No.
I said, wait a minute.
70, 80.
No.
Anything got nothing to do with it.
No. I was talking to a child. That's why I asked him that. I was talking to a child.
Okay.
I said, how old are you? He said, oh, I'm this, I'm that. I said, if I did that, what you did to your mother, and I'm 53.
Yeah.
See?
Yeah.
So it don't matter the age.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
He looked at me. I said, "Yeah, my mother would have smacked fire out of me,
That's a fact.
and I wouldn't have been, and I wouldn't have looked like you. I'd have been like,
That's
sorry.
a fact.
I would have cried. I wouldn't have been. My face wouldn't have looked like your face.
That's a
And
fact.
I'm old enough to be your grandfather.
Okay.
That's a fact.
So where's this haughtiness coming from?
That's a fact. Talk about it.
Where is it coming from? It said there is a generation that is what?
Okay.
Crooked and perverse.
Today.
That's today.
That's today.
They don't like the old. They don't like counsel from the old.
Old head get back.
They don't even like their favorite rapper. They don't want to see a video of their favorite rapper back in the day. It's like, oh, wow. I didn't know he existed. But you think everything started when you were born? And that's the young today. Israelites too. They all have that same mindset. And you know where they get it from? Social media.
That's it.
Not media. Media.
Media.
Media. Everybody.
Nigga.
It's media. I get everybody. You gotta watch it. It's a mind. I've been talking about it for a while. Yo, it's a mindset on that social media.
That's why my wife ain't on there.
Okay? It's a mindset on there. Okay? People go on there to let you, whoever I am, you gonna know who I am on social media.
That's a fact.
You gonna know how I get down. My innermost secrets, guess where it goes on? It goes on the little box that says, what is on your mind today? Facebook.
What's on your mind?
I'm mad. Facebook. I hate you. Facebook. I got a problem with you, but I don't want to say it's you. Facebook. I throw subs. Facebook. I want to troll. And I'm just Facebook, Snap, with all these things. It got us now being wicked in the digital world. Watch yourself, man.
That's right.
Fact.
Because it's
right.
not helping you.
That's a fact.
You're not using it to help you. It's supposed to be used as a tool. This is supposed to be me being able to keep in contact with people, business purposes and family that live far away.
That's a fact.
Networking. But then I'm going up there, personal stuff. I'm going on your comments saying things. I don't like what you said on your post, so I go in your comments. So stay off my posts. No, you don't like what we saying, don't go in our chat. You understand? But it's a thing called trolling.
We just talking about troll.
I won't bother you in person, but I will bother the mess out of you online.
Yeah.
What I won't dare do to your face, I do online. And Israelites has fallen into that.
Yep.
We have fallen into that.
Yep, 100%.
Israelites are trolling each other. We're talking about the Lord and this guy trolling. Think about it, man. Y'all are more heathens than you think you are.
Yes,
That's a
yes.
fact, brother.
That is so true.
That's a fact, brother.
And the Lord spake unto Moses that self-same day, saying, Get thee up into the mountain of Abiram unto Mount Nebo, which is in the land of Moab, and that is over against Jericho. And behold, the land of Canaan.
Look, the last he about to tell Moses, we about to end this now. He about to tell Moses about to die now. You're about to go in the mountains and die. So the last thing that God told him to do before that was to teach us this song. So everybody needs to individually learn this song. Yeah. It will boost you and remember, and it's a reminder. It's like a zitzy in your mind. The Deuteronomy 32. It's going to remind you that God did not come with no strange God with him, and that you owe.
And die in the mount, whither thou goest up, and be gathered unto thy people, as Aaron thy brother died in the mount Hor.
Okay, you can stop right there. You can stop right there. He said, "Be gathered unto your people." As who?
As your people.
No. He said as Aaron.
As Aaron.
Aaron went up before him, right? Aaron dead now, but Aaron is with his people. Right. Moses is about to die, and he about to go and be with his people. Right. Where Aaron at? Yeah. Shalom alaikum.
Shalom alaikum.
Yeah. Give me that call. Yes, he did.
First of all, I'd like to give all honor and praise to the God of Abraham, the God of Isaac, the God of Jacob, the great, mighty, revered God, the Most High God, who bestows loving kindness, possesses all things, who remembers the pious deeds of the patriarchs, the Most High, slow of anger, great in kindness, forgiving iniquity and transgressions, but who by no means clear the guilty, visiting iniquities of fathers upon the children to the third and fourth generation. The Most High, his work is perfect, for all his ways of justice, a God of faithfulness and without iniquity, just and right is he. You may be seated. Giving due respect and honor to a head in Israel, my father, Chief Eleazar, to the chief men, princes, brothers and sisters, I say unto you in the tongue of my forefathers, Shabbat Shalom.
Shabbat Shalom to God.
We really got to start considering ourselves and watching ourselves. We really got to start watching and being careful with ourselves. Every day of our lives, God puts certain situations before you to prove how much godliness you have in
Let me
you.
see where you at now.
Where you at as far as godliness and righteousness. Then he put another situation before you to see how you're going to deal with this situation according to what God said, according to how we read. Then he put another situation before you and said, are you going to remember the laws and the commandments of your father and your mother? Then he put another situation before you. Remember, that was your father's friend. Remember, that was your father's man. Remember, your father pulled out 2 guns for this person, or for that one. Remember, this is your mom's friends. These are things that when we go on in life, we must remember. Because God is going to put these things before your face to see and to prove you and to try you.
A friend of my father's a friend of mine.
That's right.
To see if you're going to remember God and eradicate your emotions and your feelings. This is our problem. I said, this is our problem today.
Big problem.
Ezra was a godly man.
Sorry.
I said, that man, Ezra, was a godly man.
Yes, he was.
He was so godly that God saw fit to pull him and separate him from the land of the living.
From his own family.
Ezra separated himself from his own family
And the worldly thing.
and from the worldly things to seek after the laws and the commandments of God. It says, for in truth there is no man among them that be born, but he dealt wickedly. And among the faithful, there is none that had done amiss. Wait a minute. Now we're going to learn what are the ways of a faithful man.
Never done a miss.
Okay? You know what amiss means? You know what amiss means? A faithful person don't do nothing inappropriately.
Okay.
A faithful person don't do nothing out of place,
Never out of box.
out of box.
Never out of box.
When you do things inappropriately, when you act inappropriately, when you say things inappropriately, when you act out of character, out of box, out of place, you don't have faithfulness in you.
That's what a miss means.
Oh, I'm faithful. You think you're faithful. But we don't read the book because you don't learn everything in one book. And book there, and book there. You got to read here a little. You got to read there a little. And then you may. That's my father's favorite word. He said, you read here a little, you read here a little. He said, and you may find the going and the comings of the. You may find the goings and the comings of God. How God moves, how he thinks, how he reacts, what he loves, what he hates, what he despises.
That's what it's all about. That's what it's all about.
But we limit ourselves with our actions. We limit our righteousness according to how we move with each other, according to how we move with God. These laws teaches us how to treat each other. If I don't like it for me, why do it to you? And if I did it to you, can I sit there and let you do it back to me? Now let's see if you're godly. Let me see if you're godly and you're really righteous, because you just stabbed me in my chest. And it really didn't warrant you stabbing me in my chest. So now, oh big bad man, you got to sit down, let me stab you in your chest. Can you do that? No, you can't serve God. You can't serve God. You're not ready. That's why I said, man, when we think we're ready, we're not ready. Because that word emotions, when we get in that emotional state of mind, when we are in our emotional state of mind, it takes over. And we disregard the morals. We disregard the things that God said. We disregard these things. And we continue to move in an emotional state with God. What's wrong with us, man? Why are we this way, man? Huh? He said, for as the husbandman soweth much seed upon the ground. The husbandman is the ones that plant seeds. Right. It said, and planted many trees. And yet the trees that is sown good in this season cometh not up. Everything that is planted do not grow. That's correct. Everybody that know God is not going to be saved. I said, everybody that know the true and living God will not be accepted.
To know God is to keep his laws.
I said, everybody that know who the God of Israel is will not be accepted by God.
That's right.
Why?
That's right.
Why?
Lack of obedience. Because
we refuse to hearken and accept what God gave us, which is the book. Okay? Which is the book. Okay? Now, we got to stop adding on to what we read. Nowhere in the book says 18 gave you a minute restriction of how the bread gets leavened. I said nowhere in the book gave you a description of that. Our forefathers didn't have baking powder. No. Our forefathers didn't have yeast. So that, you know what's the question that asks? How do you leaven the bread? How do you leaven the bread? Now, when you read in Exodus 12, in Hosea chapter 7, and in 1 Samuel chapter 28, in those 3 chapters, it tells you how the bread become leavened and how the bread is not leavened. In Hosea 7, it says, by kneading the dough, it leavens the bread. Hosea chapter 7, verse 4. Read it if you don't believe me. Nowhere in the book speaks about fermentation because you have 2 words, kametz and kamatz. Kametz is leaven. Nowhere in the book you can show me where it says kamatz. So I don't deal with sour. I don't deal with fermentation. When they left Egypt, the dough was already made. They didn't make and prepare the dough leaving out of Egypt. Jula. I said they didn't leave Egypt preparing the dough. The dough was already prepared. So that only God knows how long that dough was sitting there.
That's correct. Everybody has dough sitting in their house. That's right.
So sour is out the window. See, you can't talk book with me. I can't talk book with everybody. You know why? Because I base my findings and I base what I know only by the book.
That's right.
I don't go, we got to be careful because most of us follow Jewish findings, Judaism. Yeah. Where do you think that people got 15 and 18 minutes, all this time limits from? Where do you think we get these things from? The rabbi. From the rabbi. So won't you go in the shul, go in the shul with the rabbi. Go with them.
Solomon Swartz.
It said, for the husbandman sowed much seed upon the ground and planted many trees. And yet the thing that is sown good in this season cometh not up.
Neither doth all
that is planted take root. Woo! This was a metaphor. This was a metaphor describing the children in the nation of Israel.
Everybody took root.
Not everybody grabbed hold of
Not
the
everybody was
laws.
established.
Not everybody took hold and took hold of God and his laws and the commandments. Some of us that knew of God despised God.
Yeah.
Some of us that knew God despised his laws and wanted to do our own thing
That's right.
to accommodate your own self-interest. Huh? Let's read it.
Second Ezra chapter 8,
Yeah.
verse 41.
Verse 41.
Even so is it of them that are sown in the world.
Even so
Mm.
is it with them
Mm.
that is buried. Sown in the world, meaning all the dead people that's buried in the world. Go ahead. Read
That
it.
they shall not be all saved.
Everybody that's dead will not be saved. Everybody that's in the ground will not be accepted. You know why? Because some of us sacrifice for God and for his laws. Some of us sacrifice ourselves for God and his laws. And some of us ain't made no sacrifice. Some of us ain't made no sacrifice. And we ended up putting ourselves first. We ended up putting ourselves first above God and his laws. We ain't give up nothing. What you gave up for God?
That's real.
I said, what you gave up for God?
That's real.
I like this, I like this, I like this. You know what? For God laws, I don't want it. I don't want it.
You teaching me now.
I don't want it.
You teaching me now.
What you gave up?
You ain't give up nothing.
Huh? Let's read.
I ain't give up nothing.
I answered then and said, if I have found grace, let me speak.
Uh-oh. Hear what Ezra said.
Like as the
Wait,
husband.
hold up. Look what Ezra said.
Uh-huh.
He said, I answered then and
said,
now. And said what?
If I have found grace,
If I have found
let me
grace,
speak.
let me speak. This is Ezra. We in second Ezra, man. What chapter, brother?
Chapter
Chapter
8,
8. What
verse
verse?
33.
Verse 33. This is why this book. Listen, man. Let me explain history to you.
Run it down,
Apocrypha,
run it down.
the Greek word apocrypha is called apokryphos. It means hidden.
Hidden books.
This book, it was a 400-year separation between Malachi, which is the last book of the Old Testament, and the New.
How much? 400?
400-year separation. And they separated the Apocrypha out of the Bible. That's not no separate book. The Apocrypha is a part of the Old Testament, man.
That's right.
Greeks wrote this. That's why when you come across certain words, you see Christ.
Oh, you see Jake. Man.
That's why you see Jesus
Jake,
sometimes.
you see Joshua.
But when you have to know, in order to read this, you gotta know history.
That's right.
Because then, when you read it,
Greek
it's gonna throw you off.
That's
This is
right.
why my father always said, this is a teacher's manual.
Teacher's manual.
Not for everybody.
Everybody can't read this book.
That's right.
We'll go crazy reading that.
Let's go.
Like as the husbandman's seed perisheth, if it come not up, and receive not thy rain in due season, or if there come too much rain, and corrupted.
It corrupted, read.
Even so perisheth man.
Even so
also.
perisheth man also. God compared man to the seed that is corrupted from too much rain. Go ahead.
Even so perisheth man also, which is formed with my
Which
hands,
is formed with thy hands.
and is called thine own image,
And is called with thine own image.
because thou art like unto him.
But thou art like unto him.
For whose sake thou hast made all things, and liken him unto the husbandman's seed. Be not wroth with us,
Be not wroth with us.
but spare thy
Wait a minute. Be not. Who's saying this? This is Ezra crying out for a rebellious nation. For everybody. He didn't separate and signify nothing. Calling out God. He said, oh Lord, God, don't be angry with us, oh Lord. Why? Because this man was 100% selfless.
He spoke for everybody.
He spoke for everybody. And at this time, we are at our lowest. The nation of Israel was at our lowest, man. And it's sad, man. And this is my meditation. And this is what I'm thinking about all day. Most of the time I'm thinking about this and I'm moving and I'm thinking and I'm thinking.
Okay.
Why? Because I don't want God being angry with me. I don't want God being angry with me.
Me neither.
I don't want God to despise me. So therefore, in order for God not to despise you and hate you, you have to turn towards God, man. And we cannot make excuses.
Oh my
No
goodness.
excuses.
I tried it.
Excuses just
I said I tried it. I ain't tell nobody, but I tried it. Took a shower from head to toe. When I got up in the morning, put on some long sleeves, gloves, went to work, had a chair there, and I stayed clean. You could be done.
Excuse is lies,
I said
man.
it could be done.
That's it.
And I stayed clean. Gotta keep my skin covered. Because I can't come in skin contact with a person that has ejaculated.
That's right.
That's a good name.
That's right.
That's a good word.
That's
Or
a
have-
proper-
I don't want to get too
Or
crazy.
a running
issue, which is called zab.
Zah.
A running issue, when you look it up in the Hebrew, is called zab. A zab is things that causes your private member to leak.
DDs.
Venereal diseases, chlamydia, syphilis, bifilus, this one, crabs. They have actual crabs that crawls around in your pubics.
The ooze.
Venereal
The
diseases. Go ahead, read.
Be not wroth with us.
Be not
but spare
wroth with
thy
us.
people.
He said, oh Lord God, don't be angry with me, oh God. Don't be angry with me, please. Now we see the mindset of Cain. Cain just didn't want God to be against him. And he acted because he acted on how he felt. But even God had mercy in his punishment.
Right.
I say even God had mercy on Cain when in his punishment.
Leave Cain alone.
Leave Cain alone. That's my
Leave
man.
him alone. That's right.
That's my man.
Yeah.
The word Cain is Quayim.
That's how you do
Quayim
it.
means to lament or chant a dirge.
No,
For the rest of Cain's life, he cried
by
for the death of his own brother. He recognized his fault.
Exactly. You acknowledge.
He acknowledged. You know when he acknowledged?
After God hit him. After God hit him up.
Chastised.
Chastise.
There you
That's
go.
what woke him up.
I'm like, yo,
That's what woke him up.
when God chastises us,
He's gonna wake you up.
I said when God chastises us, it is each and every one of our
It's
jobs.
supposed to be.
To what?
To wake you up. Get you
To wake up.
same teeth, improve.
To improve. It's each and every one's job to recognize our faults and correct it.
That's your job. That's your job. That's your job.
That's your job, man. That's your job. Let's read, brother.
Be not wroth with us, but
Be not
spare thy
wroth with
people,
us.
and have mercy
But
upon
spare
thy
thy
only
people.
heritage.
Spare your people, oh God. These are your people, man. Regardless of what they doing and how they moving, these are still your inheritance.
Right.
This is still your people, Lord. Look, your son mess up. He this and this and this. Next thing you hear something go down, you say, yo, man, that's my son. I'm disregarding all that about what my son did. That's my son.
That's right.
Something go down, pop, 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 pop. Hey, yo,
Wait.
That's my
Whoa,
wife.
Whoa.
whatever goes
Right.
down, that's
You're
my
going too
wife.
far here.
I'm one with my wife.
Right. That's right.
I agree.
That's right. That's right.
Don't play with those things, man. Why do you think God said, listen, I'm going to punish Israel? He said, but towards the end, he said, everybody that had a hand in Israel's downfall, I'm getting them. I'm getting them. You're messing around with my inheritance.
Hey,
Hmm?
right? David had a heart like God. That's why on his deathbed, he's like, hey, Solomon, come here.
That's right.
Shouldn't y'all do this?
That's right.
Yeah.
Let's read, brother. Tom Sheik.
Verse 46.
Verse 46.
Sorry, 45.
Second Ezra chapter 8, verse 45.
Be not wroth with us,
Be not wroth with
but
us,
spare thy people,
but spare thy people,
and have mercy upon
and have
thine
mercy
own
upon thine own
inheritance.
inheritance.
For thou art merciful.
For
unto
thou
thy
art
creatures.
merciful unto thy creatures. Huh? Yes,
You are
God
his
is.
creatures.
He is a merciful
Yeah.
God.
We are his
Understand.
creatures.
King David said, don't put me in the hands of these people, but put me.
Thou chastise.
put me in your hands. Because in your chastisement, there is mercy.
Mercy. Man don't have
There is mercy. Man don't have no mercy, man. I said, man don't have no mercy. I will continue to blow on your back until your skin peel off. Which means sometimes I got a whole bag. Yo, man, easy. Well, why are you like this? All right, you already blew. Stop blowing. My eyelashes is burnt off. You done burnt my eyelashes off. I'm going to show you the ways of God, man. And when you these ways, listen, man. Listen, man. And when you see these things being violated, guess who gets angry? The ones God get angry, and the ones that have the mindset, their mind made up. Like, okay. Made up. The ones that got the made up mind said, man, well, yo, you ain't got to act like that, man. And next thing you and that person end up getting into it.
That's right.
Yeah.
Because you're going to prove.
Because you're moving on your own will, man.
That's right. Yeah, that's right. Gotta move on God's will. That's right.
Let's read.
Verse 46. Then answered he me and said, things present are for the present.
Oh, what? Things present?
Or for the present.
Whatever's present now is for now.
For now.
I said whatever's for now, whatever's present now is for now.
And things to come for such as be to come.
And things to come after is going to come after.
For thou comest far short that
This
thou
is it.
should...
Wait. Yo, man. Yo, man.
Yo, roll on.
Yo, man, who's saying that? The angel.
The angel's telling them this.
I said the angels of God is speaking to Ezra. Look what he told that man.
For thou comest
far short.
That thou shouldest be able
to
love my creature
more
than I.
You think you're going to love the beast that God created? You think you're going to love the people that God created, his inheritance, the nation of Israel, more than God? You can't, but guess what? That was the quality and the traits of a godly man. Like Moses. Those was traits of the godly, of the righteous. Now, see the book, when we read the book, you see yourself. The book is supposed to allow you to see yourself.
Reflection.
That's right. All through the book. Samuel cried all night for the book. I said, Samuel cried all night. God had to stop him. He said, yo, man, stop the crying, man. He rejected me, not you. I told you this is the godly. So when you don't see yourself like that, check yourself. You're not ready, Paisa. You're not ready. You're not ready. Everything I speak is in the book. I said it's a mindset. I said this is the ways of God. I said this is the mindset. When we read, you see if you fit this or not. Work on it if you don't. And be truthful with yourself.
It's a job. It's an everyday job.
Let's read it.
For thou comest far short that thou shouldest be able to love my creature more than I. But I have oft times drawn nigh unto thee.
I had often too close to you. A lot of times, you, Ezra, you had caused me to get close to you. Man, the things you doing, Ezra, brought me out. You ain't only bring God out, you brought the angels of God. Brought the angels of God out. Come on, man. Let's read.
But I have oft times drawn nigh unto thee and unto it, but never to the unrighteous.
He said, I often draw nigh to you, Ezra, but I ain't never draw nigh to the unrighteous. I ain't never drew nigh to the ungodly.
In this also thou art marvelous before the Most High.
Here it is. Look what he told him. The angel. You think you know more than angels?
No.
So you think you know more than the angels of God?
No.
I said, we think we know more than the angels of God?
No.
Look what he told Ezra. He said, in this, thou hast what?
In this also thou art marvelous.
And this also, Ezra, you have moved marvelously before God.
Before the Most High. In that thou hast humbled thyself.
And that, number one, humility.
First.
Number one,
That's a fact.
humility.
That's a fact.
You have humbled yourself.
That's a fact.
What's next?
As it becometh thee,
As it becometh thee,
and has not judged thyself worthy
and has not judged yourself as worthy
to be much glorified
to be glorified
among the righteous.
among the righteous. Ezra did not include himself with the righteous.
And before God, that was commendable.
And before God and the angels, that was commendable.
That's how you show
So
you
guess
have
what?
pride.
I don't include myself with the righteous.
That's how you show you don't have pride.
Humble yourself.
Blow the air out.
Humble yourself.
Flatten it a little bit.
Humble myself.
Suck out the helium.
That.
Humble yourself.
We have sinned.
We have committed a miss. We have violated. Because when you have and you live your life as, how am I gonna put this? When you live your life with a guilty conscience, okay? When you live your life in a guilty conscience, there's always room to make correction.
That's it right there.
There's always room to make correction with yourself. But when you're doing these things, we must be truthful with ourselves.
My father taught me that, man.
You gotta be truthful with yourself first.
You can't
Only way it's
say,
gonna
you
work.
can't say you don't sin, nigga. You
No.
not sin.
You can't say that.
You can't say you don't sin. I don't sin.
No.
Tom C.
It has not judged thyself worthy to be much glorified among the righteous.
Mm-hmm.
Verse 50. For many great miseries shall be done to them that in the latter time shall dwell in the world, because they have walked in great pride.
They have walked in great pride. Let's go to Exodus chapter 22.
Exodus chapter 22.
Exodus chapter 22. He said, but understand thou for thyself, and seek out the glory for such as be like thee. Huh? For unto you is paradise open.
Okay.
You know where's paradise? I said, do we know where paradise
No, not
is?
here.
Huh?
It ain't Jamaica.
Hold on, my body.
It ain't Jamaica.
It ain't Jamaica. Neither is it Trinidad.
Or Dubai.
Or maybe it's Dubai, Tobago, Panama, down south. Huh? It's paradise.
Hold on, my body.
Huh? One person said paradise could be Garden of Eden. But the word Eden means garden of pleasure.
No.
Eden means pleasure. I don't even think that's the paradise that God is talking about.
Oh.
We don't know where. We don't know where paradise is. But unto you is paradise open.
That's deep.
The tree of life is planted. Where the tree of life planted at? Garden of Eden. Where's paradise?
Got it.
That's what I'm about.
That's where no troubles
Got
are.
it. That's how you find out.
You gotta read the book.
Read the book. Yeah. That's how you find out. It'll tell you.
Paradise got the tree of life in.
So that's how you know. All right, it's evil.
And that's how you know the paradise that God is talking about is the Garden of Eden. The only place that didn't get flooded. I said the only
That's
spot that God didn't flood.
That's crazy.
Everything surrounding
Everything
got
around.
flooded.
It's not on the map.
The impossible one.
It's
Huh?
here, but it's not on the map.
Let's read.
I call him the impossible one.
Exodus chapter 22.
Tom C.
If a man shall steal an ox or a sheep and kill it or sell it.
No, I'm sorry. Paradise open. The tree of life is planted. The time to come is prepared. Plenteousness is made ready. A city is builded and rest is allowed. Yeah,
Rest
perfect
is allowed.
goodness and wisdom.
Rest is allowed.
Now you can rest up and
You
relax.
gotta work.
Huh?
And no bills to pay.
He said the root of evil is sealed up from you. He said the root of evil is sealed up from you, Ezra.
Jeez.
You good.
At that point in
There's
time,
no evil.
Ezra had no evil within him. He had nothing in him that was against God.
God couldn't find you.
The knowledge of good and evil that we born with, he don't
We got
have
rid
it
of
in
it.
him.
We got
We
rid of
got rid.
We got rid
Let's
of
read Exodus chapter 22.
Exodus chapter 22.
Uh-huh.
If a man shall steal an ox or a sheep and
If
kill
a
it
man shall steal an ox or a sheep and kill it,
or sell it,
how in the world you fix yourself up to go in another man's barn and take his ox and his sheep?
they
call that cattle rustling.
How?
Cattle rustling.
What is going through your mind that can push you to go in another man's field and steal his ox or his sheep? Go ahead.
And kill it or
And
sell
you
it.
killed it or you sell it.
You
It
sell-
ain't yours now.
It's yours.
You know, we got people like that. They would take your belongings and make money off of it.
No good.
They would take what belonged to you and sell it. And then talk tough like they ain't did no wrong.
Vicious, very vicious.
Like they ain't did no wrong. Why do we continue to talk such boisterous words? And you're wrong.
Against God.
And you're wrong, man. Huh?
No good. No bueno.
And you're wrong.
No bueno.
When you are wrong, or when you are at fault with God and with man, or with people, humility is supposed to set in.
Immediately. It's supposed to.
Immediate humility is supposed to set in. Why? If you got any good in you. When Nathan the prophet approached King David said, I have sinned. He had no explanation. He didn't have no opinions. He didn't have nothing to say. He said, I have sinned.
He ate that.
But Nathan put the situation in the way that King David could see it and visualize it. Let's read.
He shall restore 5 oxen for an ox, and 4 sheep for a sheep.
5 oxen for an ox and 4 sheep for a sheep. Now you have to pay back 4 sheep.
That's
4 sheep for 1 sheep that you took.
That's right.
5 oxen for 1 ox that you took.
I don't think nobody took a ox.
So now,
It's a deterrent.
so now we have to realize that how you feel, whether you can pay it back or not, it don't matter. You got to work that off now. God tells you what to have mercy for. I ain't got to have no mercy for you when God already gave us the penalties.
Yeah.
God already substantiated the standards and the laws of God.
That's right.
Now we have to follow it.
That's right.
This is what binds you and corrals you.
That's right.
The law corrals me.
That's right.
By all means.
Oh, yeah.
I don't want to get punched in my jaw. So guess what? When I get angry at you, I'm not going to punch you in your jaw.
No, can't do that.
Because I don't want to get punched in
You gotta
mine.
get punched back, brother.
Right.
You gotta get punched wound for wound.
Exact that. Wound for wound. I don't want to get punched
I
in my
ain't
jaw.
break this teeth, you wounded me. The inside of my mouth.
And guess what? What if I punched you in your jaw and I lost a teeth? I lost a tooth. Now maybe the person that got to hit you back, he don't hit that hard as you.
Pick up a brick.
I gotta
Toss him in his face.
I gotta keep punching you in your jaw till that tooth get loose.
You don't want that. Now you gotta.
I gotta sit down. And
But the laws of God will show you who you are as a person.
Okay.
Whether you really agree with this,
Are you really down?
are you really down for this
down?
or not?
You gotta sit
Are
down.
you really down for God or not?
Are you down?
Because when we start talking, guess what? We talk too much, man.
Truth come out.
I said we talk too much.
Truth come out.
Because when we continue to talk and talk and talk and talk and talk, guess what? There's an ear that hearing all things, and God is here. He said, oh man. He said, man, this guy ain't running his mouth too much. He said, you know what? Let me put this situation before him. Let me see how you handle it. You talking a lot of talk. Let me try you. Here, put this before you. And guess what?
You failed.
You end up failing.
Miserably.
Shut your mouth.
You end up failing.
Tom
You
sheep.
end up failing.
Verse 2.
If
If a thief be found breaking up,
If a thief be found breaking up,
That's real.
the word for breaking up is mat-teret. Mat-teret. It means burglary. It means a burglary. You know what a burglary is?
Yeah.
When you run up in a man's house and burglarize and take everything.
Sneak in.
Listen, you know what that is? When you come in your house and you don't have nothing, everything gone, it compares to the wife that ran away from her husband. You come home from work
Same feeling.
and she hustling and bustling and snatching everything. Everything she snatching and all the rooms you come home to an empty home. That man never was the same again.
House is not our
Huh? Burglarized.
own. Never the same. Never.
Never the same again. Come on, man.
Oh, man.
Go ahead, read.
You right, son. If a thief be found breaking up and be smitten that he died.
Now he done got caught now. Burglarizing and running through, ransacking my house. And if you come home and catch the thief in there and you smite him and kill him, there shall no blood be shed for him.
That's it.
That's not murder. I done caught you in my crib.
It's not murder.
I done caught you in my house. See, the book tells you. The book explains to you what is murder. The book explains this to you. We cannot call murder when God didn't call it murder. We cannot call it a thief when God didn't say it was a thief.
That's right.
We can't say
Stop
things
doing that.
contrary from
That's
what
right.
God
That's
said.
right. Stop doing
This
that.
is why. I said this is why it's very important, people, that we read this book every day. And we read the book with the purpose to learn the ways of God. We read the book with a purpose to learn the commandments and the statutes of God, to apply it to yourself.
Better myself concerning God.
To apply it to yourself, man. Huh? Let's read.
If the sun be risen upon
If the
them,
sun be risen upon them,
there shall be bloodshed.
there shall be bloodshed for them. Which means the only way the sun gonna rise on them, he done got away. Scrap done got out. You know, came home, dude burglarizing, dude that jumped out the second floor window.
You'll be surprised.
He didn't feel the pain
Nothing.
until he ended up to a designated area.
Out of there. Out. That's a cat burglar for real.
Yeah, because your adrenaline is running. I know a dude that jumped out the second floor window. Jumped out the second floor window. He said he heard police rushing in the building. But guess what? He's in an apartment with people, and he's the only one that heard that.
Yo, that's a fact. Yo, this is
And
a
he
true
jumped
story,
out the second floor window. He didn't feel the pains until after. Ran for his life. Shaking leaf done caused the man to run. Ain't nobody busting through no door.
And he got through.
He the only one that heard it.
Yeah, you heard it.
Let's
He
read.
got away. But if the sun be risen upon
If the
him,
sun be risen upon
there
him,
shall be bloodshed.
there shall be bloodshed for him.
For he should make full restitution.
Oh my goodness. Wait a minute. He shall make full restitution.
Every day.
When you steal and rob, do you make full restitution from what you took?
No, that's real.
Do we restore what we took?
Do you remember?
That's real. Yeah,
This is why we need to walk around here and walk before God in humility, because most of us can't find the person that we stole from.
You don't remember.
Most of us can't find the person we robbed.
You don't remember.
You don't even remember who you stole and robbed from.
You don't even know that person.
Yes, so much.
I tried robbing somebody and I ended up giving it back. Me and my brother Chief Kaza, we was 15, 16 years old, walking, cutting school. Kaza was an old roughneck. That's my road dog. Kaza goes, yo, we ain't had no bread. We looking to come up. Because we doing and selling things in the streets. Kaza goes, snatch the man chain. I said, Kaza. The man fight. I said, nah, Kaza, give it back to him. Kaza, leave him alone. I said, Kaza, leave him alone. Kaza like this. Rip the man chain.
I'm on a stain, bro.
You on the stage,
That's a
bro.
good heart.
That's why it's not. That's
Robbery was never for me.
It's a good heart.
I cannot rob nobody.
That's a good heart.
I am not a robber.
Bro was in the streets, but hated it.
Go ahead.
If he have nothing, then he shall be sold for
So
his
for
theft.
a step, you gotta work it off. You stole and you ain't got it to pay back. Go work it off
At least.
and pay that man back. Huh? Go ahead.
If the theft be certainly found in his hand alive,
If the theft be found certainly in his hand alive,
whether it be ox or ass,
whether
or
it be
sheep,
ox or ass or sheep, he shall restore double. You gotta give back double. See, this is why forgot what chapter it was, in Exodus 21, it says burning for burning. In the Hebrew, it says branding for branding. Your animals, each and every one of our animals had a certain brand. And when your animals went astray, I don't see your brand on your animal. I would take your animal and keep it to myself until you seek for it. I'm not using that animal to work. I ain't traveling on it. I ain't doing nothing with that animal because it's not mine.
They're gonna make steaks out of it.
Why do I use this man's lost animal and you know it ain't yours? It ain't yours. Go put it up. The man left his jacket. The man forgot his jacket in your house. I ain't coming back in 2 weeks. Next day I come see you. The man got his got a jacket on.
And he said it's his.
And he's sporting it too.
He said it's his too. He said, no, that's not yours. This is mine.
He said, nah, man, you must have forgot it, man. There was no time. I know dudes say, well, listen, man, you took too long to get it. I'm keeping it. You forgot about it. I'm keeping it. Show me where. In the book, it states that.
The world is like that.
Where?
Teach.
The man ain't give up the book. The man ain't saying you can have the book.
Teach.
The linear is yours. I coveted the linear. True story. It ain't mine. And he never gave it to me. So I got to give it back.
Teach.
But I ain't see it then. Like I seen it now. We are at fault with God. Pray and hope that God open your eyes to your own faults so that you can better yourself with God, man. It's very important because you don't want to die faulty with God. You don't want to die defective. Anything that is
No corruption.
Anything that's defective can't be used.
It's destroyed.
Time sheet.
If a man shall cause a field or vineyard to be eaten.
If a man shall cause a field or vineyard to be eaten. You know what's the word for full restitution? It means emphasis. Shalem, ye shalem. It means to make whole or good again. To make good again. You violated. It's your job to make good of your violation. Come on, man.
Gotta fix that.
And this is
Come on, man. And this is not even concerning. This is concerning everything, man. Each other. I said, God teaches us how to treat each other. When I violate you, it's my job to make whole and good about what I've done to you.
ain't no my bad.
Ain't no my bad. I apologize. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
That's right.
I don't want to hear I'm sorry. I don't want to hear I apologize.
That's right.
When you violate, make it good.
I always tell myself, I'm telling you sorry.
Huh? He said, make compensation. Compensation is what? The action of awarding someone money as a recompense for their loss. Which means,
I got a lot of money going to me.
look, man.
I got a lot of money going
Look, man, we understand that, man? Do we understand that?
Wish I could get that
We don't understand that. It says something that counterbalance. It can even out. I violated. I got to do something to even out the violation. I said, I got to even out the violation. Counterbalance or make up for an undesirable or unwelcome state of affair. What is a state of affair? It's a situation or a set of circumstances. Again, God will put the situation before you to see how you deal with it. God will put certain circumstances before you to see how you deal with it. And we have to deal with these situations and circumstances according to what the book says. I said according to what the book says. Top sheet, verse 5.
If a man shall cause a field or vineyard to be eaten.
If a man shall cause a field or vineyard to be eaten. All right? If a man shall cause a field or vineyard to be eaten, right? It says to be eaten. In the Hebrew, it says ba'ah. If a man shall cause a field or a vineyard to be burnt, to be consumed. I done went in your field and I burnt your field. How you burn my field, man? You ain't burn your field.
Right. Burn your
You want your field burnt?
Right.
Burn your field.
Why you don't burn your field?
God,
Why you burn?
where did these people come from, man?
Russia.
Don't inconvenience me. Inconvenience yourself.
Yeah.
If I want to inconvenience me, then I will inconvenience me. Don't inconvenience people, man. You don't want to sit on spikes,
Why you want me to say?
but you want me to sit on spikes. That's not God. That's not righteous. But we don't know the ways of God.
Roll
He
on.
said we don't know the ways of God.
Roll on.
Where we go around and look around and we inconvenience people
Yeah.
come on, man. No,
Satisfy
inconvenience yourself
Yeah.
first. Never inconvenience nobody else. That's what you want to do, then you do that. Don't look to me and ask me and put me and do me, boom, 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 and put me. I don't want to sit. Come on, man. But we're not taking heed, man. How do we take heed? We're not taking heed, man. I said we're not taking heed. Why do we inconvenience each other?
Yeah, man.
Why?
Yeah, we love to do that.
Inconvenience yourself. Don't inconvenience me. It's not godly, man.
No, it's not.
Let's read.
And shall put in his beast,
And shall put in his beats.
and shall feed in another man's field.
It's not my field. You done took the man beast and let him loose in his field. And he's consuming and eating everything in that man's field. But you refuse to put him in your own field. I allow my beast to eat in another man's vineyard.
Big kid.
Consume and eat everything in that man's vineyard.
No good.
Save my vineyard.
Your vineyard good.
Huh?
Untouched.
I drink all your Manischewitz.
He got to keep his many shadows in the car.
And then when I look around, I see you going home. I got a full bottle of Manischewitz. Yo, I'm going home with this. But you just drank all mine.
You go home.
That's crazy.
Yeah, talk
That's the
about
mindset of people.
That's the
The
average
book
person.
teaches us how to think. The book teaches us how to think. The mindset that we need to acquire so that we can be accepted by God. Go ahead, let's read.
Of the best of his own field,
I got to restore the best of my own field
and of the best of his own
and the best of
vineyard,
his own vineyard.
shall he make
Shall
restitution.
he make full restitution?
Verse 6,
Verse
the fire
6.
break out and catch in thorns, so that the stacks of corn, or the standing corn, or the field be consumed therewith.
The standing corn, it ain't start kindling fire until you did it. Remind me of Absalom. Absalom was a high-ranking prince. Absalom was the son of a king that God accepted.
big time.
And King David pushed him, told him, listen, go to Geshur. And he stayed there for 2 years.
Got him mad what he did.
Because King David was mad, he was tight at him. So he went 2 years to Geshur because he killed his brother Amnon. See, realize something. In the house of King David, God stirred up all these troubles because of what King David did.
He told the prophet,
I said, because
evil in his house.
that's right. He created and stirred up evil in his house because of what King David did. So if you are the man in the house,
Talk about it.
God will stir up trouble
Talk about
in
it.
your house because of what you did.
That's right. I got you.
I said, God will stir up trouble in my house because of what I did.
That's
Starts-
right.
Now, Bagunza stop going in my wife's head.
That's
So the
right.
Bagunza
In my
and the
children.
sickness and the insanity is stirring up in her head because you violated God.
Starts
right.
and ends with you.
Teach, brother.
It starts. and
She ain't crazy.
Teach,
Man,
brother.
she crazy. I have nothing to do with it. No, you crazy.
ends.
You the one that caused all this insanity
Oh, the children, my children crazy. No.
to cause to be stirred up in the children's head.
That's
The
right.
wife get crazy.
That's right.
Children get crazy.
Talk about
Listen,
it.
even your friends get crazy. And the craziness is
Right.
the craziness down stirred up in their brains is against God or because of what you did and how you live.
King David knew that. That's why I said,
King
touch the
David
lad.
knew that.
Don't touch the lad.
I said King David knew that.
Kept Amnon.
And because King David knew that, he told everybody, do not touch Absalom.
That was the order.
They ain't going
Don't
to
touch
war
my
with his
son.
people. He like make this
Regardless of what it is,
Do not touch.
don't touch my son. I don't care what he's doing. Don't touch my son.
That's a fact.
Joab said, man, listen, man. Basically, he said, I'm tired of running, man.
That's what it was.
Joab basically
He didn't
said,
like it.
I'm tired of
He
running
didn't like the
from
idea
your
of
son.
running. He didn't like the idea of running.
Joab didn't run. Joab was a fierce look.
Men were
Joab
ready.
took cities by himself.
The men were ready.
Joab wouldn't even take his men with him. Some
missions.
Some missions.
He don't.
He go and take cities. Be
Don't.
nice.
While the nation chilling, he pursuing troops.
Pursuing troops. Everybody chilling. He out.
He got 10
Drinking.
armor bearers.
They drinking. The king drinking.
Joab wasn't no joke. But that's to show you, when you violate God, God will take your heart and remove the courage
Take the
that you
mighty-
have.
take the heart of the mighty man.
Next thing, you catch him holding on the horns of the altar.
Like he know. Like he
Catch him
don't
holding on the horns of the altar. But everybody followed protocol, rules, regulations.
Regardless.
Benaiah didn't kill Joab because he was holding on the horns of the altar,
That's right.
and he remembered the laws of God.
That's right.
Can't kill him on that altar.
Oh,
The only way I could kill him on that altar, I gotta get what? A sanction from the king himself. Because right after God is the king, the king can make decisions, and God gonna accept it.
God said the king is going to be instead of him.
I said the king can make decisions, and God would accept
It's
it.
as if the king, it's as if God said it.
So when Benaiah got the sanction from King David, was it no Solomon? From King Solomon, he went and he killed him
Right there.
right there.
Hit him out right there.
Remember when Tamar told her brother, she said, go to the king.
He'll give you me.
And that night,
He'll
that's the
sanction
law.
Yeah, that's right.
He'll sanction it.
Tom sheet.
He that kindleth the fire shall surely make restitution.
He that kindleth the fire shall surely make restitution. You gotta restore. You gotta make it good. We gotta learn to make things good when we violate it. We can't leave things open. Can't leave things unanswered,
Too many offenses.
because when it's unanswered and it's just up in the air, guess what? God got a book and He writing you down. Because you ain't answer or make good of your violation.
You have no
See,
intent.
there's an order that comes when we violate God's law. There's an order that comes when I come and borrow from you.
There's a procedure.
Don't come like a cabbage, all head
No cardio.
and no cardio. When I come to borrow, I gotta bring something that's valuable when I'm coming to get. That's what the book said. But how many of us give something as a pledge when we go to borrow?
I don't have it.
How many of us? I ain't got nothing. You got something.
That's something.
You got something. Tom
On
sheet.
the robe on your back.
If a man shall deliver unto his neighbor money or stuff to keep,
And if be
if
stolen
be
now,
stolen out of the man's house,
if
if the thief be
the
found,
thief be found,
let him pay double.
let him pay double.
If the thief be
If
not
the thief
found,
be not
then the
found,
master of the house shall be brought unto the judges.
there are a lot of things that came up missing. And you know who did it? I don't know. The person name is I don't know.
That man, I don't know, is dangerous.
That person or that man named I don't know,
Everywhere.
he been running around, rapping all over the place,
Everywhere.
taking things that don't belong to him.
Or not me. He got a brother.
Oh, he got a brother not me.
Brother named not me.
Or and a cousin named I didn't do it. An uncle named I don't mean it. All of these people been rapping
Not
around,
good.
doing things and saying things.
We can't catch him yet.
So now, when you can't find this person, we have to go before the judge.
Looking for that brother for years.
We got to go before the judge to see what?
To see
To see
whether he had put
whether
his
he had
hand
put his hands
unto
to his neighbor's goods.
for all manner of trespass,
All manner of
whether it be
trespass,
for ox,
whether it be for ox, for ass, for sheep,
for raiment, or for any manner of lost thing, which another challenge it to be his. The cause of both parties shall come before the judges, and whom the judges shall condemn, he shall pay double unto his neighbor. Verse 10. If a man deliver unto his neighbor an ass or an ox or a sheep or any beast to keep, and it die, or be hurt, or be driven away, no man
if a man do what? Deliver.
If a man deliver unto his neighbor
an
ass or an ox
or
sheep
or
any beast to keep, and it die, or be hurt or driven away, no man seeing it. Then
now you done gave this man something to hold for you. The animal done ran off. I can't find the animal. Whatever you gave him is lost. Go ahead.
Then shall an oath of the Lord be between them both.
Now an oath. You know what an oath is? Shebuat. Shebuat is an oath. A solemn attestation. A solemn attestation. Attestation is an official verification of something as true or authentic. Right? A solemn attestation of the truth of one's word or the sincerity of one's intentions.
Okay.
You know what that means?
It's not my intent.
It wasn't my intent, and you have proof to
And
prove.
I have proof to show.
I have proof to prove my word. I have proof to prove my actions. I have proof to prove my intent. But most of us say things and do things, and we don't got no proof about what you really mean. Yo, you really meant this. No, I didn't. I didn't mean it, but you really did mean it. You meant to say this to get at that person. And when I come to you and say you said this to get at that person, you did this to get at that person, you deny it. You won't admit it. You won't admit it. I said you won't admit it.
The proof is in the behavior.
The proof is in the behavior.
What did you do to that brother that was good?
That's right.
What did you do to repay that?
That's right. Tom She.
That he hath not put his hands unto his neighbor's goods, and the owner of it shall accept thereof.
Tom She.
And he shall not make it good.
He shall not make it good.
Right?
Because you came up with an oath, and when we set up, we didn't swear for everything.
That's why it was important.
I said we did not swear for everything. And when we read the book shows us what we swore for. If we didn't swear for it, don't swear. Because, look, go ahead, read.
And it be stolen from him.
He
shall make restitution unto the owner thereof. If it be torn in pieces, then let him bring it for witness. And he shall not make good that which was torn.
I had your ox got attacked. It was torn in pieces. I got to bring the ox that was torn in pieces to you. Don't tell me your ox been torn in pieces and you ain't got no proof. You ain't got no proof that the man's ox was torn by pieces by another animal.
Show me a leg.
Show me something.
Nigga said he rubbing his stomach.
And if be stolen from him, he shall make restitution unto the owner thereof. If it be torn in pieces, then let him bring up a witness, and he shall not make good that which was torn.
Make good that which was torn. Right here, got the evidence.
Verse 14.
And
if a man borrow aught of his neighbor.
If a man borrow aught of his neighbor.
And it be hurt.
Or die.
The owner thereof being not with it, he shall surely make it.
I got to make it good because I wasn't there.
That's right.
I wasn't there looking after this ox.
That's right.
So when something happened to this man's ox,
right.
I'm not around, I got to make it good. I got to keep the ox, and I got to give him a new one. That's the law. This is the law.
That's the law.
If you have something and you broke it in your possession, replace it. Well, I don't got it, man. You have to wait. Those are not wait.
No.
How long I got to wait?
No, you can't do that.
You know what that is? It didn't give you a time when you had to wait. When you couldn't repay that off, guess what?
Work it off now.
Okay, you got to work that
Go
off
to work
right
tomorrow.
now.
Tomorrow morning, brother.
Oh, you got to wait a year. You got to wait next thing you waiting 6 months.
Tomorrow.
Next thing you waiting for a year. Next thing you got 2 years waiting for this man to replace what he done broke.
Oh.
That's not godly. Why you want me to wait?
No.
Why I got to wait, man?
That's not godly.
Why?
That's not godly.
Why? Oh, I don't got it now. What you want me to do?
That's
Go
not
work it off.
Work.
Go in Met and pack bags
That's
for
right.
25 cents.
Right.
And you keep packing
Humble
bags with
yourself.
chains
Humble yourself.
until you can pay it back. Why? Because these things is supposed to bug you.
That's right.
When we go against these laws, commandments, and statutes,
That's right.
these things are supposed to bug you. It's supposed to be a tick on your side
That's right.
until you accomplish your duty, until you make it good.
That's right.
You are not supposed to feel right with yourself if you ain't made good what you messed up,
That's right.
what you violated.
That's right.
You did it on social media, by all means, go on social
Go
media
on
and
again.
repent.
Also, yes, right. Say sorry on social media.
Say sorry on social media.
Yeah.
You
That's
say it in front of
There we
everybody.
go.
Don't come to me and snatch me in the room.
No.
By
Do it
myself.
the same way. Do it the same way.
I'm gonna humble myself in front of everybody
Do
and
it
say
the
sorry
same way.
because I did it in front of
Do it the
everybody.
same way.
Guess what? That's called humility.
Do it the
You
same
can't,
way.
you can't do that if you ain't humble.
If you
You
proud.
can't do that if you ain't gonna have
Okay.
humility.
Proud.
That's because you're proud. Tom sheet. Tom sheet. Verse 14, verse 15. Exodus 22, verse 15. But if the owner thereof be with it, he shall not make it good. If it be a higher thing, it came forth higher. Tom sheet. 16.
And if a man entice a maid that is not
Wait a
betrothed,
minute. And if a man entice a maid, when you look up the definition of maid in the Hebrew, it is a betula. Betula is a virgin. Why don't we teach these young women how important their virginity is?
They lose it in junior high school.
where are
Why?
the tokens at?
Yeah,
You're not missing nothing.
Where are the tokens?
that's right.
You're not missing nothing.
They lose it in junior
These
high
are
school.
things our forefathers and our mothers will go to the grave in their virginity. In their virginity, man. And guess what? The men don't look at it as important either.
No.
Because once they find out that she's a virgin, that's supposed to put the halt.
Talk. That's
Stop.
right.
Wait a minute.
That's right.
My intentions is not to marry you, so I'm definitely not going to penetrate you and take your
That's
virginity.
right. That's right.
Because I don't know. My intention is just to have sex.
I'm not
And
gonna
that
do
was most men's intentions. I just want to kill.
That's true.
I want to hit.
That's right.
And then after I finish hitting, I'm done with
That is
you.
what
But after you hear, at least if you have an ounce of righteousness in you, when you hear that she's a virgin, don't break the woman's virginity.
That should stop you.
Don't penetrate the woman while she's in her virginity.
Right.
That's supposed to stop you because
Slow
what?
down, man.
Our forefathers looked up to that.
That's right.
And when you penetrate a woman in her virginity,
That's right.
God said you gotta keep
It's
her.
yours.
That's your wife.
It prevents whoredom.
You didn't see no ceremonies.
No.
What consummated the marriage was sex.
Sex.
Show me where they had a ceremony, which was Roman and Greek custom. They didn't have ceremonies. This is
There's no
why
ring.
presumptuous sex. What's the word? Not presumptuous sex.
Promiscuous.
Promiscuous sex was not allowed.
No.
They wasn't
No.
promiscuous
That's
because sex is what consummated the marriage. Now, when you have sex with this woman,
Uh-huh.
you have the means to take care of her.
That's right.
You got somewhere to put her.
That's right.
You gotta feed her.
That's right.
You gotta take care of her.
That's right.
That's why the book said when a man takes a wife, he takes a
Take a
possession.
possession.
Anything you possess, you take care of.
That's a
That's
fact.
your responsibility.
Anything you possess,
That's
you
a
nurture.
fact.
Yeah.
Anything you possess, you take care of. You love. You cherish.
That's a fact.
You nurture. You do all these things to
That's
your
right.
possession,
That's right.
And I'm responsible.
That's
and
right.
you're responsible for your possession.
That's right. Teach.
And you and your wife, God said, y'all are one.
Mhm.
Ekada.
Uno.
He said those are one.
One.
That's one of the beautiful things.
Mhm.
That's
Yes.
beautiful. That stood up
Beautiful
beautiful
thing.
between
For
God and man.
Mhm.
That a man and a wife agree together.
Everybody says that's beautiful. If God and man.
So if you violate me, you violated my wife.
right.
Okay.
That's
And
right.
if you violate my wife, you violated me.
Okay, because we won.
Respect
one.
it. Respect it.
We are one.
We won.
That's right.
We ain't two.
No.
We ain't three.
No, we're one.
We're one.
We
Even though
won.
we're not around each other, we are still
We're
one.
one.
Right.
Let's read.
Teach.
And if a man entice a maid that is
And
not
if a man
betrothed,
entice a maid, to entice means what? To seduce. To entice means to attract a person by promising them something that they like. You say things
Dreams.
that's appeasing to her ears.
Dream song. Game.
Cat talk.
That's appeasing to her ears. And then guess what? Most of the time, when I ran the game down
Game talk.
just to get to her ear, after I got what I wanted, it ain't the same song that I was spitting now. I done switched up because I got what I want.
Bro, Riz.
That's why when you watch the movie, they say, man, if Steve Harvey got the 90-day rule, 90 days. Man, go ahead with that foolishness, man. Go ahead with that. But I understand why he said that. And I understand why he said that. Because they put time and space so that the man can prove himself.
I gotta trust you.
That's why they said that. So that they put a time and space when they meet the person so that they are able to trust you. And guess what? It ain't only the man. The man got to put a 90-day space period so that I'm able to trust you. A man can't just jump in, a man can't just jump in, head straight. And guess what? A woman shouldn't jump in head straight. You know why? Because we got to realize that we are not dealing with people with the mindset of God.
That's right. This is America.
See, our forefathers had to. Our forefathers. These men didn't. These man them here.
You could fall into them.
I said these man them here.
Fall into them.
They didn't have to do that. You know why? Because we are dealing with godly men and godly women that is moving on one accord. That is moving on one purpose. They are on the same page. His mindset is to marry this woman and she won't marry him. And guess what? None of them have intentions on separating, regardless of the situation.
She's going to be tired in 5 years. She's going to want somebody else.
Manasseh served gods of wood and stone.
5 years. She's done.
I said Manasseh served idols. I said King Manasseh served idols and he did witchcraft. More than Ahab. And he did worse. And he had a wife. Who did? His wife's name was Who Did. Not one time did you see Who Did jump out of her place and come at Manasseh. And this is why, because she held her integrity, she was able to deliver who? A nation. After the death of her husband. Who did? Before she went on her journey, the man clothed her, the woman, this godly man. Listen, this woman got godliness in her that men don't have in them today. She fasted, put on sackcloth.
Only ate on Shabbat
and feast days.
That's the only time she ate.
Shabbat, new moon, and feast days.
Shabbat, new moon, and feast days. The rest of the days, she ain't eat. That's a heavy hitter, man.
Can't do that. That's tough.
That's heavy. That's a heavy hitter. But how do you think she got like that?
Her husband. Her husband. She follow her husband.
Her husband.
Her mom.
See, she followed the righteousness that her husband showed her.
Mom.
You don't have to follow. You don't have to follow the wickedness of what he's doing. But follow and hold your integrity and your virtue and righteousness.
For example, Nabal and Bathsheba.
That's right. Nabal and Bathsheba. That's right. That's right.
If a man entice a maid that is not betrothed,
and if a man entice a maid that is not betrothed,
and lie with her,
and he has sex with her, he cohabitate with her,
he shall surely endow her to be his wife.
What is that word endow? What does endow means? The word endow, it means yim harena. Yim harena means to endow. To endow is a dowry, right? To obtain or acquire by paying a purchase price. Our forefathers, when a man wanted to marry his virgin daughter, you have to come out your pocket. Yeah. You got to come out your pocket.
You can't be broke.
You can't be broke.
How you going to take care of her?
Huh?
You're going to have kids with her.
Another definition is, now let's see the price. Let's see the price of a virgin. It's a lot of money. I'm talking hundreds and hundreds of thousands.
Like $250,000, no less than that.
You know what? A gift.
Tell them what it is.
A gift of money or property by a man or his wife.
Property.
They
You
say,
got
Property.
But those
You have an
values
estate?
is different now.
You own a building.
That's right.
Those values is different.
Those values is different.
They don't value virginity.
Yeah.
Men don't value.
So you don't
The
have
men
to
don't
have
value the
shit.
That's right.
It doesn't matter.
That's right.
Give you a
We don't
chick.
value what God values now.
Exactly.
That's right.
The
That's why
things that God value, we don't value it now.
That's right.
That's right.
That's why
I
everything
want,
is
listen,
backwards.
everything about us got to change. Even things that we value got to change. You value what God values. Train yourself to value the things that God values. Let's read.
Her father utterly refused to give her unto him.
What? So
And
you
her
mean to
father.
tell me I could refuse even after you done penetrated my daughter? Even after you done had sex with my daughter? And if I don't want it, I could null it.
This is Don Julio.
So now what happened now? If the father knows it, is the marriage sanctioned?
No.
I said if the father knows it, is the marriage sanctioned? No. So what not sanctified? How do you know what a person
Consummate.
what consummated the marriage? Sex. And if the father don't condone it, it ain't condoned. It's not sanctioned.
Okay.
Go ahead.
He shall pay money according to the dowry of virgins.
Dowry of virgins.
Thou shalt not suffer a witch to live.
Thou shalt not suffer a witch to live. But you can't go around killing witches now.
Not now.
You can't go around killing warlocks.
This is among us.
Okay? These laws was given to a free people. And because we are not free, because we are under a different government, you cannot go around killing witches. Because when you get caught killing the witch, you're going to jail for 25.
Regardless.
You're going to do 30 years. Time sheet.
Whosoever lieth with a beast shall surely be put to death.
Whosoever lieth with a beast. Now, what in the world possessed you to have sex with a beast? With an animal? With a dog? Time sheet.
He that sacrificeth unto any god, save unto the Lord
He
only.
that sacrifices to any god, save unto the Lord only. Time
He
sheet.
shall be utterly destroyed.
Uh-huh.
Thou shalt neither vex a stranger nor oppress him.
Thou shalt neither vex the stranger, to treat with violence, to maltreat, to oppress, to cause someone to feel distress, anxious, or uncomfortable. This is a treatment. When you move or act or say things that cause this person to feel away.
Feel embarrassed.
Oh, I ain't mean nothing by it. I don't care if you ain't mean nothing by it, but you said it and it affected that person.
Yeah.
You have to consider that. But I really didn't mean that. God don't care about what you mean.
That's right.
God just
You
said
did it.
you said or you did something to oppress or cause this person to feel the way.
That's right.
That is oppression.
That's
This
right.
is why we must watch our words. This is why we gotta watch our actions.
Okay.
Sometimes we do things. We do things and do things
Don't care.
and don't care about what we're doing,
Okay.
It's true.
Okay.
and it affects other people.
Okay.
And you're not even considering the
Considering
fact
That's your hurt.
that your actions
Right, it's
is
hurting someone.
affecting this
It's
person.
hurting someone. I got you. All right, bet.
It's true.
I got you. Teach,
Why
teach,
we like that?
Teach, I got you.
But look,
I got
we
you.
think we got it all
I got you.
because we still do things. Our actions still affect others.
I got you.
I said the things that we do in life still affects others.
I got you.
Now, mind you, these words coming straight out the mouth of God.
Okay.
God is the author of the first 5 books. Time sheet.
Thou shalt neither vex a stranger
Uh-huh.
nor oppress him.
Thou shalt neither vex a stranger nor oppress him. We don't know who the strangers are today.
No.
Stop looking at white people and calling them strangers.
That's right.
Stop looking at the Chinese people and calling them strangers.
Stop
Because
looking
you
at
could be
Spanish
black as
people.
tar and still be a stranger.
Stop looking at Spanish people and call them
We
strangers.
could be strangers.
Stop
You know
looking at
why?
Spanish people and call them strangers.
You know why?
That's right.
That's right. You know why? Because we're going to go back to the book. Ezra asked for birth records.
Okay.
Do we have any birth records?
No.
Your birth record say you
I
from
need a black
Panama.
queen.
This one birth record say you from down south. This one said they from Tobago. Nobody's birth record says Jerusalem. Nobody.
Right.
So
Racist
we don't know
bastard.
who we are. I know who you are by how you live.
You a stranger.
I said I know who you are by how you live
All
your
blacks
life.
are strangers.
So if I live my life according to what God said, I'm Israel.
That's right.
If I'm searching and looking for God and God brought me here, I'm Israel. And I could be pink, white, because God never specified or spoke
Color.
of color.
That's right.
So Israel is a speckled bird.
Israel is a speckled bird.
Out of here with that racist crap.
Tom sheep.
For ye were strangers in the land of
He
Egypt.
said, for you were strangers in the land of Egypt, which means you was a stranger in Egypt, which means you know the heart of a
You've been there.
stranger.
You've
You
been there.
know how you was treated as a stranger. So why do you
know
treat
why
this
you do
one?
that?
Why you
Why
do
you
it?
doing it?
Why you do it?
Why you treat the Spanish brother like that, brother?
Go ahead, Tom sheep.
Ye shall not afflict any widow.
Ye
or
shall not
fatherless
afflict
child.
any widow or
Wicked.
fatherless child. You know what afflict means? Afflict means to cause pain or suffering.
All right,
You
remember
should
that.
not.
Remember that with
afflict.
dread of affliction.
Mm-hmm. And that's right.
Remember
Afflict
that.
no widow or fatherless child. The Hebrew word for fatherless child is yatun. It means unprotected.
Teach.
So my father can still be alive and I can still be unprotected because my father could be doing 30 years. I'm unprotected.
Mhm.
Yatun means unprotected.
Or you're
Tom
deadbeat.
sheep.
Or you're deadbeat.
Or if thou
Yeah,
afflict
he's
them
not
in any,
around.
Not around.
Tom sheep.
verse 23, if thou afflict them in any
If
wise,
you afflict them in any
and
wise,
they cry at all,
and
unto
they
me,
cried all unto me,
I will surely hear their
he said,
cry.
I'm going to hear them cry,
And my wrath shall wax
and my
hot,
wrath shall wax hot.
and I will kill you with the
I'm going
sword.
to kill you with the sword,
And your wives shall be
and your
widows,
wives shall
and
be
your
widows,
children
and
fatherless.
your children shall be fatherless.
If thou lend money to any of my people that is poor by thee, thou shalt not be unto him as a usurer.
If you lend money to anybody that's poor by thee, don't be to him as a usurer. Don't add interest.
Loan shark. Neither shalt thou lay upon him usury. Verse 26.
Some
If
sheep.
thou at all take thy neighbor's raiment to pledge, thou shalt deliver it unto him by that the sun
If I
goeth
take
down.
a man's raiment for pledge, I got to give it to him, return it back to him at sunset when the sun is going down. Why?
But that is his covering only.
Because he slept in it. That's his own covering. So when you gave me my robe, when I gave you my robe for a pledge, it's your job to consider the laws of God and say, well, you know what? It's time for me to give this robe back. Right now, this is above me. This is past me. This is about the laws of God now. I got to give this pledge back. This is, go ahead.
For that is his covering
That's
only.
his covering
It's his
only.
raiment for his skin.
This is raiment for his skin.
Wherein shall he
He
sleep?
said, what are you going to sleep in?
That's what
He
said.
said, which means what? You don't have a heart.
That's right.
The book, this book teaches us to have a heart for each other.
And he still owe you.
And he still owe you. But it's your job to return that pledge back. We don't have a heart for each other, man. I said, we don't have a heart for each other.
Okay. All right. All right.
We allow our emotions to get the best of us and take us over.
All the time. All
You
the
cannot allow our emotions to take over.
Okay.
God is teaching us to have a heart for each other, man. And when we feel and we see that we don't have that heart for each other, you can't serve God. You can't do these laws. You have to train yourself to have a heart for you. And you got to train yourself to have a heart for me. Then you can serve God.
Okay.
Now you can serve
All
God.
right. All right.
Come see.
And it shall come to pass,
When
he crieth unto me,
When he cried unto me,
I will hear.
I will hear.
For I am gracious.
For I am gracious. One of the characteristics of God. Are we gracious like God? I said, are we gracious like God?
No.
What does gracious mean?
Yeah, I was just gonna say.
I need to know what gracious means so I could be gracious like God.
Okay.
Okay? So gracious in the Hebrew is kanun. Kanun means gracious. Gracious means showing regard, showing concern for others, showing concern for others in manners. Wait a minute. We gonna
My
go.
mannerism
Your mannerism
shows my
affects.
Towards you.
Okay. Your mannerism and the way you acted affected you.
Right.
Now you're gonna watch yourself and say, "No, I can't act like this because if I move like this and I act like this, I don't know who I'm affecting.
Right.
I don't know how I'm moving. I don't know who I'm affecting by me moving like this.
I got you.
That has to matter.
Okay.
Huh? That gotta matter.
That has to matter.
Showing regard or concern for others in speech. When you say things, I don't know what I'm saying. I could be affecting you.
I didn't have to say that.
I got you. I got you.
So certain things you don't have to say.
Love you.
Huh?
Love you.
My behavior. Huh? Our God is merciful. How we know God is gracious? Now I'm going to delve into God. God is merciful, gracious, slow to anger, abounding in steadfast love and faithfulness, keeping steadfast love for thousands, forgiving iniquity and transgression.
Steadfast love.
Steadfast love don't die.
Obviously.
You're never gonna be
I said steadfast love don't die. And he still loved the people up until this day. He's just angry with us. And he's tight because we refuse to acknowledge our offenses and our faults. Tom Sheik.
Thou shalt not revile the gods.
Thou shalt not revile the gods. The word revile is qualal. Thou shalt not revile who?
The gods.
The gods. The Hebrew word for gods is Elohim. Elohim is judges,
leaders,
princes, heads, chiefs. All right?
Leaders.
Now, what's the word for revile? Revile in the Hebrew is qualal. Qualal means slight, lightly esteemed, unimportant. All right? You got to watch your mouth when you're dealing with chiefs and princes and teachers and heads.
Yeah.
You can't do that. Slight means to insult by treating or speaking against. Lightly esteemed when you speak against the teacher. I said when you speak against the teacher.
That's right. Can't do that.
Can't do that. Lightly esteemed.
That's law.
That's law.
That's law.
Elohim is judges, rulers, or officers. Go ahead.
Nor curse the ruler of that
Arur. It means to abhor, detest rulers or officers. Okay?
That's right.
Let's go to Psalm 77. Psalms chapter 77. Psalms chapter 77. Got it? Time sheet.
Psalm chapter 77.
Time sheet.
I cried unto God with my voice.
Oh, man. Go ahead.
Even unto God with my voice.
I cried unto God with my voice. That's what God is looking for. Cry out.
Really cry.
But some of us are so stubborn, even in our affliction, we refuse to cry out. You cry out for the person. We crying out for you. It's not going to help you. You got to cry out, son.
Okay, I will.
I say, son, you got to cry out.
Okay.
I'm feeling it more than you feel it.
Okay, brother, I will.
I said, you got to cry out. And that's what God is looking for.
Okay, I will.
He said, even unto God with my voice, and he gave ear unto me. See, it's something with this God, man.
Okay.
Every time, in truth, when you cry out, he gonna hear.
That's right.
Every time you cry out, you hear.
With judges.
Huh?
In the judges. Every time they
cried out.
evil in the sight of the Lord, God put them under the.
They cried
They
out.
cried out. God pull up.
Look at Egypt. He said it was a bitter cry. When you cry out in sincerity before God, God's heart is so pure,
And so
merciful, clean, is so merciful
God
that the cry reached his ear.
You're gonna hear it.
He said, nah.
I can't do
He done remembered. Look, you know what remind me of that? Star Wars. You had Darth Vader and Luke Skywalker, right? So the master was beating flames out of Luke Skywalker. Darth Vader is on the dark side, but he's looking at his son, looking at the violator, looking at the son, and looking at the violator. Man, that's my son, man. He grabbed that dude and he tossed him over the edge. And that's the mindset that God had with his people. That's an excellent example. That's how God moved with his people,
So
man.
that's how I know
That's
King
Ralph
David
Wilson.
would have slain them niggas with Lachish.
That's
King
right.
David popped off of them Philistines.
Tom Sheep.
I cried unto God with my voice,
Uh-huh.
even unto God with my voice.
I cried
and gave
unto
ear
God
to
with
me.
my voice, and he gave ear unto me. Read.
In the day of my trouble,
In the day of my
I
trouble.
sought the Lord.
What trouble? When God put you in
My
trouble. I want to see if you're going to sort or seek after me. He said, in the day of my trouble, I sought the Lord. The word for sought is dadash. Dadashta. It means to resort. In the day of my trouble, I resort to God to seek after. What does resort mean? Resort means the action of turning to God and adopting a strategy that God set. The course of action that is set by God.
His ways.
Okay.
His ways.
You got to adopt these things.
Ways.
And when you are adopting the ways of God, to adopt means choosing or taking on something such as a new method, idea, or strategy.
Okay.
All this is new to me.
Okay, so
This is why when we hear certain laws in the book, men and women, we frown at it. But it's my job, it's your job, woman, it's our job, man, that when we hear things that rub us the wrong way, accept it.
All right.
Right.
still accept it.
Okay.
Accept it.
Still
All right.
accept
All right.
it.
All right.
It's a change of
Okay.
spirit.
It said, especially all right, let me read the definition over. The action of turning to and adopting a strategy or a course of action that is set by God, especially a disagreeable or undesirable one, so as to resolve a difficult situation. You disagree with it. It's undesirable. I can't take seeing this, and I don't like this, and I'm not like this, and I wasn't raised that way. But these are the things that God accepts.
Right.
So you have to train yourself to accept it.
Okay. Right.
Tom C.
All right.
In the day of my trouble, I sought the Lord.
In the day of my trouble, I sought the Lord.
My
To
sword.
attempt to find or obtain. All right? Go ahead.
My sword ran in the night and ceased not.
It said
My
my
sword.
sword, my who?
My sword
My sword.
ran in the night
Ran in the night, he's in pain.
and ceased not.
And it ceased not.
My soul refused to be
My
comforted.
soul refused to be comforted.
I remembered God and was troubled.
I remembered God and was troubled. I say I remembered God and my spirit was troubled. How you remember God and your spirit troubled? You know, we're going to get it. Let's read it. He said, I remembered God and my spirit was troubled.
And I complained.
I complained.
And my spirit was overwhelmed.
They ain't never complained.
No.
That's why I know I had to look up that word.
Yeah,
He said, I complained, and God killed the nation
For
complaining and murmuring.
in the wilderness.
Because when we complain, you are not satisfied with the judgment of
That
God.
put on you.
You are not satisfied with what God put you through.
Right.
So when you
Okay.
complain, God hate that.
That's right.
And God despises when you complain. So I looked up the word complain. Complain means what? Asika. To speak, to meditate, to commune.
To ponder on.
To ponder on. I spoke, or I communed, or I meditated, and my spirit was overwhelmed. He remembered God, and when he remembered God, he started talking about God. And by him talking about God, his spirit got overwhelmed. I say his spirit got overwhelmed.
It happens.
What does overwhelmed means? Attack. Attack means overwhelmed. Overwhelmed means to cause someone to feel sudden, strong emotions
That's right.
Okay.
Yeah.
caused by grief.
Okay.
You know what this means, man?
He remembered God. He
He
remembered
remembered God.
and the sins that he sinned before God.
There you go.
Yeah.
That's what caught. Wait a minute, man. There you go.
Yeah.
And David in the
I said, there you go. You see the mindset?
Man was different.
You see the mindset that we need to acquire before God?
Yeah.
He said, I remember God. He said, and I started talking about the ways of God and his glory.
Yeah.
And just by me talking about the ways of God and his glory is what caused me to feel sudden strong emotions.
That's what you call a
And it caused me to grieve. I said it caused me to grieve. You know how many times I've seen that?
Yeah.
When my father started talking about God, and next thing I start crying because I start grieving. Grieve him, man. Why? Because when the emotion grief sets in, at that point in time, when that emotion called grief sets in, right now, you're not telling yourself you are 100% with God.
No.
Right now, you are feeling sorry and you are at fault
Right.
with yourself
Yeah.
because of the things that you have done with God.
Yeah.
I don't do that no more, but you did it.
Yeah.
Still did it.
You ain't
Down,
God,
down,
I said, but you did it.
You ain't God.
I don't do that no more. I don't live that way no more, but you did it.
Yeah.
King David cried all day for the rest of his life for the things that he did in his past.
That's right.
The book shows us the mindset.
Yeah.
I said the book shows us the mindset of a godly people.
Okay. Right.
A mindset that we need to acquire in order to attract God's attention towards us.
That's right.
Okay.
Tom Sheep.
Okay, brother.
Thou holdest mine eyes waking.
Thou holdest mine eyes waking.
I am so troubled.
I am so troubled
that
that I
cannot
cannot
speak.
speak.
I have considered the days of old.
I sat
Go
down
again.
and I started thinking
Go
about
back.
the old days.
The original days.
Huh? The years of
Go
ancient
back.
times.
Yeah.
See?
I call to remembrance my song in the
I
night.
call to remembrance my song in the night.
I commune with mine own
I
heart.
commune with my own heart.
My spirit made diligent search.
You commune with yourself. You talk with yourself. In order to talk and search yourself, you got to be truthful with yourself.
Better.
Huh?
Yeah.
Be truthful with yourself.
Yeah.
Because if you're not truthful with yourself, you are not going to see your faults. You're not going to see the negative things that you have in you that needs to be changed.
That's right.
All right.
You're not going to see your faults. Nah, I shouldn't act this way.
Okay.
Because I shouldn't act this way. No, I shouldn't move
I
this
shouldn't
way.
say this.
No, I shouldn't say this.
Okay.
No, I shouldn't move this way. No, I
That's
shouldn't
right.
think this.
Okay.
Sometimes I consider you, but look, man.
Yeah.
Look, man.
Consider your
Roll
neighbor.
on, roll
Look,
on.
man.
Consider your neighbor.
Roll on.
Look, Tom C.
Will the Lord
Hold up. He said, diligently search my spirit. The word for diligently search my spirit is kapash ruki. You know what kapash ruki means? Examination of one's thoughts.
Search the soul.
I said examination of your own thoughts.
Examine my
The
thoughts.
thoughts
Check that.
that's conjures up in your own mind.
Check that.
Check
I
that.
gotta check that.
Uh-oh.
The thinking pattern, the things that come up in
Everything.
your head.
Every thought.
Check that.
Uh-oh.
I said examination of one's own thoughts
Okay.
and feelings. How I feel.
All right, I'm getting on it.
The feelings that done stirred up within me.
All right, say that.
That's not godly.
Say no more.
That's God.
This way.
All right,
I
say
ain't
no
supposed
more.
to feel that way.
Say no more.
Right.
I shouldn't feel that way about this.
Say no
I
more.
shouldn't feel that way about that.
God.
Check yourself.
Check myself. All right.
Right? Why am I thinking this way?
Roll on.
Examination of one's own thoughts and feelings and being truthful with yourself when you begin to do these things. I'm talking too loud. Oh, when you begin to do these things. Okay, go ahead.
Loud and clear, brother.
Will the Lord cast off forever?
Will the Lord cast off forever? The Hebrew word for cast off is zanak. Zayin, nun, chet. You know what zanak means?
Uh-huh.
Will the Lord reject forever?
Mm.
Huh? To reject means to dismiss. You want God to dismiss you?
Forcefully reject.
When you dismiss the class ain't there no more. He said dismiss as failing to meet the standards of God. And this is what caused you to keep a guilty conscience. Constant correction with yourself. You know what Abba used to always say? I ain't doing nothing.
Yup. So I gotta do something. I
Like,
gotta
how
do
you
something.
doing everything?
My father said,
Say
and he did law, man.
He doing
I
nothing.
said, that man did law.
That's
And
right.
he used
Never
to
enough.
still look at himself and say, yo,
It's not
son,
enough.
I
It's
ain't
never
doing
enough. He
nothing.
said it's never enough.
We have to keep this mindset so that we can improve before God.
Okay.
That's right.
When we're trying to improve with God, what you do is never enough.
That's right. It's nothing.
Right.
I said, what you do is never
It's
enough.
nothing.
Believe that. It's like a
It's nothing.
scratch. You haven't even scratched the surface.
Right.
I said you didn't scratch the surface yet.
That will keep your pride out.
Huh? You didn't scratch the surface
It's a
yet.
lifetime.
Pushing don't stop.
The pushing don't stop. You must continue to
That
push.
was
Why? What's going to cause you to continue to push? Because you already have the mindset that I ain't scratched the surface.
That's right.
So I need.
But if you're saying you're doing everything, you ain't
gonna
you
do nothing.
That's right.
Time
Don't
sheet.
tell yourself that.
What verse?
Verse 8, is his mercy clean, gone
Is what?
forever? Is his mercy clean, gone
Is his
forever?
mercy clean, gone forever?
Doth his promise fail forevermore? Have God forgotten to be gracious? Have he in anger shut up his tender mercy?
Wait a minute.
Never.
Wait a minute. Hold on.
Never.
He said, will the Lord cast off forever? And will he be favorable no more? The Hebrew word for favorable is razah. Will he accept favorably? You know what that is? To accept is one thing. But when he accepts you with favor, you able to do things and he won't kill you for it.
David.
Like King
David.
David.
Like Solomon.
Like King David.
Like
To
Solomon.
be pleased with.
They had
When
multiple.
God is pleased with you,
They were kings with multiple.
you know what that
wives.
is? When God is pleased with you.
It's gonna be easy.
King ain't supposed to have multiple wives.
Mhm.
David did.
Time sheet, verse 8.
Is his mercy clean, gone forever?
Is his mercy clean, gone forever?
Doth his promise
Does his promise fail
forevermore?
forevermore?
Have God forgotten to be gracious? Hath he in anger shut up his tender mercy?
He said, has God forgotten to be gracious?
Nah.
Huh?
Never.
Grace is undeserved favor.
Never.
You don't deserve the favor of God, but he still give it to you.
Still.
Huh? He still show grace.
Never.
We show regard or concerns for others in your manners, speech, or behavior. Let's read verse 10.
And I said,
This
is my infirmity.
This is my infirmity. Wait a minute.
Oh boy.
Look what King David said.
Heavy.
When I looked up the definition of infirmity in the Hebrew,
Anguish.
it says kaloti. No, kaloti means this is my weakness.
Oh.
Was David weak?
No.
David wasn't weak,
No.
but I told you this is the mindset of godly men that they look at themselves as nothing. That's weak.
Right.
Even though they was pushing.
Their head ain't never got big.
There you go. They had never got big.
You humble.
You have to humble yourself.
All right, I'm learning.
Okay? Infirmity, kaloti, means I am weak, I am grieved. One of the prophets said, why should I sing the songs of God here? Huh? Why should I sing the songs of God here? He said, I'm in captivity. They got me in slavery. And you want me to be happy? You want me to accept my situation? No. Go ahead. Tom sheet.
Wade in the water.
And I said, this is my infirmity.
This is my infirmity.
But I will remember the years of the right hand of the Most High.
But I remember the years of the right hand of God. I will always remember the things that God did. And I will glorify him.
I will remember the works of the Lord.
I will remember the works of God.
Surely I will remember
the wonders of old.
I will meditate also of all thy works.
I will meditate also of all thy works. Continue to meditate on the things that God did with Egypt. Continue to meditate on the glorious acts of God that we read about in this book. Tom sheet.
Thy way, O God, is in the sanctuary.
The ways of God is in the sanctuary. Read.
Who is so great a God as our God?
Tom sheet.
Thou art the God that doest wonders.
Thou art the God that doest wonders.
Thou hast declared thy strength among
the people.
Thou hast with thine arm redeemed thy people. The sons of Jacob.
The sons of Jacob.
And Joseph.
The
waters saw thee, O God.
The waters saw thee, O God.
The waters saw thee.
I said the waters saw thee.
They were afraid.
You think the water's dead? I said, you think plain water is dead? The water saw God and was afraid. Right? Now let's check it out in the Hebrew and see what it says. He says, and was afraid. The Hebrew word for afraid is ket, shabutz, lamed. You know what that means? The water saw thee and was afraid. The water saw thee in world. WHIRL. You ever saw the whirlwind?
Yeah.
The water saw God,
Tsunami.
and you seen like a spin. And when the water spin, it sucks in the ships. Everything that's there sucks in.
Tsunami.
It's like a tornado.
That's where tornadoes come
That's a
from.
tornado.
Woo!
Yeah, that's where tornadoes come from.
That's where tornadoes come from. It starts from the water, from the ocean.
Tsunami.
Tsunamis. Backed up. And it starts to cause the presence of God.
The presence of God.
Cause a reaction with the water, man. Started twirling and twirling and twirling. Huh? To cause to move rapidly around and around and around and around, to spin around. That's called a whirlpool. A whirlpool,
in the water.
which is a body of rotating water. The water keeps rotating in the same thing.
Yeah,
And it gets faster and faster and faster. Which cause tsunamis, which cause tornadoes, which cause the hurricane. Oh, look, man. Look, man. Look, man. This God is nothing to play with.
God.
I said, this God is nothing to play with.
God's
Hey,
presence.
the presence of God
Causes tsunami.
is nothing to play with. Look, God, look, hey,
The
God come up in here,
water's
the hinges start getting loose.
The wall is
I
gonna
said,
bend.
this gonna start getting loose.
The wall gonna grow knees.
This gonna break off.
The wall gonna grow kneecaps, like I
Everything
always say.
That's right.
Everything gonna grow kneecaps.
It's gonna run. You see the chair gonna get up and run.
Come on, man. Come on.
Like
That's
how
right.
they found the fish god.
That's right.
Bending the knee.
That's
Bending
right.
the knee. with
That's
his
right.
jaw.
Verse 16. The waters saw thee, O God. The waters saw thee.
God.
They were afraid. The depths also were troubled.
The depths.
Yeah.
The Hebrew word for the depths is tehum. That's the abyss. The abyss is below sea level. Do we know below the sea level has springs? Springs that God has shut up.
That's the bottom.
That's the bottom.
They're not even on top.
You know what happened when it gets scared?
Go ahead.
It's let loose.
Tom Shady.
The clouds poured out water.
Uh-huh.
The sky sent out a sound.
Uh-huh.
Thine arrows also went abroad.
Uh-huh.
The
Let's
voice-
cut that. Go to Job 11. Go to Job chapter 11.
That's the presence of God. That's what happened.
It said God pulled up and the mountain started jumping.
That's right.
Lit.
Come on,
Mountain like this, like what's going on?
Job chapter 11.
Yeah.
Job chapter 11. Got it?
Job chapter 11.
Uh-huh.
Then answered Zophar.
Then
the
answered
Ammon-
Zophar the
the
Ammonite
Ammonite.
and said, now Zophar is Job's man.
That's
Those are his friends.
Obviously.
While Job is going through what he going
They went
through,
over there and fasted.
their
too.
friends came over.
They
That's when you
fasted
can
with
really
them.
tell who your friend is.
That's right.
Do they feel what you feel?
That's
They
right.
come to-
Can you feel what your friend
Yeah,
feels?
That's right.
Do you get comfort from your friend?
That's right.
That's how you-
My father was going
That's right.
through certain things, and he had his friends sit down with him. And he sat down with him
Uh-huh.
throughout the whole time
Uh-huh.
that he went through with it.
Uh-huh.
My father looked at him, he falling asleep. He said, yo, man, get up, man. Go in the bed. Go to sleep. Telling you, man, that's a friend.
That's right.
Blanquito.
That's
Tom
right.
C.
Should not the multitude of words be answered?
Wait a minute. Should not the multitude of words be answered? You got a lot to say, young man. He said, don't you think some of those words need to be answered? Uh-huh.
And should a man full of talk be justified?
Wait a minute, man. A man full of talk be
They
justified?
don't do nothing, just talk.
Huh? You know what justify mean? It said yeets doc. Doc. It means justified. A man full of talk be justified. Yeets doc means justified. Justify means to prove or show to be just or right. Huh?
All the
This is
time.
why-
All the time.
This person that's full of talk is only talking about himself.
Not good.
Because I'm putting myself on the pedestal about what I'm doing and how I act and this and this and this and this.
The king couldn't even put himself above his brethren.
No.
What God told him to read every day.
Can a person be proved righteous because of his talk about himself? That's what it means. Can a person be proved righteous because of his talk about himself?
No.
No.
No, what you do, bro?
No. Tom C. Read.
Should thy lies make men hold their peace?
Something said look up the word lie. And when I looked up the definition of lie in the Hebrew, it don't mean lie. Shouldn't read that over again.
Should thy lies make men hold their peace?
Okay. The word lie is badeka. Don't even mean lies. Badeka means vain boasting.
Capping.
I said vain boasting. Vain boasting is self-praise. Vain boasting is self-assertion. Putting forth your own opinion in a boastful or inconsiderate manner that implies you feel superior to others.
Oh, I made my opinion about myself a fact.
Right.
That's what I did.
Right.
You believe yourself.
Tom C.
And when thou mockest, shall no man make thee ashamed?
Tilag. The word mock is tilag. It means to ridicule. To ridicule means to subject someone to contemptuous and dismissive language or behavior, unkind words, and actions that make a person feel a certain type of way. So now, what is contemptuous language? What is dismissive language?
Yes, indeed.
Contemptuous language is when you can think of something to say that can hurt a person. You actually sat there and said certain things to hurt the person.
Stone.
Okay?
Curveball.
No general lack of respect.
Curveball.
Curveballs.
That's not subs.
No general lack of respect. This produces maladaptive behavior.
Crazy.
Maladaptive means you cannot adapt. I said maladaptive means you will not adapt to God by doing these things. You think you're adapting.
Can't get close.
You can't get close.
That's right.
These are the things that hinder you and stop you and limit you in righteousness. You will be limited in righteousness in your growth. And God, you will not excel. God is going to keep you here until you acknowledge what you are doing that is ungodly.
You ain't gonna
See,
doing that.
if you listen, there's a hurdle that we need to jump to get to the next hurdle. If you keep tripping over this hurdle, God not going to advance you to the next hurdle. You got to get over this hurdle.
My father wasn't. I ain't sure you don't count.
So, with that being said, there are hurdles that we need to get over that only you know. I don't know your hurdles.
You know your weakness.
And you don't know my hurdles. But in order to acknowledge your hurdles and recognize your hurdles, you must be truthful with yourself. So I can see the hurdle that I need to get over. Okay? Dismissive language shows no consideration for other people's emotions, which causes miscommunication and you hurt people's feelings. You don't disregard how the person feels. Tom C.
But thou hast said, my doctrine is pure.
But thou hast said, my doctrine is pure. But the only one's doctrine that is pure is God's doctrine.
That's it.
Right.
I can't say my doctrine is pure.
Watch your mouth.
The only one's doctrine that is pure is God's doctrine.
Watch your mouth.
God's doctrine is
Not your
pure.
own understanding.
Not my doctrine. Tom C.
But thou hast said, my doctrine is pure, and I am clean in thine eyes.
I'm clean in my own eyes. You think you're right. You walk around here like you're right by God. Like you're 100% correct. Go ahead.
But, oh, that God would speak and open his lips against thee. And then
that God would speak and open his lips against thee. You don't want God to open his mouth against you. Correct yourself before God condemns you.
Okay. Right.
I said correct yourself before God condemns you. Because when God condemns you, most of the time there's no coming back.
There is no coming back from God being condemning you. Once you get condemned from God,
You're done.
You're done.
You're going to be condemned.
Yeah,
You're done. Certain ones came back like the king. He was Hezekiah. No, not Hezekiah.
No,
Manasseh. Manasseh went to Riblah.
Look what he did.
but he had to make a heavy turnaround. Majority of the time when God condemn you, you don't come back.
Coming back.
You read about specific ones that came back, and I only read about one.
And then look who it was.
King Manasseh.
It wasn't on him. It wasn't on him. Who put that on him? Who put that on him? Who made King Manasseh act like that?
Manasseh?
Yes, bro.
Not his father.
Oh, but that was put on him. That was put on him. King Manasseh.
Yeah.
Oh, Manasseh. Yeah, you heard explain it, so I don't understand what you're saying.
By him being put in the dungeon,
Right.
he was able to bethink himself.
Right. God put him through that so he could bethink himself. Right.
That's God knew he was going to be thinking something.
Right. Right. So God put him through certain situations so you can acknowledge your offense. But most of us don't bethink ourselves when God put us through it. It's our job to bethink ourselves when we're going through certain things. And then while we're going through it, correct yourself.
That's why.
We can't pinpoint everything that we do. So we have to cover 360.
You know it's you.
We got to cover everything. Tom Sheet.
And then he will show thee the secrets of wisdom, that they are double to that which is. Know that,
But they are double. Right?
that they are double.
Right?
To that which
Yes,
is.
Job was right. And he spoke in truth. Job ain't speak nothing false.
No.
Nothing false. Right? Who is saying these words though? Now I'm so far. Now I'm a thing. He said it's been double, right? The Hebrew word for double is kefel. It means to duplicate. It's the same. Huh? Go ahead.
And that he will show thee the secrets of wisdom.
That he will show thee the secrets of wisdom.
That they are
the
double.
secrets of wisdom, it means the hidden things. He will show you the hidden things of wisdom. The hidden things of wisdom are things that everybody not gonna see. Everybody don't see what you see. Okay? That they are double to that which is. Tom Sheet.
Know therefore that God exacted of thee.
Wait a minute. He said, know therefore that God exacted of thee. The Hebrew word for exacted is nasha. Noon, sheen, hey. Exacted means demanded. God demanded what? Demanded of thee
less than thine iniquity deserved.
Less than your iniquities deserved. He punished you and demanded things of you less.
You're supposed to get more.
You're supposed to get more. I should have killed you,
Right.
but I ain't gonna kill you.
That's right.
I should have did this to you, but I'm gonna give you a smack on the wrist.
I should have got shot in the head.
So, because how God deals with us, we gotta deal with each other this way. I said we gotta deal with each other the same way.
Right.
God deals with you that way. God don't give you everything that is demanded and what's supposed to be done to you, what you deserve. So guess what? We got to deal with each other like that. I even deal like that with my children. My daughter and my son deserve to get their butt whipped, but I just put fear in them and get crazy.
You got to be merciful. You
Right.
need mercy from God.
Shake my daughter up a little bit, grab her by her head and pick her up, and put the fear of God in her. Pick her up from her head,
That's right.
and then put her back down,
That's right.
just to scare them a little bit.
That's right.
You know why? Because I don't want to beat her.
That's right.
I don't want to put the belt to her, and I don't want to put the belt to my son. So I try to instill fear in them.
That's right.
But if you keep trying me, I'm gonna beat you.
That's right.
Every now and then you're gonna
That's
get tapped,
right.
man.
Iniquity is our own. Iniquity is consequences of or punishment for your sins.
Uh-oh.
That's what iniquity is.
Uh-oh.
So when we violate the laws of God and commit sin and commit iniquity, look for consequences. These things must get answered for.
That's right.
I say it gotta get
You
answered.
see where it comes from.
Tom Sheet.
Canst thou by searching find out God?
Can thou, by searching, find out God?
Uh-oh.
Can thou, by searching, attain God or obtain God? Go ahead.
Canst thou find out the Almighty unto perfection?
Unto perfection. The word for perfection is tekulit. It means the end, the purpose. Go ahead.
It is as high as heaven. what canst thou do? Deeper than hell, what canst thou know? The measure thereof is longer than the earth, and broader than the sea. If he cut off and shut up or gather together, then who can hinder him? Nobody.
Nobody. Can't stop him. He said, right? Verse 7 said what? He said, canst thou searching, find out God, or attain God? I'm going to show you how to attain God. How to attain the ways of God. Right? Go to Psalms 119. Psalms 119. All right? You got it? Time sheet.
Blessed are the undefiled.
Blessed are the undefiled.
Blessed
are the undefiled. The word for undefiled is temime. Temime means the whole or the complete, right? Those are the people that are blessed, right? Yeah. In the way, who walk in the laws of God. So if you're walking in the laws of God, you're blessed.
That's blessed.
That's being blessed.
You can't bless up yourself, man.
No. Time sheet.
Blessed are they that keep his testimonies.
Blessed are they that keep his testimonies.
And that seek him
with him with all your heart.
They also do no iniquity.
They also do no iniquity.
They walk in his
ways.
They
walk in God's ways.
That's the blessing. That's the blessing.
That's when you know you're blessed. You fulfill the commandments of God and you walk in the ways of God.
Faultless. That's
faultless.
That's right.
Tom Sheep.
God has commanded us to
keep thy precepts diligently.
Oh, that my ways were directed to keep thy statutes. Then shall I not be ashamed.
Then shall I not be ashamed.
When I have respect.
When I will have respect unto all thy commandments. The word for respect is nun betet. It means to look, to regard, to consider, to direct one's attention, to be mindful of God's law. When you're mindful of the laws and the commandments of God, you don't sin presumptuously.
Right.
You must be mindful.
That means you are aware.
You on point, you are aware. I will praise thee with uprightness of heart. Oh,
when I shall have learned.
Wait a minute. I will praise thee with uprightness of heart. Some of us is praising God, but our heart is not upright.
That's right. Not accepted.
So, got a lot of work.
We got a lot of work.
A lot of work. All the time. A lot of work.
The two don't go together. This is why when we set up prayers, not all the time your prayers is answered because you don't have an upright heart.
I got you.
In order for your prayers to be answered, you got to be upright. Your ways got to match it.
I got you. Okay.
Tom Sheep.
When I shall have learned thy righteous judgment.
And I ain't talking about the heart. I'm talking about an upright mind.
That's right.
An upright mind goes into how you think. The things that you think up and conjure up in your mind that is against what God said.
And that controls your feelings.
And that controls your feelings. And it shows in your feelings and your behavior. Tom Sheep.
I will keep thy statutes.
I will keep thy statutes.
Oh, forsake me not utterly.
Oh, forsake me not utterly. Tom Sheep.
Wherewithal shall a young man cleanse his ways?
Wherewithal shall a young man cleanse his ways? How shall a young man cleanse his ways? In the Hebrew it says to attain the ways of God.
By taking heed thereto according to thy word.
By taking heed thereto according to thy word.
A young man said,
and this is
said a young man change his ways.
That's right.
When you get old, it's over. Then you don't try to change, try to turn God when you get older. You do it now.
Evil days come.
And with that, I hope everybody got what was bought.
Definitely.
And I'm going to say Shabbat Shalom.
We appreciate you, brother. We appreciate you, brother.
Tonight is Pesach. Tonight is the Feast of Unleavened Bread. I'm going to breeze through this quick fast. Quick fast, I'm going to give you a quick synopsis of the Feast of Unleavened Bread.
Let's go.
We have to do the Feast of Unleavened Bread in the order that God set.
That's right.
In the cotton picking book.
According to the standards of the book, man.
According to what we read in the book.
That's right.
Okay? So now, nowhere in the book tells us that if the dough ferments is what causes it to be leavened. So I'm going to go into quickly Exodus 12. I'm going to go into quickly 1 Samuel chapter 28. And I'm going to go into Hosea chapter 7. So first, I'm going to show you how the bread gets leavened. What God said, how the bread gets leavened. See, I don't go by Judaism.
No.
I don't go by the Google. I don't go by none of this stuff that you can pick up out of your phone because the information that we need is here.
Right.
Okay? So the only way to leaven your dough, they didn't have baking soda, they didn't have yeast. So the question is, how did the bread get leavened? And I'm going to show you where I went, where I'm going, so that you can go there and read it for yourself, because I don't want you to take my word for it.
That's right.
Okay? Hosea chapter 7, verse 4. They are all adulterers as an oven heated by the baker, who ceased it from raising after he had kneaded the dough until it be leavened. So what caused the dough to be leavened? When you knead the dough. It's plain and simple.
That's why God said they need.
Now we're going to go into Exodus 12 or 13.
Take us on a journey.
Remember when the nation of Israel was leaving Egypt in haste? And it says that it's in haste.
It's midnight.
And they said that their kneading troughs was bound up.
That's why
Right?
it says that.
Their kneading troughs was bound up, which means they couldn't knead.
And
They could not knead the dough. Right? And now, check it. They had the dough already made.
Already.
So all they had time to do was to bake it.
That's it.
Okay? Now, which means sourdough and fermented, that has nothing to do with leavening.
That's right.
Nothing.
That's
Now
right.
we're going to go into 1 Samuel chapter 28. But I got to go into the chapter, and I'm going to go into the Hebrew because, okay, we're going to go to 1 Samuel chapter 28 towards the end. This is during the time where Saul is he's in shambles right now. Why? Because he depended on God, man. The man depended on God 1,000%. And when God didn't come to him and answer him, that's how he got, man. That's why Cain got the way Cain got. Okay? That's why Cain got the way Cain got, because God hid himself from him. Okay? 1 Samuel chapter 28, verse 24. And the woman had a fat calf in the house. She hasted and killed it and took flour. The Hebrew word for flour is kwamak. It says, and kneaded it. She kneaded it and did bake unleavened bread. Now, by reading it in the English, it would tell me that what I said was wrong.
Right.
But when I looked it up in the Hebrew, the word for kneaded is talash. Talash means to pluck. You can't pluck flour.
Okay.
The dough had to be made already.
Okay.
So she plucked from the dough
Okay.
and baked unleavened bread.
Okay.
Why was it unleavened bread? Because she didn't knead it.
She's rushing to
They need
feed
that.
Saul.
Kneading the dough causes the leavening
Had
process.
no time to
I was watching something on TV and it shows how it was made. And they was showing how you make matzos. And they took the matzos, they took the dough and put it in a large vat,
like a brick.
cut the light off and left. And this stayed in that vat, and that vat kneaded and kneaded and kneaded and kneaded and kneaded and kneaded. When they came back, the dough was so light. That's why, be truthful with yourself.
With work.
Is those matzos bread or crackers?
Crackers.
Delicious crackers.
Even the heathen know that.
Saltine.
They call it Jewish
Is it
crackers.
bread or crackers, man?
Crackers.
Make your own bread, man, to be on the safe side. Stop following Judaism.
Yeah.
Talmud.
You hate the white man, but you follow his ways.
Stop following Judaism, man.
I'm following
I make my
Talmud.
own bread, man. Make your own bread. Make
Trying
your
to get
own
away from
bread.
the work.
Word.
Folks said big old
The
saltines,
reason,
saltines,
okay, now,
saltines.
a lot of people say that you can eat rice. A lot of people say you can eat
Okay.
beans.
Okay.
And the reason why I say that you can't eat rice or beans or grains, and I'm going to explain it to you, in Leviticus 23, chapter 23, verse 14, it says, and ye shall eat neither bread. Bread is not my, so the bread is regular bread. It says lechem. There's bread. You can't eat bread. You can't eat parched corn, nor green ears, until the self same day that ye had brought an offering unto your God.
Right.
The offering don't go up until after the end of Feast of Unleavened Bread. So therefore, now when you read parched corn and green ears, okay? Parched corn and green ears, that's quality. It's roasted or parched grains. Cardamel is fresh grains or green wheat. Seeds. I don't eat seeds. That's why I don't eat beans. That's why I cannot. That's why we should not be eating beans
Grains.
during the week.
Seeds.
The only grains that we should be eating is the flour,
That's that wheat grain.
roasted or parched grains.
That's right.
So
Nuts,
these are things.
Nuts are seeds.
Nuts,
That's correct.
can't mess with
No
nuts.
almonds, no cashews.
Almonds, no
nuts.
cashews, we can't mess with none of that.
All beans.
Now, the only time they ate that was when they at the end of the Feast of Unleavened Bread, they set up the offerings, and now they was able to eat the bread and the liquor. We ain't offering no offering now because we don't have a priest.
That's right.
So, and with that, hope everyone got what was bought. And I'm gonna say Shabbat Shalom.
Shabbat Shalom, Shalom. Tell me we going live tonight.
Huh?
We'll go live tonight.
Okay. We're gonna go live tonight
Yeah.
to show you how we're gonna make the bread without kneading the dough and stuff.
I told my brothers our courage.
So that word got what was bought.
We shall go on.
And I'm gonna say Shabbat Shalom. To be continued for tomorrow.
See y'all later tonight. Party time.
Party time.
Turn it on.
Not yet.
You know when it's